One of the best days of rugby of the calendar year, as it's the Fighting Irish Invitational Sevens Spring Tournament here at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend, Indiana. We're here bright and early. We're going to be with you all day. Charlie Morris alongside my partner Chris Daly. And Chris, a lot of games on tap, 4 divisions. Not all of them will be shown on the stream, but we'll keep you updated throughout the day, and a lot of exciting action to come.
Yeah, we will indeed, Charlie. And it's great to be back with you in the press box. It's been a while, last fall, last semester. It feels like a year has passed since then, and lots of rugby has been played. A lot of these teams have already played this year in these tournament-style situations. They play a lot of games in a day, and it's going to be a great day of rugby.
Certainly is, and it's, as you mentioned, the first 7-on-7 broadcast for the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel of the year after a great season of 15-on-15s. The first matchup of the day. Again, there's 4 brackets in play here today. The premier bracket is what everyone's thinking about, but first we have a matchup between Iowa Central Community College and Xavier.
Yeah, and just to note, it's the Iowa Community Central College's second team, right? So this is their B team today. Their first team will be playing in that premier division. They play in the Big Rivers Conference, arguably the best conference in college rugby, right up with the Big Ten, in which Notre Dame competes in. But lots of great teams in there. Wheeling is one of them. Thomas More, Aquinas, so many strong programs in there. And, I mean, these guys are all, kind of getting their chops out right now, just learning the game, and it's been great to see. As for Xavier, another team, no experience is necessary, a young team, and not a lot of rugby experience, but they're going at it right now.
And so for those unfamiliar with the 7-on-7 format that we'll be playing today, it's exactly as it sounds, less than half the amount of players per team as in the fall season, which, of course, 15-on-15, a lot more tactical, a lot more brute force needed here. You're going to see some of the fastest players that both these teams have to offer, and we'll see some of the physicality there as a strong tackle by the Tritons. It was Eli Murray who forced the turnover, and now he'll do the line out. For Iowa Central, again, Chris mentioned it's their second team here today. They're in the blue, Xavier's in the white, and they're going to make the line out, and it's a good one right into the hands. And an offload there. You'll see the Xavier team try to get on the board first today. In the first game of today's action, the 9 a.m. game. We have games scheduled all the way through 5:50 for the Premier League final, so stay with us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel.
And just good ball movement right now from both sides. However, we have yet to see Iowa Central move into their attacking half, and it's a short game, so time is at the essence here, and they need to move quick, get the ball back, and just open up some gaps in the defense.
Certainly do, and they'll get a chance here after the knock-on.
We'll have a scrum to Iowa Central.
Iowa Central goes for the scrum right in the middle of the pitch, and some of these games, despite just being 2 7-minute halves, Chris, can tend to get pretty high scoring, can tend to get out of hand. We haven't seen that yet, but just 14 minutes of gameplay, but sometimes it doesn't matter.
No, it does not matter at all. I know for Iowa Central, they had a win in their A team, 42-5. Some high-scoring affairs indeed.
42 points in 14 minutes is crazy as their B team here tries to go to work and finally getting the ball on Xavier's side of the field. And a run right down the middle, and the first try of the day belongs to the Tritons, right down the gut. John Sutton is on the board.
Great ball movement from the Triton, and just quick, fast passing, a high tempo. They all know what they're going to do with the ball before they get it, and all of a sudden, Xavier, they open up that gap in the defense. Just so hard in sevens, right, to stay on your guy consistently, and Iowa Central takes full advantage.
Iowa Central converts.
Conversion is successful. A little bit different rule rearing its head again. The drop kick from behind the uprights as opposed to the more traditional try conversion combination you see in the 15s game. Either way, it's going to be 7-0 for ICCC, Iowa Central Community College. Their clean-looking navy blue uniforms and Xavier in the white.
And you want to talk about clean looking. Number 6, near side of your screen. Henry Bennett's was a big piece to their try right there. And he's got that nice American cap on. I'm loving it. Representing the US of A.
100%. And that pass is almost turned over, and it is, in fact, picked up by Bennett. But the referee will stop play for the knock-on, as it was Jahara Morgan breaking up the pass. And in doing so, got a little bit unlucky, I'd say there, Chris, to have a knock-on. He knocked it backwards, but when it hit the ground, it kind of bounced back towards him. Therefore, by rule, it is a knock-on. Now he'll head off for a substitution, or he'll just switch sides, excuse me. John Sutton, who scored the try, is going to head off for the sub. And we were able to talk to Notre Dame's head coach, Justin Hickey, before the events this weekend began, and he was talking about the strategies of using your subs. These teams get 5 combined, and players are allowed to exit and re-enter. But of course, Chris, if that happens, that's 2 of your 5 substitutions right there.
Yeah, almost the end of the half now, so they won't mind to use it, especially just trying to get a few more points. And again, Captain America on the ball. But it's so far a physical game. It's just, at times sloppy with their passing. I think the team who can just play cleaner should probably win this one.
You mentioned the sloppiness, another knock-on against the Tritons. So Xavier will go for the scrum with under a minute and a half to play in the first half. Quick moving half. With the running time, they're all the same speed, but the way the ball's been in play, very little stoppages except for some knock-ons and scrums. But 7-0 Iowa Central in the lead. It's a little bit of a scramble scrum, and it's finally dug out of there. And a broken tackle and green grass ahead, or I should say turf. We had this discussion before the game. Either way, Xavier's going to get on the board here, a home free run. K.O. Kalahiki. My apologies for that, but either way, he's on the board. It's actually Connor Hannon, number 12, not number 10. Musketeers got a chance to tie it up here in the late stages of the first half.
Yeah, what a run, just some quick feet. Looks like a ballerina was able to hop between 2 defenders, avoid the tackles, and just like that, green grass right in front of him. And just some blistering pace. No one could catch up right there. So, great try. And we have a game as we head into the second half.
Yeah, we are going to have a game. As final 10 seconds about to tick off. Not sure if we'll even get another kickoff. 2 seconds and 1. Looks like we will get another kick before time expires in the half. It's a good high kick, causing some problems over on the touchline. It's going to bounce out of bounds. And that will do it for the first half. 7 minutes in the book, 7-7 score. And we're going to step aside briefly for halftime. When we return, we'll get second half action with Xavier and ICCC deadlocked.
Not used to it. Doesn't know. I mean, I like.
Welcome back for second half action. Xavier, Iowa Central Community College. Great first matchup of the day. And as you saw during halftime, we'll try to put a QR screen up on the stream, QR code up on the stream throughout any breaks in the action we get. It'll take you to a spreadsheet, which Chris and myself are using ourselves throughout the day to stay informed about results on all fields. There are 4 fields in action today for the 4 brackets. So we're going to do our best to keep you updated. We can, of course, only show 25% of the games, give or take. There are a few more breaks on the other fields. This field, Stinson Rugby Field, the main one, has most of them. We only get a couple breaks. 5 games to start out today. This is the first of those, then a quick break before a stretch of 7 more. Another quick break, and then we get into some late playoff action. The whole day is playoffs, but once it gets into the late rounds, you'll start to see some premier rugby talents with each other. There's a great pass, and Xavier's going to score again. 2 strikes in the last minute of game time for the Musketeers, and they're going to take the lead. What an offload that was.
After a great offload.
Wouldn't you know it, scoring the try, Xavier Buterbrow for Xavier. You think that was part of the recruiting process, Chris?
It might have been. I have to guess, but great offload, too. You said it, Char. I mean, that was just fantastic. Telly Mitchell, first a stiff arm, but then he's starting to go down, and just a heads-up play to offload it right there to the man, the myth, Xavier. He runs it in for a try, and yeah, just some great team rugby right there. And Xavier shown a bit of their class. They were established in 1974. They built a strong culture. And again, just no experience necessary. So a lot of these guys didn't play in high school, as maybe in the Premier Division. A lot of those guys have been playing since their childhood, but picking up the game very quick, and just some freak athletes out here.
Xavier takes advantage of the misfired kickoff right at the start of the half. And you mentioned great offload from Mitchell and Buterbrow. No one in front of him. So we'll see how the Tritons can respond. First time they've trailed in this game after striking first. It was a pretty low-scoring first half. 7 minutes, only 1 try apiece, but we already have our first try of the second half. And what a strong counter-ruck that is.
Some physical defense, too, by Xavier. Vince Davis, number 2, he's the vice captain for today, played at the NCR National Collegiate Rugby All-Star Tournament just a couple of weeks ago in Atlanta. So he's probably one of the more experienced players on the pitch, and he's a big, stocky fella, just causing some havoc out there.
Just over 4 minutes to go in half number 2 of the first game of today's action. Next up, we have Oregon State against Minnesota before we get into the Premier Division after that. Xavier really settling into this game after kind of a slow start for them. There's Davis again, the big run. Very interesting to see how these teams are going to take advantage of their speed. Such a big field for such a small amount of players. You need a little rough and tough, though, and it's moved ahead by Dylan, who has it stolen away right from between his legs. What a crafty takeaway for the Tritons. John Sutton, who has the try in the game, just sniped it away between the legs. I hardly ever see a takeaway like that.
No, you did not. We'd like to see Xavier and Iowa Central really, with these next 3 minutes, create some overloads. Haven't seen too much. A lot of times they're outmatched when they have the ball, but
give credit to the defenses as well.
Very, very physical.
Certainly is. Here's Bennett. He's going to go out wide. Dangerous pass, but it connects. Great find, and Crew Bowles has some space. He's all caught from behind. Can he roll? He can't get in. He'll leave it behind him. Sutton will come in to pick it up, and he'll do it himself to tie the game. Great setup all around for the Tritons, and they tie the score with 2:41 to play.
It all starts with the defensive takeaway we talked about. Just some great defense, getting into the ruck, somehow come up with the ball, and you can tell they're playing their hearts out right now. These guys, they want to call up to the A team, Charlie, and with a play like that, you might think they get it.
on. Certainly looked very efficient. It's the windy day in South Bend, no chance for a conversion on a drop kick from there. So again, one of the differences between 15s and 7s, which I'd forgotten about, but I'm being reminded of, is the lack of a tee out here.
Yeah. You know,
Let's see. I imagine you wouldn't see much in terms of kicking today.
No, I would make fun of kicking, but I can't after everything that happened with the college game day just a few short months ago. But
I don't think I've done a game with you since then.
No, so a lot has happened in my life, Charlie. But you can tell the wind. The Xavier tents on the far side of the pitch towards the left if you're watching at home. Their tents have just totally turned upside down because of the wind. I think
I'm just seeing that.
Also, perhaps they didn't set them up properly because other tents seem to be doing well. So maybe they need to get some stakes in the ground. But just goes to show this wind is prevalent today.
It is. And before today's action, we had not a competition, but a discussion. How many Notre Dame students does it take to open a window? And I think we're going to have to switch that discussion to how many Xavier students does it take to set up 2 tents. It only takes one to break free and score a go-ahead try with a minute to go. Eli Murray, or excuse me, it's going to be taken all the way down by Davis, and Davis is going to wait as long as he can before downing it. So Vince Davis with a huge run. And Xavier leads with under a minute to play in the first game of the day.
Yeah, I mentioned Davis earlier as one of the guys with some great experience, and I called him a stocky fella. You don't really see the stocky guys move like that. He had some wheels behind that run, and I mean, that just all but cements Xavier's win for today in the opening game here at Stinson Rugby Field.
Conversion is up and good.
Knocks the conversion through as well. 22 seconds on the clock, and a big Xavier lead, courtesy of Vince Davis, the junior vice captain, as you mentioned. Guess it doesn't matter state of your tents as long as you can get in the try zone more than your opponent. So it's going to be one last possession. As time has officially expired, next dead ball will end it. And that kick is going way into touch, so a decent opportunity to take advantage for the Tritons. They'll get a tap and go from center monogram.
Central get a restart of center.
Good opportunity here if they were to try to tie this game. Nothing like a little OT in the first game of the day to set the entire schedule back.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think Hickey and the schedule makers want the overtime game.
It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Penalty awarded.
As the kick goes towards the touchline, goes out of bounds, and that will do it. Big win for Xavier. It's 19-12. They pick up the first win of the day, and they advance in the tournament. Not quite yet, apparently. The referee's going to rule that play continues. The whole Xavier bench was cheering and celebrating. I thought that was it, but...
Yeah, they were also yelling, kick it out beforehand, which just goes to show. I mean, some of these guys, of course, still new to the game, perhaps, and just trying to make sure that they're being smart about everything. But I think the Iowa Central team was confused as well.
Now a faulty line out and a chance to capitalize for the Tritons. It's taken all the way down inside the 5 by Hudson Vroeg. And now they score a try and get within 2 points. Quick developing play. Xavier went from thinking they've won to now needing a missed conversion to win.
Talk about a roller coaster of emotions. Oh my goodness. And now this kick, the weight of the world for Iowa Central in the opening bit of action here. That's what we're talking about. This is college rugby.
And it's no good short. And there's the final whistle, and now it's officially over.
There's no good in that. We'll do it.
That will officially end at this time. I am not jinxing the Musketeers. It is over. Xavier wins 19-17, and they hold on despite the late try from Cooper Lowstetter. So our first game of the day ends in a Musketeer victory. We'll step aside briefly. Again, we'll have a QR code on the screen where you can scan to get all results from all the games on all the fields today. When we come back, it'll be the second game of the day between Oregon State and Minnesota. right into our next match of the day. Oregon State and Minnesota. Minnesota technically the home team for this one against the Beavers. Did I say Minnesota State? I hope I didn't. I meant Minnesota. Minnesota Golden Gophers against Oregon State Beavers here today. And you got a question in the chat of the stream. How do you get Field 2 coverage? Unfortunately, the only thing that will be streamed today will be games on Field 1. For Field 2 coverage, be sure to scan the QR code that'll show up on your screen between games and between halves of games. That will take you to the live results page. But so many games on Field 1 today, we unfortunately don't have time to go to the other places as the Gophers are quickly ran into touch, and so a quick turnover forced by the Oregon State defense.
Probably going to see some cleaner rugby from the first game. I think these two teams a bit more experience on the pitch. For Minnesota, this is their 5th event of the year already. Their 2nd official event, however, 3-1 on the year. Oregon State, they're traveling far from the West Coast. This is their first sevens tournament. However, they've been playing 15s out on the West Coast. They're in 15 season right now, so they just wrapped that up with a big win against Oregon. And now they're out here in South Bend to play some sevens.
What a different sort of vibe that is. Let's see who's going to strike first in this one after a tightly contested first match. ICCC falling just 2 points shy as Xavier picks up the victory and moves on in the tournament. See some very disciplined defense right now, and we had a question about Field 2. There is a stream for Field 2. It'll be no audio, but there will be a good stream to watch all the games over there. It's a great offload to the wing as the Gophers tried to get on the board. It was Owen Voice giving it to Tristan Meletriot. Now it's bobbled. One more to Maletroit. We'll give it back towards the middle.
I think both teams should start attacking the wings because right now it seems as if there's so much empty space, especially towards the flank of the pitch, closest to us here in the press box and closest to you guys back home. Teams need to start spreading out the ball more early in this game.
Yeah, a lot of space on the wings, a lot of space everywhere. It's such a big field designed for 30 total players, and we got only 14 out here, but that's the beauty of 7-on-7. Very fast paced. It's why you got to play these short games. It's why, even though each game is only 14 minutes after players play 1 or 2, they get pretty tired because you just can't go at the pace that sevens requires for that many. So players are sore, players are tired. Even though the actual time on the field is not even close to a typical 15-on-15 game, it's just less time to rest. Here's a Beaver looking to take advantage of the wings. Great tackle from behind. Carter Roth had the chase down. Saved the first points of the game. Look at that juke move. Tristan Garson gives it off. They're getting inside the 22. Garson has it again. He'll go towards the middle. A lot of space out wide, and it's given there. Great chance for Ojangurin, and he's going to score, and Oregon State is on the board. They take advantage of the 2-on-1. Anton Ojangurin, the junior, strikes first.
Just some great rugby, and just a minute ago we talked about getting it to either side of the pitch. All of a sudden, Oregon State gets it to the right side of the field, totally opens up the left side of the pitch, and then they quickly attack. So just some smart rugby all around and a well-deserved try.
Again, we're not expecting to see much from the kicking today. That one is well to the left, but Beavers will take it. They strike first. We're just talking about using the wing. They use the near wing over here to get into position. They use the far wing to get into the try zone for the first score of this game. This game is part of the Division I club bracket, which is the one right below the Premier bracket, which is where most of our games on this stream will be played. Again, there are links to the streams for the other fields. See what Minnesota can do to try to respond, as that offload not only did it look forward, but it bounces into the hands of the Beavers anyway. Unforced error, trying to do too much. Just over 2 minutes to play here in the second half. The first half, second game of the day. We get a whistle and a stoppage, and it's going to go against Oregon State. Minnesota retakes possession. Chris, what have you seen so far? We're early in this one, but a couple quick takeaways.
Yeah, I think Oregon State's number 14, Nico Dreyer, towards the right of your screen or near side of your screen. He's just been fantastic. Very lively player, super fast, but he also blends that speed with some good size, right? He's got some muscle to him, so just makes for the ideal sevens player, and there's a reason why they're looking for him, and he's just had a day so far. As they tackle their teammates, that did not look good.
Yeah, an injury now, so.
It's Benjamin Nord, who went down for Oregon State. It just appeared two Oregon State players run into each other. It might be a case where it got hit, where no man wants to be hit, I think. So, or, excuse me, Tristan Garson.
After the Minnesota forward pass, it'll be a scrum to Oregon State.
Coming out of all that is a scrum to Oregon State. Under a minute to play in the first half. 5-0 Beavers lead on the try. Scored by Anton Ojangarin. Minnesota not on the board.
Always like watching in sevens to scrums. Only 3 guys in the scrum compared to the...
Such a different experience,
Yeah.
for sure. You don't typically see that many, but we're seeing a bunch early today. Nearly a breakthrough for Dawson Taryn. Tap and go for Max Spielman.
Beavers go quick.
Beavers are moving quick. They'll get out to the wing again. This time it's Nico Dreyer, who you were just talking about. Look at that speed to get in. He'll center it, and a last-second try for the Beavers. They double their lead as it was Dreyer taking advantage of that left flank again.
Yeah, well done by Dreyer, and he actually just moved out to the left. It appears as if he just got switched, some tactical changes perhaps after the injury, and just a great play all around from Oregon State. Very clean rugby, moving the ball, and that, again, you know, we're going to see that a lot today, especially with teams. I've talked about it before, but without as much experience, it's really going to come down to who can offload the ball better, who can limit these unforced errors.
As right now the Beavers playing basically perfect rugby. They're up 12 at the half. Minnesota trailing 12 after 7 minutes to play. Basically a perfect half of rugby by the Oregon State Beavers. Doesn't get much better than that. Very few turnovers, and they continue to use their speed. As look at this run. by Dawson Tarrant, who gives it off, and a great cutback to the middle. Good tackle, but it's back in Tarrant's hands, who stiff arms a man, and he's in for the quick score. So you score in the last second of the first half, and then you score 18 seconds into the second half.
Yeah, I think they got now 12 points within the last 30 seconds of game time. Quite impressive, and just talked about it off air during halftime. They have some electric speed, and they're just making full use of it. Why not? Just totally exploiting Minnesota's defense right now, and this is all Oregon State. They should go up. They're 105 on Rugby Hawk right now, Charlie. They need to go up. We got to tell the Rugby Hawk guys, this Oregon State team is legit.
I mean, I'd have to see the other 104 teams play, but I'm pretty impressed by what I've seen right now from the team in white from the West Coast, making the trip down here, especially considering, as you alluded to in the first half, they're playing 15s right now, and they come out here in a totally different format, totally different strategies, and they're still dominating. Just goes to show what kind of skill they have.
Yeah, they've only really had 2 weeks to practice sevens, and when you add in the travel days to get to South Bend, you have to imagine that they maybe took a few days, the jet lag, right? They took a few days off perhaps, because they wrapped up their 15 season just 2 weeks ago against Oregon. They beat their rivals 38-17.
A little in-state matchup there. And if you're interested, there is a stream of Field 2. Check the link in the most recent comment on the YouTube stream. That one has some great games over on it. Right now, it's Indiana Tech against Loyola. Hillsdale versus Slippery Rock is over. See if we can get a score on that one for you. No update there yet, but we've got other updates to bring you, along with the Xavier victory over ICC second team. Wabash and Christendom played to a 12-12 tie. I don't see that one every day.
You don't.
What a matchup that was off our screen. Crazy ball kicking around here as Oregon State threatens again. The other game that has happened, Curry College against University of Wisconsin. Eau Claire? Not very.
I think so. I think that was a good one. I wasn't going to try it. So.
My French is definitely leaves a lot to be desired, but UWEC, let's call them, they defeat Curry College 36-14. There's the offense I'm expecting to see from some teams today. 36 points.
Yeah, that would have been a fun game to call. And again, I mean, just sometimes the parity within college rugby as well. You got some teams who know the game a lot, some teams who don't. And right now, speaking of this game we're watching, it would be nice to see Minnesota start chipping away here. I think defensively they actually have done fine, right? They let up 2 tries, but for the most part they've held their own. They just need to produce something now offensively.
They'll try to do it here on a run up the left side, and it's kicked ahead. That's a smart play. See if it stays in touch. And it's kicked again. It's an individual effort from Carter Roth. Can he get there? Unfortunately for him, it goes through his hands, and his teammates are going to rue that opportunity. Xavier just picked up the win, but this is Oregon State, who survives with 3 minutes to play in the half. Still up 19. That was probably Minnesota's best and arguably last chance to kind of get back in this game, although the ball's going to stay close, so if you can get a quick score, you never know. We're going to have another scrum. That's another thing we talked about off air at halftime, is just how the scrums work. It's not as organized as a 15-on-15 scrum. It's kind of just get the guy closest to you and bring him in. See what the Gophers can do off of that scrum. That's a great set play. And a try is scored off the scrum. A beautiful play from the Gophers to get on the board. Doesn't get much better than that. And so a late try for Minnesota to try to get back in this game.
It's good for Minnesota, especially considering they have played 4 sevens games so far. They know what they're doing. They've just been unlucky at times offensively. And finally, they have this individual effort out on the left side of the field, and they're able to make it work. So it's good to see their hard work be rewarded there.
So a scoring play for the Golden Gophers. Ball is kicked out high in the air.
It was Josh Knacker, by the way, who was able to convert the try there.
Yeah, I was more impressed, though, with the setup. You get the scrum, it was kind of a fake left, back to the right, and then obviously a well-practiced, well-designed play to get it to a streaking Knacker, who was able to roll his way into the try zone. We'll see if Minnesota can score again here. They did take the ball away. That kick attempt going forward almost succeeds. But it's well defended by the Beaver over on the far side. Just a minute to play. Time running out on the Gophers. You mentioned it, Chris. Their defense has been pretty solid. They gave up those 2 scores in quick succession at the end of the first half, start of the second, and they give up another one at the end of the half here. A great run and individual effort. Xavier Johnson-Mitchell is going to go all the way after breaking a tackle, and there's a great run for Johnson-Mitchell, and he officially downs it, and that's going to put a bow on this one.
Well, he ran track in high school.
Oh, I believe it.
Out in Seattle, did the 300-meter hurdles. And you can see it. He just rounds the corner and explodes. And you see how he gets his feet up, too, just to totally prevent anybody from tackling him. Just some heads-up rugby, and that seals the game.
I believe that's the
Conversion is up and good.
final whistle, in fact, with just a few seconds left on the clock. But the referee has seen enough, so the teams will head to the sideline, and it's Oregon State advancing, and Minnesota is done in their quest for the championship. We'll step aside when we come back. We got our first of 3 consecutive Premier Division games. It'll be Harvard and Walsh on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Welcome you back for the 3rd game of the day, Harvard Crimson against the Walsh Cavaliers.
This is going to be a fun one, Charlie.
It is, yeah.
Lots. So I got to jump in. Lots of history there. I'm pumped up. Walsh,
They didn't have a rugby team just a couple years ago, yet you could call them national champions in 2023 because all these guys used to go to Notre Dame College, not the University of Notre Dame, Notre Dame College, who were a great rugby program. The school unfortunately disbanded, and then everybody packed up their bags and went to Walsh, a Catholic school who welcomed them in with open arms. And then meanwhile, other side of the pitch, the team kicking off right now, the Harvard Crimson. Of course, you hear them as, I think, a famous academic institution. They're okay.
You might say that.
They're okay in the classroom, but the oldest rugby club in North America. So 2 teams with very different histories, but both, unique histories, nevertheless. And yeah, I'm excited for this, and a great jersey matchup. So
yeah, a lot of stripes here It's going to be Harvard in the red and black. They're on the left. They'll score to your right. And Walsh is in the more colorful ones going from right to left, and they're doing just that. Look at that bulldoze. What a run! Attempt either, but it does fade left. Stays 5-0. We got a question: any schedule to see which teams are playing in which field in the D1 bracket? The best advice I can give is to go, if you search up Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational in your Google search bar and you find one by rugby.exposureevents.com with a long slug after that, you can switch between the divisions and see which games are coming up at what time. Unfortunately, we have a rough schedule for the Premier Division bracket. But that's a good resource. You can also scan the QR codes in between halftimes and you can manually kind of piece together the Division 1 bracket if you look at the schedule for all the fields and figure out who's playing at what time. So right now it's Harvard trying to kick it ahead. It's going to be a picked up on the back run by the Cavaliers, and a good play there to save some points.
So Walsh so far on the season is 4-1. Their only loss coming to Belmont Abbey, another powerful rugby powerhouse. Meanwhile, Harvard, they might have a nice tan because they went to Bermuda over spring break to play some rugby, and that's something a lot of rugby clubs actually do.
That's got to be a fun trip down there.
Yeah, little Bermuda trip with the boys playing rugby. I mean, that is...
Does it get much better than that?
I don't think it does. Always 5 o'clock out in Bermuda, so I'm sure they had a good time, this Harvard team.
That's okay, because as everyone knows, the weather here in South Bend is just as good as down there in Bermuda. And it's actually quite warm this morning. When I woke up, it was in the 50s, which I think that's the first time that's been the case since probably October. And that's usually is colder before then, but it was a warm fall semester, and it's been a freezing cold spring semester.
Definitely, as a freshman, just had to invest in a winter coat that will last me a couple of years, because
you are going to need that for longer than you'd wish. And these teams out here, it's a good day for rugby. It's not too sunny. Players won't get too hot or too sweaty, but it's definitely on the temperate side. And it was in the 50s earlier, and there's supposed to be a little bit of rain in the next hour, which is a little bit of a downside, but it shouldn't rain for too much longer than that. Currently 61 degrees outside in South Bend. There are some winds, which is mostly just affecting the kicking, but looks pretty dry right now. We're fortunate enough to be in a press box. We'll stay dry the whole day, but we'll keep the windows open in front of us to get natural sound of the players on the pitch and fans in the stands. We'll see what Harvard can do. It's been a pretty tightly contested game so far through the first 4 minutes plus, and one of the Walsh players is absolutely fired up at his teammate who forces the turnover.
It was a nice attempt at the rolling maul for Harvard, and good ball moving into the right side of the pitch, but again, this Walsh team, a great blend of size, strength, and speed, and they are just so hard to knock down.
Find yourself somebody who gets as excited for your accomplishments as Laszlo Somle just got for his team forcing the turnover, keeping the 0 intact. You could hear him from up here. It's a good little set play, and that's going to be a tough backtrack. That's well done by Elliot McKinney for Harvard, preventing some points being scored immediately, but it may not matter. That's a creative offload from the ground. Look at that ankle tackle on the far side. Overhand pass. A lot of space here on the wing for Walsh. All the way out, great find. It's gonna be a walk-in try for Luke Sonson. Or excuse me, it's gonna be a walk-in try for Colton Weber, who's got his second of the day.
Nice try for the Cavaliers.
He's been the target man out on the left wing so far for Walsh.
I'm waking up. I'm waking up.
2 tries, as our PA announcer Luke Ronsky said, a nice try for Walsh. I have to agree with him on that one. Pretty passing. A couple skip passes, and they get it into the try zone for their second score.
And this is a very good Harvard team. So the fact that Walsh is just doing so well to start, it just exemplifies how strong of a program they are. And meanwhile for Harvard, right now, they just need to be able to open up this Walsh defense. It's going to be hard because Walsh has so much experience. They know what they're doing, and they're just such smart players. But Harvard has to be able to find some open spots here and open patches of grass that they can attack.
It's a very good kick. It's tipped up, and Harvard does take it. On a space on the left side. As you mentioned, Chris, most of these players, or at least some of them on this Walsh Cavaliers team, are national champions from their time at Notre Dame College and at Walsh, which is in Ohio. They're out here making the drive a little bit to the west. Time has expired in the half. Next whistle will send us to break. We'll see if the score is 10-0 or different. Love the way Walsh offloads, but that one's going to be dropped. So rare mistake. That'll send us to halftime. The Cavaliers with a 10-point lead over the Crimson as they look to move on to the second round of the Premier Bracket. And we'll see if they can hang on in the second half when we return. Walsh with a 10-0 lead with just 7 minutes to play. Second half just now underway here between Harvard and Walsh with a trip to the Elite Eight of this tournament on the line. There are 2 other crucial games going on our other fields in this division. Marian and Rio Grande on field 2, Wheeling and Adrien on field 3. There's no game currently on field 4, but critical games in this division, especially those last two. Wheeling and Adrien, whoever wins that, moves on to play the winner of Marian versus Rio Grande. So a direct matchup there. The winner of this game between Harvard and Walsh will play the winner of Wyoming and Kutztown. That one's on field 3 at 10 o'clock in just a few minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. Kutztown, very historically dominant rugby program, sent a lot of guys to the MLR, but as for this game, these are two very stellar teams, and right now, of course, Walsh has gotten the better, but I mean, Harvard, they're no joke themselves.
And look at that run down the right touchline. The Crimson are going to cut the lead in half. It's centered and downed. And look at that speed on the right touchline. Christian Cawhane is able to somehow break free. I thought he was going to step into touch, but managed to stay in bounds and gets Harvard on the board. What a start to the half for them.
It's exactly what they drew up at halftime. Just move the ball, and if they're going to beat Walsh, they're going to need some moments of individual brilliance. You can tell that Walsh is not going to be bossed around. They're not going to create gaps defensively, so you're just going to need people to step up, and that's exactly what Cawhane does right there with a fantastic run.
And with the successful conversion, all of a sudden, if you're a Cavaliers fan, you got to be a little nervous. You're up 2 tries to 1, but with 0 for 2 on conversions, you're only up 3 now.
Yeah, very good game so far on our hands, and here we go.
I mean, doesn't get much better than that in terms of execution on the kickoff between those two Cavalier players.
They were ready.
He read the kick perfectly and went up for it. It was Stephen Herbst lifting up Elliot McKinney. Now it's a run right down the middle. And what a response. Look at the speed. So fun to see the speed of these players. And a great response for the Cavaliers. It doesn't take them long to restore the 2-try lead.
The Scottish monster, Elliot McKinney. You want to talk about individual brilliance, that's it right there. He is the biggest guy on the field. I want to say by a country mile, but some of his teammates are also some big dudes, but I mean, he's just tall and combines that with such an incredible strength right there, and he is hard to stop. And once he finds that hole, just exploits. Great play by McKinney. Walsh is grooving, yeah.
Yeah, Walsh with a big response, wondering how it would go after Harvard gets on the board. They make a couple subs, and McKinney's one of the 2 who goes off. Got some rough play on the ball. He's going to end up in the possession of Walsh out of all of that. Zigging, zagging is Lachlan McDonald, who gives it off, and there's a strong hit on Allen. Harvard needing a stop. Walsh can pretty much salt this game away with a score now. They're inside the 22 over on the far side. Just into the game, John Kraft try to go up the middle. He's tackled by his jersey.
It's a great dummy, fakes to pass right, then decides to go to the middle.
Speaking of dummy, we got a lot of fakes, and now it's offloaded. There's a great pass, and Herbst is going to take it in the right side. What a setup from Oliver Buckton. And Stephen Herbst hasn't downed it yet, but will now, and Walsh has scored 10 unanswered points.
Might as well just play tic-tac-toe with that pass and going all around. Great teamwork, and talked about Notre Dame College, the lineage from the Falcons to now the Cavaliers with Walsh, and all these guys have been playing together for years, all come from different parts of the globe. They've all gone through a lot together, national championships, leaving a college, joining a new college, and you can just see the chemistry right there. It's a beautiful sight to see, just beautiful rugby all around for Walsh. They are a team to watch for the rest of this tournament.
Conversion missed to the left, which was right from the middle. So for all the good Walsh has done in this game, the kicking has really left a lot to be desired. But with under 90 seconds to play, it doesn't really matter. You just gotta, as NC State coined, survive and advance, and they've done more than survive in this game. Looking like they're gonna advance to the round of 8.
Yeah, surviving and thriving. That's what they're doing right now. I don't know.
It's a way better way to put it, that's for sure.
I don't know if it rolls off the tongue like survive and advance, but surviving and thriving so far for the Cavaliers.
It's a pretty nice play to keep it in touch, but it is a knock-on against Harvard.
Harvard knocks it on.
The rain, I believe, has started to kind of sprinkle down outside. That's a tough break for our next slate of games. Notre Dame, Western Michigan on this field. ICCC's top team against Michigan on field 2. Wyoming and Kutztown, field 3. Louisville, Purdue on field 4. So 3 more Premier Division games. And then a reserve game as well between the Cardinals and Boilermakers. 4 brackets here today. We've got the Premier one, which is what we've got our eyes on the most, but we're certainly going to give some love to the Division 1 club and Division 3 brackets, and perhaps even the reserve one as well. Trying to keep you updated on all the results from the day as the final seconds tick off. Walsh is going to try to get one more. Out to the wing, it's Allen, who's taken down. The action is just kicking up at Stinson Rugby Field today. A high pass, otherwise it would have been home free. And still on his feet. Look at this effective running. Joshua Groudle just refuses to go down. Finally did, but put his team well in position to try to add some insurance. Maybe boost that Rugby Hawk rating. It's Allen with a nice cutback. He splits the D, offloads it. What a setup for Xavier Allen. He's had a great game, and that's going to do it. Another try for the Cavaliers. They score the last 15 points of the game, and they win 25-7, pending a conversion from a tough angle to make the box score look prettier.
Yeah, this rain now is coming down hard, but what a finish from Walsh, and just performance all around of the way they moved the ball today was just beyond stellar, and Harvard fought. I mean, they're a good team. They won the Invitational out in Bermuda. They have 5 wins on the year. Of course, now they're going to drop to 3 losses as well, but a great program, and it's just so hard to compete with Walsh. I'm really looking forward to seeing them a bit later in the day, hopefully against a Wheeling team, maybe 2 dominant programs going against one another. I think that would be the matchup of the day.
Yeah, we're going to get Notre Dame and Western Michigan when we return. In case we don't see Harvard again, I would like to give a shout out to their coach, Colton McGee, who by his own accord decided to put his name in the roster as Colton Bozo McGee. Certainly not a bozo at Harvard, Mr. McGee, but we appreciate your sense of humor. When we come back, Notre Dame, Western Michigan. Rugby Field as the host Fighting Irish take on Western Michigan. These two teams met early in the fall 15 season. Notre Dame coming out on top, and they met again for a scrimmage earlier in this 7-on-7 season, Chris. And for the Fighting Irish and the Broncos, it's a tale of 2 different sort of teams. Notre Dame has had the Broncos number recently, including this year.
Yeah, definitely, and it also goes to show the differences between Division I rugby, which Notre Dame competes in. They fell in the national quarterfinals to Wheeling, one of the better teams in all of Division I, versus Division I AA, because Western Michigan are one of the top teams in the AA category. So it just kind of shows how great Division I is. A lot of these guys are recruits from all around the world, and should be a good matchup, though, in sevens. I think Western Michigan will match up better against the Irish with less guys on the field.
And they're possessing the ball well at the beginning. It's funny you mentioned recruiting. One of my favorite stories from the past year covering rugby with you, Chris, was when Coach Hickey showed us his recruiting sheet, and boy, was that colorful and creative. And Western Michigan is going to start out the scoring today right down the middle from midfield in. The Broncos strike first. That's a good start for the underdogs today. You think they may not be as big underdogs as they were in the 15-on-15 setup?
Yeah, just a little faster. I think the sevens game will appeal to them more than 15s per se, because Notre Dame is such a physically imposing team, and Notre Dame should win, right? There is no doubt about that. Notre Dame are by all means the favorites today, but Western Michigan, they have a lot of speed on their team, and you can see it right there, breaking through for an early try. And as the rain pours down, you know, this is a game that maybe could go the wrong way for the Irish here. Gotta claw their way back into this one.
So 7-0 Western Michigan, early lead. And they'll kick it away. We'll see Notre Dame's first possession. For those who were with us all season and watched the Irish on 15s, it was quite the year for them. One of their best in recent memory, certainly the best since I started covering them. And for you, Chris, you don't have any other experience, but Notre Dame went from a lower seed in the consolation portion of the Big Ten to the top overall seed, and they ended up falling short to Ohio State in the finals in a classic game.
Great game. And then Wheeling, of course, who just ran riot on everybody in the national stage. But what a season. It was a great debut season for me. I was happy with how it went. I know, Charlie, you talked about the past, but I mean, I was living it up watching this Notre Dame team.
It was certainly a lot of fun, and they're going to get bailed out there, as it looked like there was space on the right flank for one of the Bronco players, but it goes off his hands for a knock-on, a little bit of a low pass.
Yeah, sloppy right there. They had a great chance, Western Michigan, to stampede into the try zone. As for the Irish, excited to see a lot of familiar faces, but also guys that maybe we didn't see as much in 15. Zach Banton is starting on the bench from London. He's a freshman, and he's a guy. He's actually going to check in just about a minute, it looks like. So much speed. Be great to see him on the field, and no, he's actually going to go into the dugout.
Yeah, well, one of the things I'm noticing just looking out of the field, Notre Dame players who are not in the starting lineup standing out in the rain. Western Michigan players not on the field or in their dugout. So interesting to see if it's more of a intimidation tactic, if you're doing it, we're doing a tactic. But either way, the Irish voluntarily getting just a little wet. The rain was coming down at a moderate pace. It seems to have already slowed. Not quite like the rain yesterday morning, Chris. It woke me up before my alarm. The thunderstorm felt like the dorm was about to shake.
I hid under my bed. I was really scared. But no, it was talk about a thunderstorm yesterday. Lightning strikes. It was dangerous to go outside, and I had to delay my studying a little bit because
any excuse to delay the studying.
Exactly.
Huh?
Couldn't walk to the library in those conditions.
I'm with you on that one. See what the Irish can do. They're pinned deep in their own territory. There's a great play by the ankle. Ball's free, and it's picked up by Patrick Jennings. May have saved a disaster there for Notre Dame. Western Michigan has been way more aggressive and impressive to start this game against the higher-seeded Fighting Irish, who don't come in as a 1 seed. Their head coach, Justin Hickey, we're very thankful for how he works with us and for all he's done to set up this event. And he was part of the scene. There's a dangerous pass picked up by the Broncos. They're playing with advantage right now, and they're going to take advantage of that all the way into the try zone.
Try awarded Western Michigan.
2 tries for Western Michigan this first half, and they're officially on upset watch today.
That was just such a dangerous pass right there, and Western Michigan doesn't convert the conversion, but it's just not high IQ plays. You need to play the high percentage pass, and if the high percentage pass is not on, you don't offload it. So not ideal for Notre Dame, but they're not out. They still have 7 minutes and 50 seconds to figure something out.
And give credit to the Broncos for pinning Notre Dame deep in their own side and forcing that bad pass. And
Broncos to boot it away.
so have to see how Notre Dame can respond. It's a single elimination bracket, so not much room for error. And speaking of error, the kick is all right. Not sure if that made it the required 10 meters. Even if it did, it was carried into touch
Western Michigan carries into
by one of the Broncos, and that's exactly what the ruling is. It was a short kick, but it took a favorable hop, but not favorable enough. Underhanded line out for the Irish, and they'll get to work. It's right into the gut of Connor Mulligan.
Would be great to see number 4 for Notre Dame, Philip Guinan. We did not see him in the fall 15 season, the freshman from Dublin, Ireland, putting the Irish in the fight in Irish, and he was a highly touted recruit coming out of what they call college, but actually high school overseas in Ireland. And
What a tackle. Sorry to interrupt.
No, all good. Wow.
WWE type hit. Go on about a lot of good stuff there about Guinan, but Jackson Graham is going to take it up the right touchline, and a huge play for the Irish at the end of the half.
Take it under the post.
Give it to one of your consistently best players all year, and Graham is going to score huge points for Notre Dame as things were looking bleak, but he just used his foot speed and got to the try zone. And there's Guinan to knock it through and bring it to a 5-point deficit. At the half, it's Western Michigan 12, Notre Dame 7, with just 7 minutes to play, and the Broncos looking to pull off the upset and advance to the Elite Eight when we return. Broncos will kick it off to start the second half. It would have been really great for them if they had been able to enter halftime with a 12-point lead. Notre Dame instill some doubt, scoring to cut the deficit to 5. There's a tackle on Philip Guinan, who we were talking about at the end of the first half there, Chris, someone who Justin Hickey was not shy to say would have been super helpful for them in the 15 season, and they're so happy he's finally medically cleared.
Yeah, he's going to be a huge asset to this team, and Notre Dame looking a little stronger than they did to start the first half. It just wasn't a good start, but Notre Dame found their rhythm. Jackson Graham was able to explode. He did that in the fall season. I don't remember, off the kickoff. Jackson Graham,
remember that
ran
play.
It back. One of the most bizarre rugby plays I've ever seen. So,
and that was in a game where neither team really had anything going, and all of a sudden Graham made that play, and here's Zach Banton making the play. Wow! Tackle from behind. What a play by the Broncos. Saving the try. Another tackle. But now it's given to Banton, who's not going to be caught this time. Zach Banton has tied it. Now it's official. It's great defense originally by the Broncos, but Banton just too much to handle in the end.
Briefly mentioned Banton in the first half as a substitute. Coming in hot to start this second half. Just so fast. He played out on the wing in the 15 season. Whenever he played, he's like a ballerina of sorts out there. Just such light feet. And no one can stop him. He's a huge guy, too. So hard to take down. So, huge play for Notre Dame, and they have themselves a lead. It was a scary start.
Certainly was, and couldn't get a look at which Western Michigan player that was who saved the try with the initial tackle. Might have been Conrad Kulat, number 15 in white. They're Western Michigan wearing white uniforms with yellow numbers, not exactly making it easy on us here up in the press box. Of course, they've got that pretty solid shade of brown as well as one of their colors. And Western Michigan got to give their hockey team a shout out. Double overtime victory in the college hockey playoff. That was 2 days ago, which means they're playing again today, looking to advance to the Frozen Four. And great program and pretty solid rugby program as well. So the Athletics at Western Michigan, a pretty familiar team here on Notre Dame's campus, and many of the spring sports, baseball, softball, even lacrosse, they'll play midweek games against the Irish just because it's not much travel distance. And of course they're most known for their hockey team, which is just 3 wins away from a national championship. Their rugby team, 4 wins away from a championship here today. It wouldn't quite be a national championship, but it would be a pretty solid tournament win for a team that has at times struggled. They're moving the ball pretty effectively now. Good catch up high, but it's dropped in and out of the hands, and unhappily so for Western Michigan. It's not called a knock on. It was Nicholas Dorn. I remember from the game in the fall, played pretty solidly. And there he had an opportunity to do something, but it fell out of his hands, and we have some substitutions. Quick ones at that for the Broncos. They're gonna get a line out of it, so not a complete disaster for them, and the line out's gonna go short. Danny Long will give it off to his left. One more, and it's in and out of the hands, and the Broncos kind of killing themselves right now.
Yeah, second time that's happened where they've had what you could call a clear chance. It was many meters away from the try zone there, but in the first half, very similar scenario out in the other corner of the pitch, attacking the other side of the field, and that's just, again, another self-inflicted error. That one's going to hurt, especially if the Irish are able to prevail today and Western Michigan watches this one back. So close right there yet again.
Yeah, a couple opportunities for them that have gone by the wayside because of just drops. So we have some score updates for you while we get a moment here as Broncos force the turnover. In the D1 club pool, SLU has dropped out. They have no points through 2 games. They've officially goes in the books as 28-0 shutouts. So Illinois and Grand Valley State University pick up free wins. Here's Zach Banton. Boy, can he fly. He's going to cut it to the outside, and he's going to go all the way. No opportunity to give you score updates when Zach Benton has the ball in his hands, and he's got his second try of the half.
You think he's going one way, goes the other. You think he's going that way again, goes the other. Zach Benton just so agile, and oh man.
Fun to watch when the freshman from London gets going. He burst onto the scene with a 4-try game to open his collegiate career in the 15-on-15 season. And this is really where he will shine. This is definitely an area where Benton is one of the best on the Notre Dame team, taking advantage of his skill set there, and with the successful conversion, a big, important one at that. Notre Dame now with a 2-possession lead in the final minute. 21 unanswered points for Notre Dame.
Yeah, and they just said here in the press box, some of the Notre Dame guys watching, getting out of the rain, give it to Zach. That could be a great strategy for Notre Dame when they're in doubt today. Of course, just such a great outlet pass, great guy to find. Holds the line for Notre Dame really well defensively, and then when they're attacking, you give it to him and magic can happen. He is a difference maker, and that's what makes those great players great. They can change a game by themselves, exactly what Benton's done today.
It's like, I'd say this would be an appropriate time to make this reference. It's like, just give it to Jokic. Even if he's 3/4 of the way from the basket he's trying to score on, he can throw it and get it in. What a shot that was for the star NBA player. Was that last night? Was that 2 nights ago?
I think it was last night, yeah. Woke up to that on Instagram, scrolling reels to start the morning.
I mean, what else do you do?
Nah, not much.
Zach Benton isn't going to make a half-court shot, but he is going to score tries from anywhere on the field using his speed, and he showed it there as giveaway and a happy birthday present to Philip Guinan. And he's got his first career home try in his collegiate career, getting a game winner at Stinson, and that is going to do it. Pending the conversion, Notre Dame now 26 unanswered points to advance to the Elite Eight after it looked like for a while Western Michigan came out flying in this game, but it just didn't happen for them in the second half. And so Guinan gets the score.
You got to give credit to the Broncos, too. I mean, no one was really expecting him to win this game. They put up 12 points. They put Notre Dame on upset watch for much of the first half. So they were able to stick in this one, but the Irish, that was a great wake-up call. I think that's exactly what they needed. It was almost like dumping your face in the cold Saratoga water to start the morning, right? So that's great from Notre Dame, and
the pop culture references are on point today.
Yeah, we were trying around here.
Yeah, we're aware. And when we come back, it'll be the last game before we take a quick break. Aquinas versus Thomas More on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. We'll step aside briefly and be back soon.
Will feature Thomas More and Aquinas.
Final game before we take a quick 20-minute break. The pace is picking up as the teams try to stay on schedule. Thomas More and Aquinas battling it out. Thomas More technically the favorite in today's game, but this should be a good one, Chris.
It's going to be a great one, and Thomas More in the 15th season was the one team who really gave Wheeling a run for their money. They beat Wheeling in the Big Rivers regular season, I believe, and they're one of the better teams in the nation. It's going to be a great game and yet another good jersey matchup.
Yeah, it is indeed, as we've got I'm quite a fan of these blue shorts and blue socks to go along with the blue and white striped uniform. I have to say, I like the all blue on the bottoms. Goes well with the jersey.
Thomas More, a great program, 2021 15s D2 national champions. They qualified in Division I rather in 2022, went all the way to the semifinals in the 15 season, and then made a run at it in sevens as well. So the Saints are marching. Great program.
It's funny you mentioned the Saints are marching. We've heard and got confirmation both these universities have Saints as their mascots, so we're just going to stick to the school names. And here's Thomas More going out to the far flank, or the near flank, I should say, and a broken tackle along the left side, and a quick score for Thomas More. And they're on the board just a minute and 40 seconds in.
Electric start, fantastic ball movement, and Thomas More have an early 5. And just by the looks of it off the eye test, they have a good mix of some bigger bodies with the smaller, faster players. So makes for a great sevens roster.
Yeah, you need a little bit of size, but you want the speed, the game-changing ability on the wings. And so a quick strike
Thomas More, boot of the way.
for the blue and white Saints. So we'll see how Aquinas can respond. That kick will end up into touch over on the far side. Aquinas out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Her mascot, a Saint Bernard, so not quite the Saints you're thinking of when you hear the word Saint. My mind usually, as a good Catholic, goes to the church, but Saint Bernards, I suppose, would be more appropriate.
That's the mascot across the street, actually, at Holy Cross College. The same Saints and St. Bernards, so shout out to the St. Bernards. But
nice shameless plug.
Yeah, you have to for the culture, if you will.
Seems like a good time to get to some other scores. We'll go on the D1 club bracket first. We saw Oregon State defeat Minnesota 24-7. Indiana Tech, a 29-14 victory over Loyola. Illinois picking up the free win as SLU did not make an appearance today. University of Chicago defeating Indiana's second team 24-0. And not currently going on, but next slate of games will be Louisville against Loyola, and would have been Grand Valley State against SLU, but SLU, again, a no-show today. So a free 28-0 win for Grand Valley State.
Meanwhile, Aquinas making some great moves.
Look at that juke. That was a nice-looking try to tie the game. Great moves from Marcel Denishen.
Yeah, Denishen had the offload. It was Archie Felming with the assist right there, the senior member of this Aquinas team, and Felming was pivotal throughout that whole build-up.
Good little give and go.
2 minutes left to play in the first half.
And it was Denishen who brought it in. We got a tie game here with 2 minutes to go. We've had a great first game on this field in terms of close game. Last game was close for a little bit, but in general, you're getting the sense that it's pretty clear which team is the better team early on. Not getting that vibe in this game.
No, very even, and good amounts of international players on both sides. Denishen, who just scored the tries from South Africa. Meanwhile, just talked about the guy who recorded the assist, Felming from England. So, worldwide teams here.
Yeah, it's a worldwide sport, and you can find a lot of talent overseas. And sometimes you find these schools that really only recruit in-state, and sometimes you find ones that barely recruit in-country. And I would say that Thomas More, an example, and Aquinas, but both kind of teams that are willing to put in the extra effort, and put in the resources to recruit from wherever they can find the talent. So we have a little bit of confusion with the ball. We have a penalty. Not agreeing with the call, but it goes against Aquinas. Both the player and the fan didn't like it. Gavin Thompson was in there.
Haven't seen Thomas More move into their attacking half much, or if at all, in this first half. That should be their point of focus come the second half. It's been mainly all Aquinas.
Yeah, they give it away here, though. Jacob Easterling breaks a tackle. There's a decent contingent of Aquinas fans here today, and they're going to be happy as Easterling brings it in for the score as the rain starts to pick up. And so a late score in the half. We've seen a couple games now, Chris, where these late scores really swing momentum in the games.
Yeah, I've seen it many times, and just, again, it builds confidence going into the second half, and that's a lot about what this Rugby Sevens is. If you're feeling like you can beat them, well, why not, right? So it's all a mental game as well. Coach Justin Hickey for Notre Dame was talking to us yesterday. Once this day will start moving on, more and more teams, it's all going to be about mental capacity. Who can stay at 100%? Who can stay sharp? Who can, go through the fire? And we'll see in this second half in this one.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll get second half action. It's a 7-point lead for Aquinas at the break. Last half before a quick break here at Stinson Rugby Field. Aquinas and Thomas More with the Maroon Saints up over the Blue and White Saints, 12-5 at the break. Clock starts, kick is up. And we'll see what Thomas More can get in the attacking half for the first time since their try, and that's not going to be a good start. Ball is bouncing around, it's turned over, and it's picked up. And breaking a couple hits and offloading it. Wow, what a start to the half. Zach Bester found Denishin, who's in for his second try of the game, and that connection for the second time leads to the try.
Umbrellas, the brave ones that are sitting down on the metal bleachers, that is. Meanwhile, everybody else under the trying to find shelter right now. This is classic South Bend weather.
Yeah, it doesn't get much more. Actually, it does get much more South Bend than this. It's a little warm.
Yeah, that's right. Too warm to be classic, but almost classic.
Say the precipitation at this time is about normal, and you mentioned the metal bleachers, not a fun spectator experience for spectators, both now, of course, in the rain, but it's going to ruin the bleachers for the rest of the day. So it's Aquinas with the big 19-5 lead. At first, we were unsure who is going to be the favorite in this game, but I think the way Aquinas is playing, Thomas More not getting anything going, and they're still struggling to even get the ball at this point.
I think Thomas More will be disappointed if they're not able to find their way back into this game to at least compete a little, because they beat Aquinas in the fall 15 season. Thomas More won 36-21 in that matchup. So just something to note right there. Again, Thomas More definitely more of a 15s team. They were one of the better teams in the land in the 15 season. Right now, number 86 on Rugby Hawk for sevens. So perhaps not the same roster, but again, they've beaten this program before.
Yeah, and that went into the seeding for this, which is why they're the higher seed today. And you know, I haven't seen the full slate of competition in this bracket, but I'd go out and say this feels like a very good first-round matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
Between two teams that, you know, ideally could, in different seedings and brackets, find their way into the second round each, and now it's going to be the rugby equivalent of the safety.
Yeah, and I want to just retract on a statement I made in the first half regarding Thomas More as well in the 15th season. I said they beat Wheeling in the regular season. It was actually rather in the Big Rivers championship game. So they won the conference against one of the best teams in the country. They lost to them in the regular season, however.
Just not happening here for them. And you know, being the Notre Dame rugby voices and fans, we know that it's not so uncommon for you to beat a team in the regular season, then lose to them in the conference championship, as the Irish lost to the Buckeyes in the Big Ten championship. And another try for Aquinas, and I think that was Denishin again for the hat trick.
Wow, what a day. So far, the MVP for Fighting Irish Sevens is Denishin.
He's just picked it up off the scrum after his defense forced Thomas More into nothing. And Marcel Denishin, the senior, making the most of his trip to South Bend. 24 unanswered points now for Aquinas. Second straight game, we've seen a team score 20 or more unanswered points after falling behind early.
Yeah, and for Denishin, he just has such a quick first step, right? He gets the ball, a bunch of guys crowded right at the try line, but he just explodes, and it's so hard when you're in a tight area like that to contain someone with that capability, and he's a great athlete on full display, as you mentioned, Charlie.
And once again, Thomas More just getting backed up. He's close to a high tackle. It's not called, and spinning down as the ball carrier is turned over. All of a sudden, Aquinas has the ball back, and a space up the middle, another offload. Rolling towards the try zone, no signal yet. Looked like he was in. Now the signal comes. The try is scored. So another 5 points for Aquinas, and looked like it was brought over by Jack O'Malley. His teammate there as well, but it's O'Malley, the lefty kicker, who's going to miss to the left, but still 29-5 as Aquinas is pulled away.
Great defense, too, from Aquinas, because they have not let Thomas More find anything offensively. And whether or not the roster has changed from the 15s, this is still a very good Thomas More program. So to be able to totally shut them down and barely allow them to cross the 22-meter line is just a great feat. And you want to talk about more teams to watch on the day, Aquinas making a statement that, hey, we're one of the best teams in town right now.
Yeah, you don't really see, I certainly haven't seen cases like this where when a team gets the ball, they really only have a chance to go backwards and then they turn it over. And that's what the boat Thomas More is in right now, is this Aquinas defense has been absolutely hawking on the ball. So they do again. And force the penalty. The ref will slow the game down. We're under a minute to go. So the rain continues to come down. Again, we've got a buffer on this field and this stream for the next 20 minutes at the conclusion of this game. A couple games in the D3 pool going on simultaneously.
And meanwhile, on the field, it's been good to see how everybody's getting under their tents, especially the Xavier
Oh, the
Musketeers.
Xavier tent. So I guess what we're looking at here is that it's not 2 tents for Xavier. They've got 2 cloths, but one of them's on the side and one of them's on top. So it's like think about your traditional beach tent with it's just like 4 poles you stick into the sand and then a cover to keep you in the shade. Well, they've got like a wind-breaking cover as well, so we'll keep you updated on the Xavier tent situation as that continues to become a storyline today. Looks like they've figured that out.
Making it work. A little crooked, but give it
The wind is blowing it. See if it can hang up. This is fun to watch as this game winds down. A strong tackle as Aquinas' defense continues to be about as relentless as can be. And they're not going to be able to be relentless anymore, only because the game is over. And so handshakes between a couple players. Aquinas is moving on to the Elite Eight. Thomas More no longer in contention for the championship. And with that, we're going to take a semi-extended break. When we come back at 11 a.m., we've got a D1 club game between Grand Valley State and SLU. Actually, I lied. We don't have that game as that one was already decided 28-0. So we're not back until 11:20 when we're going to get to see Wheeling against Marian in a first of 4 straight premier bracket games, including 2 that are in the Elite Eight format. We are so excited to bring you those when we come back on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Scan the QR code at the break to see all game results from all 4 brackets and keep up to date on the team you're cheering for. We'll step aside and come back with some more action. Welcome you back a little bit early as we had a field switch, so we got an extra game for you today. Here at 11, it's Louisville Cardinals against the Loyola Chicago Ramblers, which was originally scheduled to be on Field 2. Again, if you're looking for a stream to Field 2, which has no game going on right now, but you can find it in one of the comments, in the comment section of this YouTube stream, as it'll be the Cardinals kicking it off, and that's going to land in no man's land. It actually is going to land in the hands of a friendly face. So Louisville gets to start with possession. And a great pass out wide. That did not take long, just 16 seconds into the game. And it's brought into the try zone for the score by Ryan Camerata.
Well, welcome back to the stream, everybody. Wow, what a start. That is picture perfect for the Cardinals, who we actually had announced this past fall, I believe, right here.
Certainly
at
did.
Stinson Rugby Field. Played Notre Dame. Louisville right now ranked number 8. They're 3-0 on the season, ranked 8 in the Rugby Hawk standings, meanwhile Loyola Chicago into the 200 territory. So a bit of a difference between the two sides today.
Yeah, this one, especially if Louisville is going to be able to score with that kind of efficiency, could go quick. We got you some scores from some action while the games today in the D1 club bracket. Indiana Tech beat this Loyola team 29-14. This is Louisville's first game. That's Pool A. In Pool V, Illinois and Grand Valley both with wins by default, as St. Louis University did not show up for action today. In Pool C, University of Chicago defeating Indiana's second team 24-0. And in Pool D, as we saw earlier this morning on stream, Oregon State with the 24-7 win over Minnesota. In terms of the Premier Division, Walsh moves on, victory over Harvard. They're in the Elite Eight. So is Marian. They pick up the 5-point win, 31-26 over Rio Grande. Wheeling advances in a close one versus Adrien, 26-17. So some real close games in the Premier bracket. Notre Dame, 26 unanswered points against Western Michigan to advance. And they will be playing against ICCC's top team, who defeated Michigan. That's a relatively important upset for the Iowa Central Community College Tritons, picking up the win there. Kutztown defeating Wyoming 24-5. Aquinas advancing over Thomas More. And Indiana with a shutout against Notre Dame's B team, blue and white team, to advance as well. So a lot going on in the Premier bracket. In the D3 bracket, leading the way so far is Slippery Rock with 83 points for and 0 points against. What a start for them, 2-0. They are ICCC's second team, 0-2 on the flip side. Xavier has a win over them. Hillsdale has a loss to Slippery Rock. And that's in Pool A. In Pool B, University of Wisconsin Eau Claire, as we've gotten clarification on the pronunciation. 2-0. We had a tie between Wabash and Christendom. Christendom also has a loss to Eau Claire, as does Curry College. And so that's what it looks like in the Division III bracket. In the reserve pool, there have only been 2 games, Louisville and Michigan. Not this Louisville, the reserve Louisville. Both have wins. Purdue and Western Michigan have losses in some lower scoring affairs, including Michigan defeating the Broncos 10-5 in one of the lowest scoring games you'll see. 7-on-7 setup, and we'll see if Louisville can add to their lead. Speed on the left side, and they're going to do just that. Brought in for the try by Jack Eberly, who downs it, and he just outran his man along the left flank.
Yeah, again, just a totally dominant play by Louisville. Great movement to find the open patch of turf right here on the near side of your screen. And Louisville, again, just exploding for a try. They won the national championship last year, not in the same division as Wheeling. Of course, in college rugby, there are several different divisions. So Wheeling won at the top of the ladder, if you will, and then Louisville were just right behind. But national champions, and they are one of the best sevens programs in the whole country.
And they're showing it now with a 10-0 lead. You mentioned at the top of the broadcast for this game, they come in ranked number 8 in their division, and getting a little bit of a sense there as you can just see the raw talent in their first 2 tries, just outrunning these Rambler defenders. Now another ball's loose on the ground. Loyola Chicago picks it up. I think both players of both teams thought there might be a whistle and a stoppage, but they play on.
And just for some clarification, Louisville won the Division I Club Sevens National Championship. So
and that's the division they're in right now, looking to repeat on top.
And no reason why they can't. Number 8 on Rugby Hawk, and just looking at it, Charlie, they are totally just
Ball hasn't left
dominating
this
right
side
now.
of the
Yeah,
pitch.
I mean, they are well inside their own, or their opposite 22-meter line. That's their home right now, and looking to attack yet again. Some great moves.
That was beautiful. And the second try of the game for Camerata made the Rambler defender look like he was on skates. 15-0 Louisville as they put up a 3-try performance here in half number 1. So we get another look. I get another look at that move, and untouched into the try zone. Just one jab step left, Chris, and he was gone.
Yeah, we saw with Zach Banton in the Notre Dame game, one thing that is going to make a great rugby sevens player great is deception, their ability to deceive the defender, and right there, it's exactly what he does as he storms in for a try. Great work.
This Louisville team led by Emil Walton, assisted by Clay Wade and John Henry Karsten's a great staff for the Cardinals, and they're up 17-0. And this is the closest the ball has been for Loyola Chicago, is at the midfield line when Louisville's kicking it away. Have had no luck against this Cardinals defense and being forced into turnovers and not getting enough stops on defense either. There's a strong tackle by Marian McLaurin. And he makes another tackle. Number 19 in white, very active. And the ball is taken away, picked up and carried along by Gus Dwyer, trying to get to the corner, and he's going to do so. So now a 4th try in the half for Louisville as Dwyer downs it, and the Cardinals up big at the half.
Again, just so electric, and it starts defensively. We briefly mentioned it. It's just been all Louisville. They've had the ball this whole half in their own attacking half of the pitch, but another reason for that is because every time Loyola Chicago gets it, Louisville wins it right back. So, again, great defensive effort, and Louisville, it's hard to imagine that Loyola Chicago comes back right now. I mean, Louisville with such a huge lead, 24-0 at the half.
Yeah, the conversion is good to make it 24, as Chris said, and so we'll step aside. While we're at halftime, feel free to scan the QR code on screen. I know I verbally gave all the results from the action today, but it's probably best if you're able to see them yourself. You do so by scanning the QR code and get a look at all the action from all 4 brackets today. We'll step aside briefly and be back for the second half. just about set for the second half here with Louisville up big against Loyola Chicago, looking to move to 1-0 in the D1 Club Pool A. They're the only team in the pool who hasn't played yet. Hopefully during halftime you get the opportunity to scan that code and see the Google Sheet that my partner Chris Daly and I have been looking at all day to try to keep ourselves up to date on the games that are not streamed on this field. And there's 2 stream links for Fields 1 and Fields 2. There's also a Field 3 and Field 4, which are not able to be watched, but we'll do our best to keep you updated on that, and those will be updated on that spreadsheet, which you'll get another opportunity to scan if you missed it at the conclusion of this game. And after this game, it will be 4 straight games in the Premier Division, 2 more semifinal matches, or excuse me, we're getting right into the Elite 8. 4 straight in the Elite 8.
There we go.
And the rest of the important games for the Premier Division will be on this field. Is a good tackle. And now a takeaway. And it's given right back. As trying to keep it in touch for Loyola Chicago is Matt Slattery, and did a good job of that, but unfortunately had no help.
It took Louisville 2 seconds to find the other side of the pitch.
I mean, that is some crazy work over on the far side. How did he get the edge? And he's going to go all the way in, uncontested. That, I feel like I've said the word speed about 10 times per game, but what else are you going to say when you see a player turn nothing into something? It looked like the angle was taken away from the Cardinals over on the far side, but not the case. And they score early in this second half. They now have 5 tries in the game. And now 3 for 5 on conversions as well. And it's been a dominant performance for them so far.
Yeah, Marian McLaurin, who was the try scorer there, but as I briefly alluded to, Charlie, it feels like within the span of a second, Loyola Chicago lets up the ball. They try to keep it in play. They offload it back. Louisville, of course, wins it. And 2 seconds later, they're towards their own dugout, attacking and just about scoring a try. So a great piece of teamwork there from Louisville to swing the ball around and just circulating it all around this huge field here at Stinson Rugby Field.
Yeah, so much space, and you can see the best teams taking advantage of that. There's another strong tackle.
Man.
I mean, for as good as Louisville's offense has been, I think I've been more impressed with the defense. Almost as good. I say almost because Aquinas' defense was absolute lockdown against a good team in Thomas More. This Louisville defense has been equally locked down today against Loyola. As we get a scrum from the 5-meter line coming as Aquinas downs it in their own try zone. So another golden opportunity. Or perhaps a try scored. Not sure what's going on. And it looks like it will be a try, actually. I thought for some reason Louisville had downed it in their own try zone, but it was actually a good score for the Ramblers. And so they're on the board. Just well done by them to kick it ahead and make something happen.
Yeah, you said it, Charlie. Making something happen right there. Just kicks it ahead, and a little bit of a 50-50 ball. It was Loyola who gets there first, and it's good to see that they're still fighting, you know. This is a team very much outmatched. A lot of these guys have never played rugby before against a team who are reigning national champions. And Loyola Chicago's head coach, Sal Carfagno, has just been a great member for this Loyola Chicago team now since 2018. Was a player, and he was actually a coach for a year after graduation. He left. He didn't plan on becoming the coach again. They had nobody, and he didn't want to leave these kids stranded. So he came back to coach again. Just a great guy and a great servant to their program.
And it was his player, Chris Camerdiner, that was able to score the try, and it's going to be responded right back. Dylan Judd, who's been very impressive for Louisville today, and he's on the board now with a try right down the middle. So the offense for the Cardinals looks unstoppable right now, Chris.
It does. Dylan Judd out of Maryland. He played back in high school, and he's been one of their star players, even in the 15 seasons, was a big recruit. And we talk about it a lot, about individuals, especially in sevens, where you have such an open field, just taking the lead for their teams. And Dylan Judd on that instance does exactly that for the Cardinals.
And despite the lopsided score, you got to be happy if you're head coach Emil Walton for Louisville and seeing the response after giving up a try. That'll be important to have a response like that in future more important games for them. This one all but over, and it looks like they might have an opportunity to score again as it's given off by Donlin. Cameron Donlin looks like he's about to get it back. But the penalty is against Louisville for entering from the side. And so here come the Ramblers. Good one-handed catch in the middle of the monogram. Skip pass is bobbled. Bobbled again, so an unfortunate error for an unhappy Nick Lowe.
Unlucky right there. You have to think the rain, that's where it starts to play a factor.
100%.
Just a little bit, right?
Still coming down. It was supposed to only come down for less than an hour, and we're approaching that number now. It continues to look worse. It's supposed to, according to my weather app, live update, stop in 5 minutes, start again 17 minutes later. 85% chance through the 12 p.m. hour, down to 25% by the 1 p.m. hour. But
that's good.
No matter how you cut it, it's warm, thankfully, but a little windy, a little rainy. So weather's certainly gotten worse as the day has gone along.
I was about to ask you, at 1:20, is it going to be raining? That's when the tacos for us.
Yeah, the June Buggies taco stand. Everyone gets excited about that. Our PA announcer, Luke Ronsky, has already made a couple mentions to those who are in attendance today, battling the conditions to watch their teams and their players go out there and compete. There's June Buggies available for us too, thankfully, as we're going to be here all day. 7 a.m. call time this morning. We're going to be here till almost 7 p.m. this evening. Wouldn't have it any other way, bringing you some electric 7-on-7 rugby action, and another try scored by Dylan Judd. He downs it in the middle and continues to add on in this blowout victory with just 10 seconds to go on the clock, and Louisville comfortably going to move atop the standings in D1 Club Bracket Pool A.
Yeah, it's hard to judge, right, how good this Louisville team is. Perhaps they haven't had a competition who maybe can match their physical prowess today, at least in this first game. But you can see just the basic fundamentals of how they play. The ball movement was superb all day long, and they had two open guys right out there on the left as they just march in, and 45-5. That's the biggest blowout we've seen so far.
It certainly is. It's not the biggest blowout of the day, but it's the biggest one on this field and the biggest offensive output as well. So with that, we're going to step aside for just a couple seconds. When we come back, we start the Elite Eight in the Premier Bracket. 4 straight quarterfinal games. It only gets better from here. Stay with us. Very excited to bring you Elite Eight quarterfinal, however you want to put it, action in the premier bracket of this Fighting Irish Invitational 7-on-7 tournament. It's the Wheeling Cardinals coming off their victory against Adrien, against the Marian Knights coming off their victory against Rio Grande. And wow, that didn't take long, did it? Early score, and Wheeling showing why they're one of the favorites to win it all. That was 20 seconds in. Couldn't even see the ball over some umbrellas in front of us. I just saw it on the ground in the try zone, and 5-0.
Yeah, Alex Nyamunda, one of the best players in the country, was an NCR All-American this past fall in the 15 season, and he just shows why he's one of the best in the business. A lot of international players on this Wheeling team, many of them coming from Zimbabwe. Nyamunda is one of those players, and yeah, you talk about a start. Another quick start. We had a quick start last game, too.
There was a steal, an offload, one steal, one pass, one juke, and then one try, and then one conversion. And so Wheeling very content to kick it deep and try to pin this team back. It's going to succeed again. It's going to be recovered in the try zone here by Marian, and they're going to have no choice but to down it.
Just some history on these two teams. We talked briefly, two very dominant programs. Wheeling coming off of a national championship in sevens last year, fell just short in 15s this past fall, but they are made for sevens. So many star athletes on this team, guys who can just explode. So they're going to be a very fun team to look out for. Marian very good as well, but if last year's result is worth
noting. Look at this rush. And Marian looking to get on board. What a tackle. As nearly breaking free was Dagan Fowley. And Marian scores. Or
wow.
What a play over on the far side, and a great response from the Knights.
Great response indeed. I was just about to mention, this game last year was 43-0. We already have more of a tightly contested match this time. Marian putting up some points.
And doing so with one real good killer pass to get through the D line. One great tackle to save it briefly, but that's all. It's not a bad conversion attempt from no angle. But it'll stay 7-5. But some Marian fans in attendance below us, and they were certainly very appreciative of their team's effort to get on the board. You mentioned the loss last year, shutout loss, so got to feel good to at least get some points no matter how it ends up.
Yeah, and also this is their first sevens game of the season, I believe. Wheeling, meanwhile, 5-0 so far on the year, so they played at the Nail City Sevens just about two weeks ago.
Getting a sense of why Wheeling is so good. They turn a very successful kickoff kick into a glorious scoring opportunity. The ref is going to let it go as one of the Wheeling players was being held back. Now some space for Fowley again, who's brought down. By the way, the try scorer, Casey Graybill, the freshman out of Westfield, Indiana, was able to bring it into the try zone. Oh, big hit there.
It was Clay Peters. I think he's an All-American for the hair team. He's got one heck of a cup of lots of physicality, both two very strong big teams.
This is some very impressive rugby, Chris. For all the games we've seen today, some have been close, some have not been. No matter how you cut it, this has been a very physical game. Referee letting them play. We've got a couple plays that could have been called, some not releasings.
Yeah.
Some holding the kicker, but no matter how you cut it, right now it's 7-5 game, and Marian very much alive against a favored Wheeling Cardinals.
Charlie, these two teams are going to be sore after this one, and in context of the rest of the tournament, you know, it's fun for the viewers and fun for the spectators, but both coaches must be thinking eventually they need to put points on the board. They can't keep this tightly contested because they're going to need to substitute so they can keep all their starters nice and rested. They don't want them banged up for later on.
And now finally a penalty called, and quick go the Cardinals. What a tackle there. Is a try saver from Tommaso Lorenzetti. Now it's in Lorenzetti's hands, so after getting the penalty and the ball, Wheeling gives it right back despite catching Marian a little off guard, and there's a strong tackle by Michael Mulea.
Great form on that tackle. Just
helps
picture
force
perfect.
The turnover, but it'll come back on the knock-on, and Mulea, excuse me, seemed to take a little bit out of Fowley, who went down and is slow getting up, but will meander his way back into position. So it'll be a scrum upcoming with just over a minute and a half to go. in half number 1. 7-5 Wheeling leads, and been a great game so far. If this is an indication of what kind of rugby we're going to see the rest of the way in the Premier Division, sign me up, Chris.
Yeah, sign me up as well. And this is just beautiful. How rugby is really meant to be played.
This is fun to watch, and Nyamunda is also fun to watch. He is going to score his second try of the game. Actually, he's going to pass it off. What an unselfish play to pick up the assist and allow his teammate Lawuya Bata to down it for the try. And so a try and an assist for Nyamunda, and Wheeling adds to their lead.
Bata, 5'6". You would never guess it, though. He's got a great build to him, and that's great. Maybe just teammates trying to get him on the board and get him some increase in the stat department here at the Fighting Irish Sevens.
A lot of recruitment overseas for this Wheeling team. We're talking about it a little bit throughout the broadcast, how you bring in talent. This Marian team pretty much entirely from Indiana. They have Eric Reed from Illinois, and they have Nori Inglis from Scotland, Mac Bridges from England, and Tommaso Lorenzetti from Italy. But other than that, the entire Sevens roster from the state of Indiana, and you could not say that about this Wheeling team, who's very interested and very good at recruiting, not just overseas, but from a very particular location in Africa where they continue to grab their talent from.
Yeah, it's almost become a feeder university of sorts, and the guys are just relentless. They really appreciate the opportunity to come to the States and play at such a high level at such amazing facilities too. And
this Marian offense has been getting to work a little bit here. They're playing with some real intensity.
yeah, you would have
Trying to get on the board before this half ends. That would be a huge deal if they were to do so, trailing by 2 scores in this game.
just meter by meter here. You're not going to beat Wheeling with your speed, and you could tell a little gas, so it's going to be a slow and tedious battle to get to the try line.
And they're going to break through as it's taken in and scored for the late half try. And what a play for the Knights. And they've got their other team that's here today down to our left absolutely fired up, cutting the deficit to 4.
That's great for Marian, because Marian, they look tired, Charlie. You could tell they needed that halftime break, and to just capture any points before the half is just so vital. And just well done to this Marian team, staying patient. They found the break and they took full advantage of it.
What a second half we're in store for. When we come back, it's a 2-point spread between two of the best. Marian will kick it away to Wheeling in what is quickly becoming obviously a very heavyweight matchup in this 7-on-7 tournament. The kick is a good one near the touchline. Nearly saved, but it does go into touch. So Wheeling will get possession. And got confirmation at halftime. This Wheeling team, strong composition of players recruited out of Zimbabwe as comparison to the Marian team, strong out of Indiana. So we're getting a little clash of two totally different recruiting strategies here. Whether it's going overseas or staying in state. So it'll be a scrum. And I feel like we've been a few games here since we've seen our last scrum after a lot of them early on.
Yeah, one great thing about sevens, and a reason why it's an Olympic sport now, it started back in 2016, is because of just how fast-paced it is, especially in today's day and age.
Picked off and tackled from behind is what a crazy sequence of events there. Nearly breaking through was Mac Bridges, but he lost the ball on a great tackle from behind. Boy, that would have been a huge break for the Knights.
Yeah, this Wheeling team is bigger, faster, stronger, but Marian, they got the heart. Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Marian so far, just staying in this game, not letting it get out of hand, and they have more than a chance. Only 14-12 with about 5.5 on the clock.
It's going to be a great finish, Chris. Stay buckled up as we're just over 5 minutes to go, and a lot can change in that amount of time in this format. But Wheeling survives the scare and retakes possession as they look to nurse this lead and perhaps even add to it. A little bit of space out wide. A lot of speed down the wing, and you can't give Shadrach Mandaza that kind of room, and that's why. Mandaza dives down for the try, and you could see that play developing from up here, Chris. Just can't give him the edge, and that's exactly what he took advantage of.
He wanted the ball. He was hopping on his toes. He was ready for that one, and Mandaza, he does not let opportunities go to waste. If he has one, he will take it. Scored 7 tries in their first tournament of the season, and he was the national MVP in the championship game last season. So, again, one of the better players in this country. Him alongside Nyamunda, who scored earlier, just two very successful sevens players.
And what a successful conversion that is from basically no angle off the upright and in. And that's important because it pushes it to a 2-possession lead. That one coming off the left foot of Ayub Jolly. And just to finish that point on Mandaza, as credit to you for this note, Chris, but 3 tries in the championship game where he was MVP. What a performance for him. And makes the play there, and could that be the one that pushes Wheeling over the edge? Certainly, if you're Marian, that's got to feel like a blow to your chances in a game that you are very much in.
Very much a gut punch, especially with Wheeling picking up possession here. Now it's very much about them draining the clock a little. That's what Wheeling's main goal should be, and if they do have a hole and a room to run in, of course, they'll take it.
Yeah, Magashi Mashigo with an excellent play to keep that kick in touch. Not only that, but deflect it to his teammate. And so that's allowing Wheeling to maintain possession of the ball. There's a good tackle at about the 22. Marian in need of a stop for any chance in this game. They might get it as the ball is dropped. Fumbles around, and it is going to be a knock-on, so a break for the Knights, and they will certainly take it. You can see some fatigue on the players on the field. Haven't seen too many substitutions by either side, although I haven't been keeping a total lookout for it. I feel like
yeah,
we've seen a lot more subs in previous games.
Yeah, and it's a much closer game, right? It's also just so physical out here. I mean, these guys, it's just hit after hit after hit. They are worn down now, and long-term speaking, Wheeling most likely victorious here. It's not good for them as they move ahead, and if Marian is somehow able to do something, they're going to need a couple ice baths after this one.
In case you're just joining us or unfamiliar with the format, each team gets 5 substitutions per game. You can use them at any time. You can take a player out, put them back in. Of course, that accounts for 2 substitutions if you choose to do that, but you only get a very short halftime break, and other than that, it's pretty much a gauntlet of a game, and you got to play multiple in a day. The winning team here is going to have to win 4 games today, all against premier competition that only gets better as it goes along. And Wheeling looking to be the first team to advance to the semifinals. Marian looking to change that. Tap and go here for Lorenzetti, who's going to give it off to Bridges. Bridges has a little bit of room. He's going to take it to the outside. Mac Bridges, can he get there? No signal yet. Did he step out of bounds? He did not. It's a try. What a rush from Bridges. And it's a game again with just over a minute to play.
Yeah, now they just need to get this ball back, but this team is just all grit.
Bridges, it's been impressive in this game, and most recent example of it there is clock ticks down to 45 seconds. It's a 4-point lead and very tough conversion attempt. Not bad wood on it, but it's going to miss way wide. Stays 21-17. Which you could argue that conversion didn't really mean anything. Marian needs the try anyway. Suppose you could kick for points, although we rarely ever see that in the 7-on-7 format.
Yeah, we rarely ever see it. Alex Goff, who's a big rugby journalist, probably the maybe only really prominent rugby journalist here for collegiate rugby in the United States, is a big proponent of that. But look at this. We have a game.
Here's Bridges. We'll offload it, but it's in and out of the hands of his intended target, Colby Seiler, and that could be the blow that ends the game, and it is, and so close for Marian. There's a little bit of discussion between some of the officials and some distraught Marian players. I think that is it, though. No controversy about this one. Wheeling survives. It wasn't pretty for them, but good teams find a way to win, and Wheeling's one of the best. And they're moving on to the semifinals at this Notre Dame Sevens Invitational. And we got another semifinal game coming up just after the break. It'll be Walsh against Kutztown. And boy, is that going to be a good one as well. We'll have that for you when we return.
Want to give a special shout out.
What a semifinal quarterfinal, I should say, we were just treated to at the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational. It was the Marian Knights battling tough the Wheeling Cardinals, and Wheeling comes out on top in our first one-possession game on this side of the field in that bracket. We did have our first game of the day was a 19-17 decision in the Division III bracket. Xavier picking up the win over the second team for Iowa Central Community College. But since then, it's been a couple blowouts on both sides in all the brackets. And finally, we see a close one. We get Kutztown, Golden Bears. They're in black uniforms with maroon shorts. They're taking on the Walsh Cavaliers, who we saw on this field earlier today, picking up a win over Harvard. And that's a good team, and they kind of gave it to Harvard a little bit in that one, Chris. Came away with the win.
Yeah, they did. Was really impressed with Walsh's defense in that matchup against Harvard. Did not allow the Crimson to do anything. Again, as for this matchup, this could be the best of the day so far. Walsh, number 9 in the Rugby Hawk rankings, 4-1 on the year. Kutztown, meanwhile, just not too far behind. They are 13, 5-4 on the year, perennial powerhouse in college rugby.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat the one we just saw, but if those rankings are any indication, certainly could be in store for just that.
And actually, these two teams did battle just a week ago, March 22nd. They played. Walsh prevailed 24-21, so a 3-point game. As you said, Charlie, buckle up. It's going to be a good one.
It is. And we'll see if you get that defense for the Cavaliers. See how they do against this Kutztown Golden Bears offense that in their last game to get to this point in the quarterfinals, it was played off screen on field 3. They defeated Wyoming 24-5, so only 5 points against. So maybe a battle of two defensive stalwarts here. And early indications indicate. The early indications seem to imply that that could be what we're in store for. 0-0 in the first few minutes, and it's only relevant because we've seen so many quick strikes in these games. And maybe we're going to get a change to that here, and we will. Right up the middle, Kutztown is going to score first. It's Rowan Sierra.
That's top notch from Rowan Sierra. Just totally explodes. Talk about guys with quick first steps. That's exactly what he has. Doesn't allow any Walsh defender to even really come close, and that's picture perfect from Kutztown.
So they strike first. Conversion is through from Jake Stelluti. We're just about halfway through the first half, and Golden Bears take the lead, looking to advance to the semifinals. Just a quick update on this Premier Division bracket. Wheeling is already in the semis. They would play the winner of this game. And then down on the other kind of half of the bracket, we got Iowa Central, their top team, against Notre Dame. Aquinas against Trine versus Indiana. Not sure who won that one. It was Indiana, and I guess I shouldn't be surprised. One of the premier rugby programs in the country, the Hoosiers are, and so they're coming off a victory against Notre Dame's second team, as unable to make it today was Trine. So not sure what we learned about the Hoosiers from that one, but either way, they're in the quarterfinals, and they're gonna have a chance to make it the semis as well. As its whistle will stop play here with 2:40 to go, and it's going to be penalty. It will give Kutztown the ball.
Yeah, called on Colby Orendorff for Kutztown. Or perhaps not, but
I think it's going to be a scrum here for the Golden Bears when against Walsh.
Yeah, I think Walsh is not too happy with that, but
I think
Orendorff he did have a penalty right after the knock-on from Walsh, so
obviously playing with advantage, whichever one happened first, that's what they go with. And so Kutztown ball, nice little play. Strong tackle on the near side. We've seen some good tackles today, and that most recent one against the ball carrier certainly qualifies.
Yeah, besides the crisp offloading, I think tackling is the biggest thing that we've seen that separate the Premier Division and the rest. A lot of the top programs are just so regimented, right, when they tackle, and they know exactly what they're doing. hurts to watch. It's definitely why they call rugby a game that your moms do not watch, because it is a scary sport.
I think we say it every broadcast because we mean it. We're very happy to be up here in the comfort of the press box as opposed to down there trying to battle it out with these phenomenal athletes.
I would already be in the hospital if I was down there, so good thing I'm up here today.
Kicked into touch and a little bit of progress for Walsh as they get it inside Golden Bears territory.
This is a great opportunity for Walsh because with time winding down, they would love to have something right before the half. We've seen a lot. The teams that score before halftime usually end up winning.
Yeah, it's a big momentum shift and a very close game. You never know when the momentum is going to play a factor as Kutztown down the right flank. Great chase down on the ball carrier. Finally brought down. Looked like it would have been a try there, but no such luck. And now it's offloaded again. But down over on the far side, just 15 seconds in the half, and we get a whistle and a stoppage.
Seen a lot of great defensive efforts from Rowan Sierra, number 6 on this Walsh team. Just very active defensively, especially on that possession, tracking back to stop a try from happening, as we also have an injury on the field for Walsh.
And one of the Cavaliers down and seeking medical attention as we get to our halftime break. It's Kutztown 7, Walsh 0 in a defensive battle with a trip to the semifinals on the line. We'll step aside. False alarm on the halftime. We're going to get a little bit more as both teams are kind of walking towards the dugouts, but there was no official halftime announcement, so we play on with no time on the clock in the first. Next dead ball will end the half. See if Golden Bears can take advantage before the half is over. Solid running and space up the middle, and they will do just that. The try is scored. The Golden Bears have a chance to double their lead at the end of the half, and boy, has that been a big decision to not go to halftime at 7-0, and instead, Chris, one of those late half tries that gives Kutztown this momentum.
That is such a gut punch for this Walsh team, who really hung in there, did pretty well. Not much offensively, but defensively, as you mentioned, these are two very good teams, and that's just an absolute sting to them right now headed into the half.
Conversion makes it 14-0, and now we'll step aside for halftime with Kutztown having doubled their lead since the false alarm. Kutztown a 14-0 advantage over Walsh with just 7 minutes to play. They'll kick it away to the Cavaliers, who are in desperate need of the next score in this game. Thanks so much for joining us on this Saturday. Still technically the morning, certainly doesn't feel like the morning anymore. We've been at it since 9 a.m. on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel for plenty of great action today. They get a skip pass to the far side, but it's in and out of the hands of the intended target, and that's kind of been the story of the day for Walsh in this game especially. Just inability to get any sort of offensive flow, and they commit the knock-on there. Now we'll get a substitution, as exiting the game is Rowan Sierra, who was the first try scorer of the game. So he'll get a chance to rest. And we figure with him coming out at the start of the second half, he's probably done for the game here. Could theoretically come back in, but that would be a pretty short break.
You'd have to imagine, and just banged up. That was a very physical, hard-hitting first half.
What an offload. Creative pass, and it's in the hands of Jake Stelluti. And Stelluti being chased by 3 Walsh players, but he's going to beat them all. What a pass and what a score.
Great team effort there all around. We talk a lot about individual brilliance today on this pitch, especially in sevens, guys who can step up. But it's always great when the team steps up and works together. You see that right there, a couple quick offloads and just steamroll their way to 5 points and have a chance to make it a few more.
Stelluti, the sophomore, also going to do the kicking. It's right down the middle. 21-0 for the Golden Bears. They look like a formidable force in the semifinals, assuming they are able to hold on to this lead as we're under 5 to play.
This is a big win considering Walsh is 4-1 on the year, number 9 in the Rugby Hawk rankings, but above all, 2023 national champions over at Notre Dame College before, as we talked about in their first game, and if you weren't with us, they had a little switch. Notre Dame College shut down. All the players went to Walsh. The coaching staff went to Walsh. So it's very much the same program, just in a different location with a different branding.
Good thing about this tournament is for a team like Walsh, even if they're unable to make this comeback, their day is not over. They're going to battle out for every single placement in this division. Got a lot of yellow on the master schedule, which again you can see at any break in the action, whether halftime or between games. There'll be a QR code on your screen. Scan that, go to the Google Sheet we've been using all day to keep track of game results, schedule updates. All of the above is nearly a dangerous pass, but it ends up working out, and Cavaliers maybe a chance to get on the board here. Great cutback move, but it's going to be whistled down. Referee's reaching for a card. He's going to pull out the yellow card. Didn't see what happened, but looks like it's going against Walsh, and so they'll play a man short and 21 points short. 3:30 to go. Maybe Harley Sherman jogging to the sideline.
That's a tough break for Walsh offensively. They had 2 striped jerseys compared to 5 black jerseys, and Kutztown is just dominating in all aspects of this game.
Another long try run for them. Make it 26-0 as they continue to absolutely dominate this Walsh team, which really looked good in their first game, but not today in this second game. And as the conclusion of this one nears, we'll look forward to the ICCC versus Notre Dame game to follow, and then Aquinas versus Indiana after for the final 2 spots in the semifinals of the Premier Division. And we get some key games in the D1 club section. Minnesota against Purdue, Bowling Green State against U Chicago. That'll wrap up our second chunk of games After that, we'll take a quick 20-minute break before we come back for some more semifinals action across all the different brackets. And then after we do that, we'll end that chunk with some consolation games in the premier bracket on this field. So we're seeing the best of the other three brackets, and we're seeing all of the games of the premier bracket pretty much. And lots of good stuff on this Stinson Rugby Field. Still games going on throughout the day on the other fields as well, but none compared to the action that's going to be on this stream for the rest of the day. 90 seconds to go. And a chance for the hat trick, and it's in. What a score along the far side, and Kutztown has blown it open. Now they have 31 and still 0 for Walsh.
Again, just love how Kutztown passes the ball. 1 second they're on the right side of the field, next second all the way towards their dugout, towards all the tents back there where all the teams are set up, and they are just moving there, grooving as well. And they are well on their way to the next round. Their head coach, Dr. Greg A. Jones, has been a Kutztown legend and a constant there at their university. He's been there for 36 years as the rugby coach. 2022 National Sevens champions as well.
It's always nice, no matter what the sport or what the school or who the coach is, to see someone show so much dedication, commitment to the program. Of course, we've seen a lot of that here at Notre Dame. You think about Deanna Gumpf, the all-time winningest Notre Dame athletic coach of all time. Softball, you think about Muffet McGraw. I just recently did the Georgia Tech versus Notre Dame baseball game that was here in South Bend. The Georgia Tech coach, Danny Hall, has been there for over 30 years as one of the legends of that realm. So many amazing coaches. It's great to see ones that can stick out for as long as Walsh's coach has.
Yeah, it's definitely a rarity in all of college athletics, and it's just a great sight to see. So, yeah, Dr. Jones, 36 years, and he would love another national championship. Kutztown, 31-0 in a national qualifier right now, well on their way to making a case and finding that trophy that Jones has been searching for now so many years.
He's going to get one step closer after the result of this game to at least a tournament victory today. As the time has officially hit 0, next dead ball will end it. Walsh just trying to get on the board now as the Cavaliers rumble it forward with Kraft, who stays on his feet. He's being tackled by his jersey. He's down by the 5. John Kraft, the junior, showing off a little bit of skill there. A little bit of chaos around the ball. Looks like it might be turned over. And it'll stay here with the Cavaliers. And a great pass and a try scored. Won't matter in the bracket, but a couple points for the Cavaliers to end their tournament championship hopes. And they get on the board and avoid the shutout.
Love the assist right there. Perfectly timed offload, and good for Walsh. Get some points on the board in this game, but such a difference from the last two games we announced to this one. Last two games, of course, super tightly contested, and then all of a sudden, right here, you have an absolute blowout at Stinson Rugby Field.
Not what we were expecting, but give credit to Kutztown for coming out and playing strong. We're a little behind schedule, so we're going to stay with you as we get set for ICCC, Iowa Central Community College, against Notre Dame. The Fighting Irish defeating Western Michigan in round 1. The Tritons defeating Michigan. Not Western Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, that is.
Yeah, the bad guys for Notre Dame. I'm sure they wanted to play their rivals.
Don't think we're allowed to say that. Well, I think any Notre Dame fan would agree.
No, for Notre Dame, they are the bad guys. As in, Notre Dame would have loved to play them in this round, but
we'll get the Tritons instead. And Chris, as we were walking into the press box today, Tritons have to have the best-looking team bus I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's creative. I like it. It's colorful, and it's got some character to it, which I really appreciate.
They got their logo, a guy in like a knight's helmet and a trident on the side. It's not a big bus, but with the Sevens roster, you don't need a big bus. And
No.
it was very stylish, I have to say. Next to, there was another team bus right next to it that was just plain white, obviously not customized for the team, and we understand, but did stand out for the wrong way when compared to the Triton's team bus, which again was very stylish. And you know, I'm going to rescind my statement about the size not mattering. ICCC has 2 teams here, and they were able, I guess, able to fit both on that smaller bus. You think they had 2?
I don't know. That will be a good question to figure out throughout the day, because now that you say, I mean, these rugby guys, they're big dudes. You can't fit 3 guys in 2-seaters. Yeah,
regardless of size, I think you'd just want a little bit of extra room. I mean, I remember riding buses for my whole life. It's at sporting events, field trips, whatever it was. It was always, you know, disappointing when you didn't get your own row. And for them, it was arguably you don't even get your own seat if they were trying to fit 2 teams on those smaller buses. If you imagine like you're not your typical long yellow school bus, but one of those shorter ones that's kind of reserved for like, you know, a 10-person extracurricular trip. And they were using it for 2 whole rugby teams. Seems to be working as they're deep in Notre Dame's territory, trying to make it happen and score first. The Irish seceded the first 12 points to Western Michigan before coming back for the victory. Didn't get a look at how ICCC did in their first game, but they beat Michigan 14-10, a very low-scoring affair. Just 2 tries each. So we'll have to look. Perhaps they have a really good kicker going 2 for 2 on conversions. That game was over on field 2.
That is interesting because Notre Dame this past February beat Michigan 24-0, if that's anything worth noting. But 2 teams here who have played the most amount of 7 so far. Iowa Central actually at the very top of that table. They played 11 games. They're 10-1 on the year, number 11 in Rugby Hawk. Meanwhile, Notre Dame 6-3, so they played 9. Again, a lot of games for both sides. And wow.
Questionable no call there, but the referees all day have been kind of letting the boys play, so not surprised to see her keep her whistle in her pocket as Banton was trying to break free with a kick and didn't get the benefit of the call, and Notre Dame will get the ball back as a unforced error. The rain continuing to come down here, and I think that's causing slippery hands.
Yeah, I'm just watching the Notre Dame reaction right now on the bench. They are not pleased with that call at all. And
I think the standard's been set. They're really letting that happen. When players try to kick it ahead and burst through, they're letting a little bit of contact and resistance go. And as long as they're consistent, and again, it's a different field referee for every game, so the fact that there is consistency, a little bit surprising.
Yeah, the guy to look out for is just about to get the ball. Now he's got it. Zach Banton, magic when he gets the ball. Always someone to look out for. Had a great opening game, and he will be the key member of this Irish team today. They're going to keep on searching for him here out on the left wing, and I would not be surprised if they also move him to the right as well. Keep Iowa Central guessing.
Yeah, but it was Rashawn Jennings as part of a double team that tackled him into touch, and with the turf getting wet, Banton slid out of bounds, and so a turnover forced line out coming. Got to give credit to the defense there as Matt Williams with one of the higher tackles I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, Coach Justin Hickey raved about Matt Williams. Wasn't a guy who thought he would even play in the 7 season. He was great in the 15 season, especially
unbelievable.
Yeah, especially in their last matchup, or last 2 against both Ohio State and Wheeling, 2 losses, but he was the standout for Notre Dame in those games, and he has had himself a year so far in 7s, really meshing well with the rest of the team.
We had a great quote from Coach Justin Hickey of Notre Dame about Williams. You mentioned didn't know if he was going to be a part of this 7s roster, mostly because he's more of a physical guy, not really known for his speed or skill, but he, with the guidance of Hickey and the rest of the staff, went from, quote, an O-lineman's body to a defensive edge rusher's body, and there he got turned around on defense, and it's going to be a first try of the game for the Tritons. And they strike first. It's Musingwini who brings it in for the score with 2 minutes to go, and that was a pretty nice run by him picking out the blind spot.
Yeah, Musingwini from Zimbabwe was into cricket and soccer as a kid, but he has excelled on the rugby pitch. Came to America similar to a lot of those Wheeling guys. Surprised he didn't even go to Wheeling, but he has been taking full advantage of this opportunity here in the States, the sophomore. And he's the guy on Iowa Central you got to look out for today, one of their better players.
So great note here about this ICCC. I think I said one too many C's. Just, you get the point. This Triton's team is the roster that they have, this top team, only freshmen and sophomores. So to Kutztown Musingwini, who just scored there, one of the veterans on this team, at least in the sevens roster. And he strikes first as the rain comes down heavier than it has all day. And guess what? It's Musingwini again over on the right side who's going to dive in.
Iowa Central strikes off the kickoff for a try.
Another try for Triton, taking advantage of the loose ball off the kick. So what a start on the road in the rain for this first half. That was actually not Musingwini who was involved in that play. It was Rashawn Jennings who scored the try. He's been noticeable early on in this one. Conversion is going to bend back. What a kick.
Wow.
That was Musingwini, and that was impressive.
That was impressive, Charlie. That is the perfect way to put it. And very similar story to their first game for Notre Dame. They go down early in the first half. It looks like they're about to be defeated, right? They're down and they're out. We'll see what they can do in the second half. Last time they scored a lot of unanswered points and they saw how to win, but this is a much tougher opposition. And second half, there's a lot to play for both sides here.
Certainly aren't going to score if they can't even get the ball. With 0 seconds left in the half, they would have had a chance at a last score, but instead that opportunity now belongs to ICCC. We have to be very careful not to be tackled into touch. Notre Dame defense hawking right now, and they take it away. Bowman will bring it forward a little bit. Tom Bowman, who's, again, not somebody who you'd expect to see on a sevens team, but adds pretty much every skill in the book. And that'll do it for the first half. ICCC with a great effort through 7 minutes. They score twice. They have a 12-point lead, and they're looking to upset Notre Dame and advance to the semifinals when we return. Irish trailing 12-0. ICCC looking to advance to the semifinal of the Premier Division at this Fighting Irish Sevens. And It's all taking place today. We were here bright and early. My alarm was 6 a.m. this morning. I was ready to go right when first tip came at 9, and we'll be here all day. Final game of the day currently scheduled for just before 6, but we would expect perhaps it to get pushed back a little bit, especially as these games are close and hard fought. And the Tritons with another prime opportunity to score.
That was a dangerous play by Zach Banton on Notre Dame, trying to kick the ball inside his own 22-meter zone, and didn't work out. And Iowa Central now have a huge chance right here.
Already stationed inside the 22. Here's number 22 playing it out wide. That's actually number 12, Vince Jacoby, who has it back. Nice move. Sitting on his feet briefly. Keegan Baker will pass it off. It goes through the intended target, picked up by Quentin Daly. Daly spinning. Does well to gain some ground back after the misfired pass. Very patient Tritons attack right now. A little bit of a bobble out wide.
Yeah, would like to see Notre Dame close out a little quicker right here defensively. Just need to apply the pressure and get this ball back because time is not their friend. It is ticking down, and Iowa Central doing a great job at just draining the clock. A slow and long possession here.
Certainly two good words to describe it. They have started to go backwards now, but again, it doesn't really matter for them. Up 2 scores with the ball. They're going to force Notre Dame to play. Look at that cute play. Pass to yourself. You don't see that every day. I don't even know if he was trying to do that. As the Tritons continue to move backwards, but again, they're very content to do so. It's been a masterclass of a half right now. Force a defensive stop, take the ball, control the ball, and just wait for a hole in the defense, and almost found one there.
Yeah, Notre Dame's going to need somebody to step up soon. Maybe just even strip the ball or off of an unforced turnover like that. That's big.
And it's picked up by the Irish and Andrew LaFranchi. Not releasing the call, and so Notre Dame will get something going on offense here, but they're already down to just 5 minutes to try to score twice. Tap and go for Williams.
And one thing to note, Charlie, you just talked about Bowman and Matt Williams. We haven't seen Patrick McKenzie because he's hurt. He's the captain of this Notre Dame team, arguably one of their best players. I
don't think it's arguable.
Yeah, well, Bowman as well had a great 15 season, so we can't discredit Bowman there. But those two guys are really the stars for this Notre Dame team, and has a fracture in his foot, so isn't able to play today.
Yeah, Notre Dame erring on the side of caution, leaving him out of the lineup, off the roster today, and certainly probably wishing they had him right now. Still no points on the board.
Yeah, you can just tell defensively they do really miss him. Such a big body presence, and now Notre Dame has a chance to do something, but they're going to need to act quick, and you got to imagine it's Zach Banton.
Here is Banton trying to get the edge. Breaks one tackle. Banton's going to go all the way. When they needed him most, he broke a tackle and found the edge. Zach Banton with his 3rd try of the day to get the Irish on the board.
At halftime, we briefly talked, Charlie, about this man, Zach Banton. Had a very quiet first half, and the reason was he was double-teamed. All of a sudden, right there, you find him in isolation, and Banton breaks through. Does he have to go through a couple of obstacles along the way? Sure, but that's exactly what Banton's great at. And that's a huge shift for this game and for this Notre Dame team because there's still more than enough time on the clock for Notre Dame to come back here.
Yeah, you could even see on that play, the double team was in effect. He had to break a tackle and then beat his defender to the edge, but somehow found a way. And he gets Notre Dame back in it.
Yeah, he was able to receive the ball, which I feel like was almost a big difference at times. He wasn't even able to get it because there was just guys on him. But right there, Banton was able to receive the ball, and then from there, he makes the magic happen.
Kick is gathered in. Good work to come down with it by David Cameron. Cameron, number 11 in white, just now gets to his feet. See what kind of response the Tritons can have. Nearly they break through. A good tackle by Mulligan. Now some space on the wing, and Bowman can't catch him. What a run up the right side. And that could be the dagger. Slowing down and now finally taking it in and downing it. It's Musingwini again, and boy, has he been impressive today, Chris.
He has been the star man on this field. It's just been his show, and he's been put on a spectacle. So he can do it all. He's going to kick as well. Meanwhile, for Notre Dame, some substitutions. Race Bates checks onto the field for the first time today. The winger from Arizona, freshman, very experienced and seasoned rugby player, despite, of course, being one of the younger guys on this team. So he's going to look to bring some new energy, having those fresh legs.
Yeah, Banton exits, so Notre Dame seeing the end near, trying to preserve the energy of some of their players. It's 19-7 for the Tritons after the successful conversion. That's going to put a bow on it as they advance, or will advance, to the semifinals, barring a miracle. And it makes it even more obvious that they win the kickoff. Out to the near side for Jennings, who will go to Musingwini. These two have been the two try scorers in this game. Two for Takudza Musingwini, one for Rashawn Jennings. Out wide, Tyler Gast into the game. His offload doesn't connect. Notre Dame plays with advantage briefly. Here's Jackson Graham, who will give it off. Mulligan. He's going to get triple teamed and brought down. You could hear that hit from up here.
Yeah, that was a really strong tackle.
That was a nice little play from Guinan, but it doesn't connect for him, as the ball just didn't bounce the way he wanted. That was the first time we've seen a player try to kick it to themselves and really not struggle to get through. And that's going to do it for this one. The clock that we had was a little off. Time had expired, and ICCC with a big win to advance to the semifinals, and they are going to take on the winner of our next game, the last one of the quarterfinals in the premier bracket. It's Aquinas versus Indiana when we come back. Quick strike right away. They started this game between Aquinas and Indiana so quick we could barely blink, and didn't take long for Jacob Easterling to find his way into the tri-zone. And right away, a lead for Aquinas. The Saints strike first.
That was a blistering start yet again. It's deja vu for the Saints, and that's exactly how they drew it up. Jacob Easterling was one of the better players in the country during the 15 season. All-American for National Collegiate Rugby, and shows why right there.
Yeah, he took that from well on his own side of midfield, and kind of a theme we've seen today, and you usually see in sevens, is when you get a step on your defender, you're gone. Especially when you got speed like Easterling, and he made it look easy. So see how Indiana responds. Again, we don't know much about Indiana in terms of why they're here. They were supposed to play against Trine, a very good team, in the quarterfinals, but Trine was a no-show, so they played against Notre Dame's B team instead, defeating them to advance to this spot. We know from Big Ten 15's action this fall and 7-on-7 last year that Indiana is usually a very good program, but this is a tough test for them against this Aquinas team. We're really into it here, Chris. It's all good teams from here on out in this Premier Division.
It is, and as you said, Charlie, these are two premier programs, right? Putting the Premier in the Premier Division, if you will.
I like that.
Yeah, thank you. Aquinas, number 14 on Rugby Hawk. If one of the best websites, the best website in terms of ranking them consistently, all the teams from around the country. Indiana, number 12, and a certain Mark Cuban invested $6 million
Who's that?
to their program. Some guys on TV sometimes once owned a basketball team.
They name a sandwich after him?
I think so.
Or is he named after the sandwich? What came first?
Who knows? That is the chicken or the egg type question of the day. But, yeah, Cuban invested a lot of money. He's an alumni of the Kelley School of Business over at Indiana, so
that's a success story, that's for sure. Spun around like a top is Owen Welburn. Freshman out of Rye, New York, my hometown. He's friends with Owen's older brother, Will, actually. Played hockey on the same team for a little bit. And Owen now a freshman here at Indiana, making a difference both in the 15 season and now getting a chance in the sevens as well. One of only two freshmen in the starting seven for the Hoosiers. And Indiana's going to go for a scrum here. They don't like what they see off the tap and go. I don't see this decision very often, but looking to maybe slow the game down, try to impose some physicality against a very speedy Aquinas team.
Yeah, that's what they're going to look to do. I think the winner today will be the team who moves the ball around better, right? We're already over halfway through in this first half. You blink and you almost miss it. That's what makes seven such an exciting game. And if Indiana can keep moving the ball, they can find these pockets of space to attack into, they should be able to find their way back into this game. And the same for Aquinas to extend their lead.
That's say it a bunch, but it's so crazy to think about the difference between rugby and 15-on-15 versus rugby and 7-on-7. And, I have to say, as much as I like the strategy and the physicality of 15s, this is exciting.
It is, and I alluded to it earlier, but in today's day and age where the attention span of the average kid, perhaps our age, college kids, Charlie.
I think I'd fall into this boat. I think I know what you're going to say here.
Yeah, it's just being lost, right? It takes so much to keep them attracted and attentive to any sporting game, and you see that a lot with baseball. It's a big issue, but every sport is facing that issue, and rugby has addressed that by really promoting sevens, and that's why it's an Olympic sport now and just on the rise year after year. So it's really a fascinating game and one that perfectly is suited for the modern era.
Didn't you say earlier on the broadcast that you woke up and watched Instagram Reels?
Okay, I did do a few other things, such as brush my teeth before that, but I watched some Reels in the process. Why not?
It's just what you do. And, if you think about a 15-on-15 game as a YouTube video, this would be a YouTube short, these 7-on-7s. And, they both have their place. It's a lot of fun watching a good 15-on-15 game, but when you get, 7 straight 7-on-7 games in the span of an hour, 20 minutes, with all of them having real implications on a high-profile tournament bracket, that's when it's a lot of fun, and that's what we have here Indiana playing very high energy rugby right now, forcing turnovers, playing well on offense, drawing high tackles and other penalties, and they're looking to tie this game up after a very quick start for this Aquinas team.
Yeah, they've done very well since then. They haven't let up at all. They've been very stout defensively, and now on the offensive side of things, we're just to like to see a bit more creativity, maybe some overlaps of sorts, or something to get this Aquinas team just guessing, right? And Indiana, though, doing well to possess the ball.
Yeah, they've dominated the time of possession in this first quarter, but have nothing to first half, I should say, but have nothing to show for it yet. With under a minute to go, and it looks like either an injury or a sickness for one of the Indiana players who's going to head to the sideline. Does not look very good right now. That's number 12, Parker Wall, who's one of the best that Indiana has on the roster. We've seen him for a couple years now when they play against Notre Dame, and he's always a force on the field.
Yeah, they bought the garbage can over, and he not going to say.
I think we're going to watch the ball here.
Yeah,
we're going to get back to the action. It's a scrum coming up for Indiana, who's gotten another player on the field. They've already made now 3 substitutions, so not sure if Wall is going to be in the plans to come back into this game. See if Aquinas can take advantage. Try to go along the left side. Pass is blocked and broken up. Still battle for it loose on the ground. It's nearly breaking through. Now it'll be kicked out of bounds to end the half, and so chaos has led to the break. It's 7-0 Aquinas in what is a very important game with a chance to reach the quarterfinals against ICCC. We'll decide it when we return.
I like my tunnels intact. Aquinas to boot away to begin the second half.
Welcome you to the second half of the last semifinal game of the Premier Bracket. In case you've just tuning in now, and you're through all 16 teams that are in this most important bracket of the day and some of their results. Wheeling defeated Adrien. Marian over Rio Grande. When those two teams played, Wheeling victorious into the semifinals. Walsh over Harvard. Kutztown over Wyoming. In that matchup, it was Kutztown advancing to play against Wheeling. That's going to be a great matchup, by the way, between the team we think is the favorite going in, but barely scraped by Marian, versus team we didn't know was going to be so good, but Kutztown was rather impressive in their quarterfinal win. And then you go to the other side of the bracket. Notre Dame victorious over Western Michigan. Iowa Central Community College over Michigan. When those two teams played, ICCC advanced to the semis. Aquinas over Thomas More in a dominant effort. Indiana over Notre Dame's B team, and now it's Aquinas, the Saints, and the Hoosiers battling it for a last spot in the semifinals, which will start up later today. The first semifinal is scheduled for 1:40, the second for 2 o'clock. So not too much break before those games. Championship will be at 5:50 today.
Lots of great rugby, Charlie.
Lots of great rugby. I stole the words out of my mouth, Chris. For just joining us, Charlie Morris, my partner Chris Daly, voices of Notre Dame Rugby. Happy to be with you for this Fighting Irish Invitational 7-on-7 tournament. Great year covering the Fighting Irish home games in the 15-on-15 season. We're so glad to have the first time they've hosted a 7-on-7 tournament this spring. There'll be another one April 12th and 13th, the Big Ten Championship weekend, which spans across 2 days, and that's going to be a good one as well, featuring 9 of the best teams in the country, including these Hoosiers who are looking to get a defensive stop here and turn it around. But the Saints have other ideas. Double team tackle right in the middle of the field would be a great spot for Aquinas if they could punch it across. Easier said than done against a stingy defense.
Both defenses have just been so superb today, and look at that.
We could have a pick six about as far as you can get. What a play, a divine intervention of sorts for Indiana. Doesn't get much longer than that, and the Hoosiers are a conversion away from tying it. What a play.
It was the freshman Owen Welburn, and he just exploded. No one could even touch him. He did not let up that whole time, and I mean, I know he's a rugby player, but he might need to walk onto the track team as well, because that was just excellent. Well done from Welburn to pick it out, and then just the speed and the stamina, top notch.
Certainly tested his stamina. He looked pretty exhausted jogging back into position, but how could you not? That's about as long as you'll see an individual effort.
And that's the adrenaline, too, right when he gets the interception, picks off the offload. Adrenaline carried him past this midfield line here at Stinson Rugby Field. Hands on his knees now, though, so he's taking some deep breaths.
Ball's bouncing around, knocked on by the Hoosiers. There's a little bit of nervous moments for Aquinas in what is all of a sudden a tie game with under 3 minutes to play. I don't have any wood around me, but knock on figurative wood. Has not been overtime yet today. Could see it based on kind of close competition we're seeing out here in this game. Still a long way to go, though, and both these teams going to try to prevent that. Aquinas possession, but Indiana favored field position. Parker Wall, who's back on the pitch after losing his breakfast in the first half, commits the penalty. Have to be happy if you're an Indiana fan seeing him back out there.
Interesting to note, too, for this Indiana team, they beat Kutztown earlier in the year, and Kutztown were so dominant just a game ago, and now Indiana in a chess match.
That was a great reception off the bounce pass. It's nearly a disaster for the Hoosiers. But they stay with it. Good cutback out wide. A little bit of space to the edge, and breaking free is Will Keeler. Keeler makes a move, and he's tripped by his ankles. What a tackle made. I believe that was Dom Zavala who just saved the game potentially. Still some work to be done, though. And it's offloaded back to Keeler, and this time no one's stopping him. Will Keeler the score with just 1:24 to go.
That was so well done from the freshman. And two freshmen coming up big for Indiana. Welburn earlier with the pick six, if you will, going all the way, coast to coast. And then Keeler, the freshman, just individually taking over this game with just about a minute left. And his stop and go before he got it right, his initial run, it was just so impressive right there. Great job from Keeler.
And it was off the pass from Parker Wall, getting an indication of why he's so important to this team. The conversion goes off the bottom upright. So a little bit of life for this Aquinas team. They're going to get the ball back. They're going to have to go the length of the field, score, and conversion for the win potentially.
I haven't seen much to indicate that they will, though, because their possessions have been so drawn out and meticulously long, right? And they're a great team, but it's just not who they are to score right away within the span of 20 seconds. So be interesting to see now. It's just going to be just run as fast as you can. The game plan is thrown out now.
And they're going to get the ball off the Indiana knock-on, so we'll see what they can do. They got an injury over there, too. Slow to get up is Marcel Denishin, who was very impressive in their last round win. What do you call the round before the quarterfinals? You just say the round of 32?
Would say so. Or would it be
round of 16? Round of 32 would have been before that.
It was the first round, I believe.
Let's go with first round. I like that.
First round, but it looks like a high ankle sprain. Not to be a doctor, I am by no means
doesn't look good for sure.
A medical expert, but yeah, it does not look good. And just hope Denishin can heal up quickly. Never like to see anybody get hurt, and medical staff now tending to him.
And they're going to call for more staff as well. So the action's going to have to continue on the field. Substitution made, the injury sub. See what Aquinas can do. They need to go a long way. And they need to do it without a dead ball. Rumbled ahead by Henry Whitmore. Tap and go now, quick speed from Jack O'Malley. O'Malley will hand it off behind him. There's a good tackle. Picked up by Indiana, but then given away and then taken back. Flipped onto Wall, and Wall is going to ice it with a try. The Hoosiers advance.
That's a story and a half. After losing his breakfast, as you said, Charlie, Wall walks it off. And that is the pinnacle, and that is just a definition of what it means to be a rugby player. Go out of the game, throw up a little, you come back on, and you score the game-sealing try.
So the final score will go down pending this conversion attempt, which is up and good, so it goes officially 19-7. You know, Chris, in hockey, there's the Gordie Howe hat trick with the goal, the assist, and the fight. And today we've seen the rugby equivalent, the try, the assist, and the vomit.
Yeah, I would say that could be now called the
Parker
Wall hat trick. Why not? We can coin a new name here for rugby. I'll send that into the International Rugby Federation tonight, see if it can get signed off by tomorrow. But that's great. What a game for him, man. Just a tough guy. Two tough teams as well as a fun one to watch. Very low scoring, but it was just good to see the slow possessions. Almost felt like I was back into the 15 season a little bit.
Yeah, and you know how good Indiana is, and Aquinas for that matter, at the 15s format, so not surprising they went for that. We're going to stay with you as we get set for our next contest. Again, we're a little bit, just a few minutes behind schedule, but when everything is so planned out, those minutes mean a lot. So we're going to get a non-Premier Division game. It's Minnesota against Purdue in the Division I club playoff format. As Minnesota in their maroon and yellow. Purdue, who we're seeing for the first time on this stream, in black. If you're looking for the streaming address for Field 2, you can scroll up a little bit in the chat. It was one of the first chats sent today, the first one by the Notre Dame Rugby official account. Find that one to stream Field 2. Fields 3 and 4 will not be streamed, unfortunately, and you're on field 1 right now. And for this game, Purdue and Minnesota. It's the Gophers who start with possession. We saw Minnesota on this field earlier today in their loss to Oregon State. Oregon State with a very impressive showing in that one, I do have to say myself. So we'll see if they can respond here.
Yeah, that was a fun one between Minnesota and Oregon State. Lots of talented players in that game, but excited to see this game as well, especially for Purdue, a team who maybe don't have the most experience, but their head coach, Steve Nicholson's really trying to turn around this program. He taught a lot of high school rugby back in the day, and now he's at the college level trying to turn the Boilermakers into a powerhouse in college rugby.
That was a try-saving tackle, nearly getting to the edge for the Boilermakers with Ethan Miller, but he was taken down effectively. That kick is going to stay in touch. We've got an action-packed start to this one. One thing about Purdue you mentioned about them and their coach Steve Nicholson is, from what I remember last year, is they play close games against everybody. They play up to their competition. They have a tendency to play down to their competition at times, but one thing is for certain is that I will be surprised if this game is not a close one.
Yeah, they actually lost to Aquinas 17-14 earlier this year, and Aquinas is one of the better teams that we have seen out here. So you're 100% correct in that statement, Charlie, and you could expect a close game. That is what we will be betting on today right now. And Minnesota, too, a very stellar program as well. 3-1 on the season so far.
Yeah, close and low scoring would be my expectation in any Purdue rugby game. You know, the higher scoring it gets, the lower chance they have of winning. But they do an amazing job keeping it close even against better teams. Here's a rush for the Gophers down the side. That's a beautiful offload, but even better defended. And you're getting a look at why this Purdue team makes it tough on their opponents. Look at that, help defense. And here they come now in transition. Defense to offense, a little bit of space. Now the ball's on the ground, picked up by Ryan. Ethan Miller now, leave it behind him. Brendan Ryan will move it along. It'll be kicked forward by John Kustra, but first a stoppage. John Kustra, a family friend of my roommate, so every time he's in the game, I'm obliged to give him a shout out. Shout out to the Kustra family. Junior out of Vienna, Virginia.
That is interesting. Last game, there was a guy from Vienna, Virginia as well. So back-to-back Vienna, Virginia natives playing here at Stinson Rugby Field. Don't know the odds of that, but they're not too.
I'd say pretty low.
Yeah, I'd say pretty low as well.
I think the odds of that might be as low as having 2 straight games where the coaches of the teams give us not only the players' numbers and names, but also a little bit of fun fact, their hometown. And that's exactly what the Purdue coach and actually the Minnesota coach as well have done. We appreciate the coaches for voluntarily filling out rosters and allowing us to be more in the know. There's so many teams here today. It would be impossible to do without their help, and we thank them for making these broadcasts possible.
Great line out from Purdue and just clean all around so far. Haven't seen too many self-inflicted errors, which is always good to see. We want to see clean, fast-flowing rugby. That's exactly what we got in this one.
It is, and that ball is bouncing towards the touchline. A lot of contact over there. I think it's going to go as a knock-on against Purdue, or maybe in favor of Purdue. No, it looks like it was against them. So it'll be scrum coming up for Minnesota. 2:30 to go in a scoreless first half. Thanks so much for joining us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. We're in hour 5, I believe, maybe hour 4. Let me do some counting here. We're in hour 4 of a great day of college rugby, 7-on-7 format. This one, a game. There are 4 brackets in play today, and there's a run up through the middle. And in for the try is Owen Voice. Broke a tackle, split the D, and he strikes first.
All stems from the scrum. All of a sudden, a lot of guys are closely congregated together, and then the field just opens up even more, and Minnesota takes advantage of it, and they got 5 points, about to make it more.
Kick is true. Tristan Malatroit knocks it in. 7-0 the score. Minnesota strikes first. Couple results from these two teams in their actions so far today. Purdue won their only game 20-7. Minnesota lost their only game 24-7. Which means Oregon State's in there in the middle at 1-1. So far, a little bit of a surprise result. Oregon State beating Minnesota, Purdue beating Oregon State. Now Minnesota trying to make everyone in that division 1-1. Make it come down to point differential, which right now favors Purdue, but could easily favor Minnesota with a big win. A lot of time till that. Loose ball. No. Thought there was going to be a try awarded, but no such luck.
Minnesota knocks it on.
It's going to be a knock-on, that's why. Good catch by our PA announcer, Luke Ronsky. 30 seconds in the half. And we expected tight and low scoring, Chris, and we're getting tight and low scoring.
It's exactly what we're getting, 2 even teams, and it's, again, just been one of those stalemate type of games, just who can break through. Although, I will say, we have not really seen Purdue get into the attacking half of the pitch so far, so that's something they need to work on, and perhaps they can use kicks or great runs like this to just go meter by meter up the field.
Unfortunately, ball carrier will be tackled into touch as trying to get a little space and make something happen with Sean O'Donnell, senior out of Pennsylvania, but he was effectively tackled into touch. Great defense from the Gophers, and they'll get last possession of the half. Lineout is bobbled a bit. Couple quick passes, it deflects off bodies, and that's going to be half. 7-0 Minnesota leads. Very tightly contested half. We'll see what the second half has in store when we come back.
The Golden Gophers leading 7-0.
Song you heard at halftime, one of my favorite that the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel plays, gets me fired up here if I wasn't already for the second half. Minnesota and Purdue battling it out in some round-robin play in the D1 club bracket. After this, Bowling Green and U Chicago for the last game before we go for a quick lunch buffer. they call it a buffer. I won't even call it a break. It's only a 20-minute kind of, I guess, wait before our next game, which is Wheeling versus Kutztown in the Premier Bracket semifinal, followed by ICCC versus Indiana in the semifinal as well. And then we get to bring you some D3, which you haven't seen since the very first game of the day, when ICCC second team and Xavier played to a 19-17 game. What a thriller that one was early on. We'll get semifinal action in that conference, and then we'll get some games, more playoff games in the D1 club, and then we'll get some consolation games in the Premier Bracket, and then after a quick break, starting at 4:30, that's when we'll get some championship games as well as 2 third-place games. So it only, as we've been saying all day, Chris, it only gets better from here.
It only gets better from here, and we got a great game on our hands right now, only 7-0. Talked about it in the first half, 2 very, very even teams, and of course Purdue plays everybody close, so it's exactly what we were expecting headed into the second half as well. But Purdue playing some good rugby to start the second half. Been impressed. One self-inflicted error, and now it's Minnesota ball.
Yeah, and I'm going to give credit to Minnesota as well. We like what we're seeing from Purdue, but this is a Minnesota team that lost to Oregon State. Purdue defeated Oregon State, and yet Minnesota hanging right with, despite the other outcomes not supporting this decision. They do lead 7-0. They're playing very well. Certainly deserve to be winning. I mentioned in the first half, Purdue's offense really doing nothing right now. They haven't even come close. Minnesota not doing much either, but they've done enough. And they get an opportunity here. Breaking through the line is Anders Vivang. And Vivang tackled from behind. What a play, and he can't down it. We get a stoppage. What a play on the backtrack. Ethan Ross may have just saved a try, but I think he did so illegally. They're going to give him a card. I think he'll trade that. Not going to award a try, though. They're going to just play it out. So crazy sequence there.
Excellent play. We were just talking about Minnesota not doing much offensively, and then bam, just like that, lightning strike. Find a gap within the defense, and yet another error. Just some sloppy rugby right there.
Unforced error by the Gophers with a golden opportunity. The Golden Gophers, and just so it's going to be a scrum. It's a big missed opportunity. Purdue survives. So they are playing 6-on-7 with Ross on the sideline with the yellow. So we'll see what they can do. 3:48 to play. And they're just going to kick it ahead before disaster strikes, try to just survive a little bit. Still scoreless in the game. Minnesota trying to keep it that way, trying to add on. It's run through by Malatroit. Finally brought down, but you can see just how impactful a yellow card is in a 7-on-7 format. Although Purdue takes it. Great work to steal it by Brendan Ryan. They just have no space. They had no space 7-on-7, and now they're playing without an attacker, Chris. It's really tough to get anything going on offense.
It's near impossible, and if they're able to get it out past their 22-meter line, you have to imagine they start using their feet to their advantage and just kicking it down the field and then just sprinting. At that point, it's just a track race, just in order to move the ball up with not much time left on the clock. That should be what head coach Steve Nicholson is trying to tell his men right now.
He's going up against Paul O'Brien, the head coach for Minnesota, joined by Luke Geister-Jones and Seth Simond.
Yeah, Paul O'Brien.
His team has the ball.
Paul O'Brien, another guy who's very loyal to the university. Currently a marketing manager as well, so has a full-time job with the university and then also coaches some rugby on the side, as he also coached and played a lot of rugby back home in England.
He's originally out of Bournemouth. Bournemouth.
Yeah.
Shows my Premier League
Premier League
knowledge.
team, yeah. AFC Bournemouth.
I have heard of it.
Yeah. American Tyler Adams, one of their star players. It's done well this year for the Cherries out in the Premier League. However,
Is that their nickname, the Cherries?
yeah, the Cherries.
That's
and
creative.
You want to talk
That's
about
unique.
some United States, I don't even know how to phrase it, but United States at Bournemouth, Michael B. Jordan is a part owner.
Oh.
Yeah, so famous American actor.
Minnesota really not making it easy on themselves right now. Winning a couple knock-ons, key opportunities to score, winning a couple penalties here, giving Purdue a chance. Who, by the way, are playing with 7 men again, so we're back to even on the field. A little bit of run here, and a pass out to the wing. Space for Sean O'Donnell, who's going to get through. Can he get it to the middle before he is tackled? He will. What speed from O'Donnell. And it's 7-5 with under a minute to go, and a conversion to try to tie it up coming.
I believe it was Brendan Ryan with the offload, which was just fantastic to start that. Oh my goodness, I mean, that just sets up everything. A little over-the-head offload. Super creative, and great to see Purdue show some offense and show some life here in this game.
So O'Donnell will do the kicking, trying to tie the score, and it's true. 24 on the clock, and this game is tied. Now, it's important to note this is a round-robin game, so a tie score would not require overtime. It would just end at 7-7. We have had a tie in the results earlier today. Over in the D3 pool, Christendom and Wabash tied in one of the first games of the day. That one was a 9 a.m. start. We haven't had a tie in a couple hours, and certainly trending that way here unless one of these teams scores at the buzzer. Oh, and it's bobbled by Minnesota. It's picked up by Purdue. Boilermakers win.
Touch it down for the try.
He had the assist with the offload for the last try. And now Brendan Ryan comes up clutch. The last minute, just playing the best rugby of his life.
Unbelievable. Conversion goes. It's officially 14-7, a walk-off winner for the Boilermakers. And they win it in a thriller. Shame that that was a round-robin game, Chris.
It is, but we got our money's worth right there. I hope you had some popcorn with that one. And Brendan Ryan just fantastic. I mean, that's what you dream of as a kid, the last minute of a game coming up big. Because that pass was just so creative. And then to follow up with the try, a great heads-up play, realizes Minnesota made a little mistake, capitalizes right away, picks up the ball, and he sees out the try, and Purdue sees out a huge W.
They move to 2-0 in the pool. Minnesota drops to 0-2, and it doesn't get much more gut-wrenching than that, leading for most of the game. In fact, 13 of the 14 minutes, and they lose in regulation.
They took their foot off the gas, though, a little bit. They stopped attacking with the same might that they were in the first half, and I know they're very much a possession-based team. That is their identity, but it seems as if they strayed away from their identity. And credit to Purdue, they played that game for a while with only 6 men out there. So to come back, being down a man, and to win that game in that fashion is just awesome stuff. And Steve Nicholson's men will be riding high heading in to the next one, because what a win that was.
That is as exciting as it gets. If the whole day wasn't worth it already, that makes it worth it right there. It's a Bowling Green and U Chicago. Our next game, our last one before we go to buffer. This one, a round-robin game in Pool C. Every other team in the Division I club bracket has played, or excuse me, that would be incorrect. After 120, every team will have played 2 games. Each pool is 3 teams big. So it's Bowling Green State in the black and orange, U Chicago in the white with maroon shorts as the rain once again picks up.
These are two very good and very historic programs. Bowling Green was ranked number 2 in D1 AA this past fall. Of course, they played and they actually fell short to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. That was one of their 2 losses on the season, and they're level, D1 AA. They are just one of the best around. And meanwhile, Chicago, we talked about Harvard being a historic program. Chicago is right up there, established in 1933, one of the oldest teams in all of the United States.
It's amazing how many great talents you've got in the Midwest in terms of education and also rugby. Thinking about both, and they both apply. As we kind of talked about on air before the broadcast, rugby in the Midwest is growing very quickly, and it's fun to watch.
It is fun to watch, and Chicago is a really cool story, too, because a lot of people, maybe not a lot of people, know about their football team, which I believe has produced 2 Heisman winners, if I'm not mistaken, or at least 2 national championships, and they're now a Division III sport in every other sport besides rugby.
But they're going to be behind 1-0 here. A tough running for the Falcons. Logan Van Hoos, a bulldog to the try zone, and he's in for the first score of the day. As the rain is coming down harder than it has yet today. Tough break for these players who were sitting when it wasn't raining and now have to deal a little bit of downpour. Ball's going to be slippery. Turf's going to be slippery.
Yeah, it makes for tough playing conditions, but there's always players who fuel off the rain, and that's what I want to see today. Who are the guys who are going to be like, yes, this is what I play for. I play for being in the rain when everybody else, their play is decreasing. Mine increases to a whole new level. So that's what I'm looking out for.
Conversion is up and good. Great kick from Brian Arnold, the grad student. 2 grad students in this roster for Bowling Green State. Also Fitz Metzger on what is generally a junior-heavy team. So again, D1 club bracket winding down here. It's the last one to kind of end. This is the last game in Pool C, which features Bowling Green and UChicago as on screen. Indiana's second team, IU, who's in the semifinals with their top team. Obviously, they stacked that because their second team is 0-2 with a no points for, 62 points against. Bowling Green State, 38-0 win. UChicago, 24-0 win. So this is a battle for top spot in Pool C. So it should be a good one. And a quick early lead for the Falcons, and they get the ball back.
Chicago showing some positive signs, though, right there. A couple guys getting involved early on and making some positive movement up the field.
Along the near side, Falcons try to go again. Almost a forward pass, but it was lateral. Falling to the ground is John Mateer, who's pushed down pretty effectively. Chicago playing decent defense, nearly space along the far sideline. Now we get a stoppage, penalty against the Maroons. And so quickly turning it is Colton Crabiel. Taken away by the Maroons deep in their own territory. Long way to go, but a little bit of space here. Swing it out wide.
Good offloads in the rain. That's impressive. Surprised we haven't seen as many slips.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of space here. Mateer trying to cut down the angle. Great pass. What a find. And the Maroons are on the board. What a beautiful play on the far side. One of the better assists we've seen today, and we've seen some good ones.
Yeah, right in front of us last game we saw Brendan Ryan for the first try for Purdue, and that was a very similar one, a little hook shot, if you will, over the head. Great job by Chicago, and again, another very even game. This is going to be a matchup that's going to come down to the wire.
The Chicago team captained by senior Pedro Casquina.
Conversion is up and good.
And they've tied the game on the conversion. One of only 3 seniors on this Sevens roster. They do also have a graduate student, Nick DeCoulizen. I'm going to get this right, I promise. Dokuzlian.
That's good.
Graduate number 8. You don't see many last names with a K and a Z.
No,
other than like
you
Kurtz
don't.
or Kratz.
Kratz.
Usually,
I'm surprised you can even think about that off the dome. I would not have been able to think about that one.
we also got Kutztown here.
Kutztown, that's right.
So maybe it's not as rare as I think. Maybe it's the 3 O's. But either way, he's one of the leaders for this U Chicago team, the biggest veteran, along with the 3 seniors. The other 2 being Antonio Castano and Dylan Clifford. And that kick does not make it far enough. U Chicago in the white jerseys. The red on the shoulders makes it tough to see numbers at times. Bowling Green, by contrast, black jerseys, white numbers. Better for us up here in the press box, but they take it away again, do the Maroons, and move ahead.
Yeah, it was a slip right there from Logan Van Hoos. Just couldn't retrieve the ball because of these conditions, and we're starting to see that now, the weather playing a factor today.
We're going to get a yellow card here. Referee pulls it out of his pocket, and looks like Nico Roth, the sophomore, is going to head off. So U Chicago, having just tied the game, is going to have to play down a man. We know how that usually goes, especially in 7-on-7. Oh my goodness, what a tackle. Huge hit by Jack Allison. What a run from Isaac Radke, who gives it off. I don't know how he didn't go down.
That's great work. Now you got to think they come to the left side of the field here. Wide open.
Certainly trending that way. Cutback move from Crabiel. Crabiel trying to do it all. Spun to the ground. Gives it off. And a quick strike. Owen Slimmer downs it in the try zone. A great score. It's broken play. He made something out of nothing. Just picked it up off the ground and beat his man to the try zone.
Taking advantage of Chicago just being totally gassed out right now. Several players, hands on their hips or heads. They look tired compared to Bowling Green.
They'll trail 14-7 as we head to halftime in the final round-robin game of the D1 Club Bracket Pool C. Have second half action when we return.
Potter's on a baseball podcast, and they put out like bold predictions. Todd's bold prediction was Clay Holmes NL Cy Young.
Dude, Clay Holmes throwing 100 innings.
Get real. I'm a Brewers fan, so the Mets makes me sad. Yeah. So my mom was in the front office for the Brewers, so I drove home for the game. It was sadly heartbreaking. It's so sad. Not as good, but decent. Losing Willie Adames hurts. Well, he was also doing flyers. You don't get 30 home runs from any shortstops, and he's also our clubhouse leader. So like, we're trying to find an identity.
Just about ready for the second half of the final game of round robin play in the Pool C of the Division I club bracket. It's been a great day of rugby so far. I remind you, during breaks in the action, including the one upcoming after these 7 minutes, to scan the QR code on the screen and take you to the Google Sheet with all the important scores and information. There have been a bunch. We got 35 teams in action across 4 brackets. Premier bracket, the premier event, but this is the second best, the D1 club bracket. We've seen some great rugby in this division here, Chris.
We have, especially in this game with the weather. It's actually not raining anymore compared to the first half where it was a downpour, but I was impressed with how these guys held onto the ball. Only a few times we saw some slips.
And a quick strike for UChicago as they look to tie the game. Great run up the middle, and Nick DeKuzlian is on the board.
Short-handed try, too, because they still have Nico Roth in the sin bin. Believe he needs to serve 1 more minute.
Even more impressive for the grad student then, and the conversion is good, so
And he just
don't
came back on
underestimate the
field.
importance of that try.
Yeah, so they start with 6 guys. Roth, or at least now they have 7, so back to full strength.
I know they ended the half with just 6, so I think you're right. I think he had to serve a little bit at the start of this half, and then he's finally back onto the pitch. So a big start for DeKuzlian and the Maroons. It all started with a great kickoff, and we see another one here, making it at least tough on the Falcons, who do recover. And the offload bounces, bodies flying everywhere. We're going to get a penalty, and I think that's a good call. And although the Maroon player doesn't agree with it, looked like he basically tried to jump over one of the Falcons going for it.
Yeah, it was just a dangerous play. Great call by the referee. And
we haven't seen too many penalties in this game, other than the obvious knock-ons, which you can't not call. But in terms of not releasing, not rolling away, entering this from the side, all that, I haven't really seen many called. General consensus, let the boys play, and the boys are playing. That broken tackle. No-look offload. DeKuzlian with a good tackle, but it comes to Matier. Matier is going to be wrapped up by Matteo Rampoldi. And Rampoldi is going to get some help as he gets back to his feet. He got another penalty, though.
Penalty award.
And very unhappy with the call is Jack Allison. There's Matier. Keeps his pants on as he keeps chugging along. Leaves it behind him. Picked up on some help by Andrew Conslins.
loving the energy from Bowling Green right now.
Owen Slimmer gives it off. Great pass. Fitz Metzger all the way. And the Falcons take the lead. Metzger centers it, then he downs it. And a big try for Bowling Green State.
Prize awarded.
Just some high-tempo rugby all around from the Falcons, and I was really impressed with John Luke Weiler, number 6 for this Bowling Green team. Just as an extra pep in his step was a big reason why they progressed so far down the pitch, and all around, great possession from Bowling Green.
That's a good catch. It's been quite impressive. Both number 6s have been impressive. Jack Allison has made a couple big tackles for this Chicago team. So we're under 4 minutes to go.
This is Bowling Green's first tournament in sevens play of the year, so perhaps still a little fresh to the format.
They didn't show it on the live stream, so it was from right down the middle, so they probably. 7-point lead for the Falcons with 3:11 to go. Looking to nurse this win in and move to 2-0 atop Pool C. A little bit of space to the left for Isaac Radke, who gives it off. And here's Weiler getting flipped in a somersault, but hangs with it. One more pass. There's a strong tackle, almost broken by Jake Capel. Here's Radke again, trying to split through. He'll give it off. Great pass, and Weiler with one man to beat. He gives him the good old Heisman stiff arm. In for the try, great score. And 2 straight now for Bowling Green in the final 3 minutes of the half.
Well, it's Weiler with his constant energy being rewarded for his efforts because he's been everywhere, every possession for this Bowling Green team. It's just on the right side of the pitch, on the far side of the pitch, and again, well-deserved try from Weiler.
He made a man miss very impressively on his way. It's a low kick, but it's good.
Try awarded and conversion is good.
So now 4 tries and 4 conversions for Bowling Green. They continue to play a very clean offensive game.
I also think the stamina has played a factor today. Seems as if Bowling Green has a lot more left in the tank than Chicago, who seem a little defeated and quite gassed.
Yeah, the way that Bowling Green is wearing them down has certainly become apparent. Chicago's first game since 9/20, so not sure what the plan was between games for them, but with so much time, I think food's in there. Hopefully some rest getting out of the rain, but no matter how much you rest, this Falcons team will wear you down. How efficient their offense is, they just make it difficult to, they don't turn the ball over. They make good passes, they have speed, very balanced team. They're about to be 2-0 in pool play. And if I'm looking at this bracket correctly, I believe only the top team in each pool makes it past this initial round. So this is a very important game for both these teams to try to avoid the consolation rounds.
A lot of Chicago scrum.
Definitely a lot on the line in this one. And Bowling Green, as I mentioned in the first half, one of the top D1 AA programs. They were just behind the Kentucky Wildcats, who were perfect in the 15 season. So unlucky not to surpass them, but they've made great strides. And Midwest Rugby, with Bowling Green being in Ohio, just continuously on the rise.
Bouncing ball, a lot of contact. And we get a stoppage. And a penalty.
Penalty awarded.
If we get a tap and go and then a kick out of bounds here, that should do it.
And looking ahead, Charlie, when we come back, Wheeling versus Kutztown. That's going to be another great game, but this one was very impressed. 2 teams quite even. It was just a matter of Bowling Green playing a complete 14 minutes compared to Chicago, who at times seemed down and out, and Bowling Green took full advantage of it.
The Falcons advance to the semifinals. They win Pool C, and we're going to take a 20-minute break on the Field 1 stream on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. When we come back, you mentioned it, Chris, Wheeling, Kutztown. It's been playoffs all day, and now we get to the nitty-gritty, the semifinals, when we return. Welcome you back to the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Thanks so much for joining us on this Saturday full slate of action. Doesn't get much fuller than this. And we are officially halfway through the amount of games that we're covering on the channel today. 13 down, 13 more to go, and they only get better from here. We've got two Premier Division semifinalists to lead us off. Wheeling versus Kutztown, the first one up, immediately following ICCC against the Indiana Hoosiers, and that's going to be a great one. In a battle to see who earns the right to make it to the finals of this event.
It is, Charlie, and I'm most excited for this one, however. Wheeling, the reigning national champions, versus Kutztown, a perennial powerhouse in collegiate rugby, national champions in 2022. So, two teams with a lot of history and so many talented players. We thought Wheeling was the heavy favorite coming into today, and by all means they are. They still are the favorite. However, Kutztown has done very well at saying, hey, we are the second best team today, at least so far, based off the eye test. And now they're going against each other here in the semifinals. It's going to be a great game.
Certainly is, and you mentioned it. Based on the eye test, I think Kutztown has been the best team here today. But Wheeling, who have changed jerseys, by the way, they still look very swanky now in a little bit of a brighter red with the word Wheeling across the front of their chests. And Kutztown still in the black with, what would you call them, burgundy shorts, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Yeah, Kutztown beat a very good Walsh team 31-5 last time out at 11:40. Yeah, very impressive game. And Wheeling played just before them at the 11:20 slate against Marian, so that was a much closer game, 25-17, and you have to think 20 minutes of rest. Maybe that could be the difference today, but it should be an even game based off of what we've seen so far.
And again, this is really, it only gets better from here. I know I said it a couple times before, but it's true. This is one of the best games of the day. You've got at 5:50 is going to be the final of this division, which will be the winner of this game versus the winner of our next game. Before then, we've got a bunch of semifinals in the other divisions. After these two semifinals, we'll do semifinals in the D3 pool. Then we'll do some semifinals in the D1 club pool, the second highest division, which has yielded very good rugby so far today. And then we'll get third place, fifth place, seventh place, all of those games on this field for the Premier Division. Third place game in the D1 club division, third place, or then three straight finals, the D3, the D1, and then the Premier final to wrap it all up. As right now the Cardinals trying to establish some offense. This one's going to bounce way far backwards, where it'll be picked up in stride and moved forward by James Mathers, or excuse me, Joseph I. He's brought down.
He had a great game on this field against Notre Dame in the fall. The 15s format.
Now a little space down the left side. Good tackle from behind. A fake offload.
That was Shadrach Mendaza with the ball.
Good catch.
Dazzling through some defenders, and we
Very.
talked about him before. He is one of the best players in the nation, especially one of the best sevens players.
Certainly is, and this format gives him a time to shine. His eye is brought down. He'll leave it behind him. Mashigo, couple offloads. Couple juke moves from Shaniwa. Michael Shaniwa, who's brought down. We have a penalty upcoming, and Wheeling players clapping on their bench in support of their players.
Yellow card.
Yellow card called, and so stepping off, one of the Kutztown players, so they'll play with 6.
That is not good.
Not what you
for
want to
this
see.
Golden Bears team at all, especially going against these guys in Wheeling. And
they're
look,
instantly taking advantage of it. Michael Mulea dives and scores, and the first points of the game on the man advantage go to the Cardinals.
Oh, he scored 1 try in nationals last year, and now he's got one of the national qualifiers this season. But Michael Mulea, he's just been everywhere. He's the guy from Zimbabwe, one of the many athletes they've recruited from Zimbabwe, and now it's just about Kutztown. How can they limit this? Of course, Wheeling has a man up, but how can Kutztown limit the pain and you know, not allow many points in this next minute and a half?
Yeah, question will be, can they slow the game down while they're playing down a man? They do that with possession like they have now, or maybe they'll just speed it up down the wing, and that's also a smart play before going into touch to kick it ahead. It's going to bounce all the way into the try zone, where Wheeling will pick it up. See if they down it or whether they look to run it out. Looks like at least for now they're going to run. Go over to the far side, where there's a lot of room. Look at these. It must hurt to tackle these Cardinals players.
It must. They're so hard to take down, Charlie. Was just about to mention that. It's almost a near impossible task. And then you got a guy like Mendoza who is 5'6". Yeah, he's so hard to take down because you just can't get him.
Look at him weave in and out. Just barely stays in bounds. Good job, and gets some help to keep the possession going. Now it's Shaniwa who will give it off. One more pass from Mashigo out to the side. Have to give credit right now to the Kutztown Golden Bears for the way they're defending. Although this is a great set play with the feet. Doesn't take a wheeling bounce. It's still rolling. Cardinals get on it. Quick offload. There's some great defense by one of the Kutztown players. Maybe Alex Richards in the middle.
That was great to prevent something that could have been really bad. Wheeling had a wide open lane. Weren't able to take it.
Here's a little bit of room for I. I makes a move. Great fake. And Joseph I is uncontested to the try zone. A beautiful rush to the outside.
Wheeling scores to be close.
But we just talked. Who is the best team right now at Fighting Irish Sevens? Is it this Wheeling team or is it a Kutztown team who have just been great today, especially if you're looking at the eye test? I think we have an answer, Charlie. Not even done with this first half right now. Wheeling just been so dominant in this one.
Certainly looking like a mismatch early, although, of course, in fairness to the Golden Bears, they have been playing with only 6 for most of the half. At least on the early yellow card.
Yeah, they have their full strength lineup now back out there, the 7 guys. But just with Wheeling, so hard to take down, and the way they recruit, it's really just providing a guideline for a lot of other colleges as well who we've seen branch out internationally after seeing the success of Wheeling.
You know, less than a minute to go in the half, and we'll see if the Bears have a response, try to get on the board and give themselves a real chance in the second half. You mentioned it, they're back to playing with all 7. It's brought ahead by Rowan Sierra. Still on his feet, and will go to his right. Another pass, 20 seconds in the half. Still on his feet. Finally, they tackle the ball carrier over on the far side. Here's Orndorff.
I like this from Kutztown, showing the fight to Wheeling after going down early.
One-handed snag by Henry Thomas, who gives it off. Orndorff in the middle, kick it out. I agree with you, Chris. This is the best we've seen Kutztown play early in this game. Of course, although it's early, it's also late. Not much time in these games. There's a great pass. One more offload, bounces into the hands. Intended target. And we get a offensive penalty and a untimely one at that for the Golden Bears. And Wheeling's going to get out of this half with a 14-0 lead. We'll step aside for a quick break as the Cardinals looking to advance to the finals here at this event, up 14. 7 minutes separating the Wheeling Cardinals from a trip to the Fighting Irish Invitational Championship game. And if the Kutztown Golden Bears want anything to say about it, they're going to have to score at least 14 points across this final half, and they'll start by kicking it away. Very impressive showing from Wheeling, who really were put to the test in their last game. We talked about how Kutztown was really passing the eye test. Wheeling barely scraping by Marian. Just goes, guess it goes to show how good a Marian team is, huh?
Yeah, Marian, a great program, and it also goes to show, to a degree in this game, how good Wheeling is, of course. They
100%.
really turned it on in this game, and they know that they're playing not just for a ticket to the final, but this Invitational, the winner gets a ticket to the national championship tournament. So they're playing for a lot, and that's what's at stake in the next 6.5 minutes here.
Kind of surprised that they haven't already qualified for that. I guess there just haven't been that many sevens events. Boy, are they a good team and been very impressive here today, and they'll look to slow it down on offense, and it's Mondaza. Thought he was going to slow it down, and now he's going in the blind side of the defender. Oh, my goodness. Ew. Shadrach Mondaza, take a bow.
Takes it in for the try.
Yeah, he put him in a spin cycle there, Charlie. That was just wonderful. Wow. Mondaza, you can't touch this. Call him MC Hammer.
Doesn't get much prettier than that in terms of individual efforts, and now Wheeling with a 3-try lead. Okay, inversion is no good. 5.5 to go in the second half.
Conversion is wide left. Wheeling leads 19-0.
It's 19-0 for the Cardinals, who looking to advance to the finals of this event.
Yeah, and there is a good chance that they have qualified. Not too much information on that already, but
We're
did
seeing
mention
a
they are
report.
playing for a ticket there.
They won the Peach Sevens earlier. Thank you
Gotcha.
to Ryan Roman, who's been a viewer all day today. Shout out, Mr. Roman.
Out in
Appreciate-
Atlanta, Georgia, the Peach Sevens.
Shout out your viewership all day. We appreciate it. Thanks
Yes.
for joining us. And yes, it was also hard for me to believe that this would be their ticket into nationals. Enough sevens events going on this year that they're already there.
I will retract my statement. However, Kutztown will be playing, I believe, for a ticket. I shouldn't even say that anymore. I think I should just stop. You know, I think all teams working hard.
We're seeing a lot of teams who will be there
yes,
at
yeah,
this
we
event, whether or not they get in
And-
via this automatic bid or other automatic bids or at-large bids,
Yeah.
whatever it is. We're seeing a lot of talent in the Premier Division. Thinking about some of those really good matchups from early in the morning where it's like, how is this a first-round matchup or how is this a second-round matchup?
Yeah, and we also look at this Wheeling team and who they've beaten in these events, such as the Peach Tournament. They beat Notre Dame 44-5. Notre Dame is a very good team. And then we saw Indiana, who played very well today. And they might see them again. Who knows? They beat Indiana 38-7. So it just goes to show how much, you know, they're head and shoulders above the rest of college rugby right now. They're almost this anomaly, and everybody is just trying to play catch-up.
It's one of those teams where we got to speak to Notre Dame's head coach, Justin Hickey, yesterday, and made me laugh a little bit when he said, you know, we have a chance against Wheeling if they have a bad day. We have a chance. Not, oh, if they have a bad day, we're in the driver's seat. It's we have a small chance if everything goes wrong for them. And, you know, Marian's a good team, but I don't think Wheeling played as well as they would have liked in that quarterfinal game, and they are showing who they really are in this semifinals outing, not giving Kutztown anything. Another turnover for the Golden Bears, who, after dominating their quarterfinal matchup, look a little bit out of place right now.
Yeah, I thought Marian matched Wheeling's physicality to as much as they could, right? Of course, it's going to be so hard to fully, completely match the physicality of this Wheeling team, but Marian held their own. I have yet to see that from Kutztown. I have yet to see them really give Wheeling a run for their money and give them some really strong, dangerous, I don't want to say dangerous, but, big hits. And it cuts down next 2.5 minutes. Maybe if they can do that defensively, they'll find their way back into this and garner some points.
Kutztown coming off a 31-5 victory over Walsh, who had defeated Harvard. In a game that I thought featured two pretty good teams. Walsh definitely underperformed in that quarterfinal matchup. Wheeling, before they beat Marian, they played off of the stream on field 3, defeating Adrien. Kutztown trying to get on the board here. A couple nice juke moves. Overhanded offload in and out of the hands of the intended target, but it's picked up. Heard a whistle and a knock-on. Close call for sure. Could have gone either way, but they do call it a knock-on, so still no points for Kutztown. Is nearly breaking through and scoring was Ben Collison.
We got some words being exchanged between some players as well. Looks like they got tied up, a Wheeling and a Kutztown player, and no fight, but just some verbal messages being exchanged. Benedict Quinn for Kutztown.
It's a good catch, number 20 in the black with the gold numbers and the maroon shorts. Not a lot of continuity on the jerseys, but still a pretty clean look. I do have to say, though, the Wheeling jerseys might be my favorite that I've seen yet today. They're doing everything right, even look good.
Yeah, they look good, and it's very helpful for us in the broadcast booth compared to, who was it?
UChicago had
Western Michigan.
Western Michigan had white jerseys with yellow letters, or
That
was it
is
yellow with white numbers?
I believe it's a white jersey with yellow numbers, and they had that in the fall as well. And no diss to Western Michigan, great program. Sure, they're great people, but
for those who don't know their roster in and out, it is tough to identify players sometimes, and these two teams, pretty obvious what number is what. There's number 14 in black, who's not on the roster sheet. He's been a good player for Kutztown. Don't know who he is, but he's having a great day. He had a hat trick in their quarterfinal win. This is Collison, leaving it behind him. Body's bending near the touchline, dangerously so. But Quinn stayed in bounds. Maybe some space. Offload doesn't connect, but it bounced into the hands of an intended target. Picked up. And what a tackle. I think they're going to call it, though. It was a try-saving tackle, but it certainly looked high, and the referee's going to agree. So one of the maybe most pointless yellow cards you'll ever see, Chris, and time expired in a 3-possession game.
Perhaps, and I just don't understand Kutztown's philosophy right there. You beat Mendoza once. Why beat him again? They beat him towards the left, and they kind of pause, and they try to stiff-arm him, and that's when the high tackle happens. So. And
it's going to ruin the shutout bid as a penalty try is awarded, though time is expired. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Wheeling officially wins 19-7, and they advance to the championship game to play the winner of our next game. Stay with us for that one.
Penalty try, but time expires. Wheeling wins the match 19-7. Will advance.
Big one on top here. Just a quick break between games. It's Indiana in the white with red shoulders and sides against ICCC, who are in the navy blue. And again, the best team bus I've ever seen coming into action today. Two I schools. You know, places starting with I are not really that common, except in the Midwest of the United States of America.
Now that you mention it, you are correct in that judgment, Charlie. I can't think of anything else that starts with I, except Istanbul, Turkey. But
Innsbruck, isn't that a place in Australia?
perhaps I'm not.
Not too familiar
Yeah,
with my
no.
Australian geography, but I feel like I've heard that before.
Check that.
Ivory Coast.
Ivory Coast.
Although I guess
Good
that's technically Cote d'Ivoire, which would be
Yeah.
a C.
call.
We got a
Ithaca.
producer in our ear giving us more. Let's keep it going. Ithaca.
Ithaca, New York. That is another great one. Great broadcasting school as well.
Home to some great universities. Wow. What a tackle as it looked like. We might have our first try of the game bright and early into this one. Tackle is made, though. ICCC continues possession.
Trends go quickly.
ICCC, if you're just joining us, Iowa Central Community College. They beat Notre Dame to get here. Certainly earned their spot, beating the host team.
Charlie, just before we go back to the game here, I think we missed the most obvious, which is Italy.
That's a big one. Ireland. There is some
Ireland,
countries.
yeah.
I'm saying if you go beyond the country level, let's go to like,
We're looking at cities here.
yeah, I guess
Okay.
you don't really know
Well,
as many.
I digress. from
Istanbul
this
was a good
statement.
pull. I got to give that to you.
Thank you, and just the soccer knowledge coming in handy. Hosted a couple Champions League finals, including for my Liverpool. But what a game we have on our hands right here, and I've been really impressed with Iowa Central so far. And
Especially this guy, Takudzwa Musingwini, has been unbelievable, and he just scored again and an early strike for the Tritons.
he was an All-American this past fall, and just showing why. Not slowing down in the sevens format. If anything, he's excelling even more so, and he might be the reason that Iowa Central finds themselves in a matchup against Wheeling. He has carried this team. The rest of the team, very solid, very stellar, done great all day, but they have a superstar on their hands.
He's certainly been the most notable.
And it's important to note, Charlie, this is a community college. So all of their athletes are freshmen and sophomore. They're going against a lot of older guys out there.
And they're making it look, I won't say they're making it look easy, but they're hanging tough and they're even excelling. Now they have a 7-0 lead. And winner of this one goes to the championship game, our last game of the day at 5:50. The loser plays in the Premier Division third place game against Kutztown. That one's at 4:30. Around those, tons of games in the other division. 2 more semifinals in the D3 division, including we get to see Slippery Rock play, which I'm excited about
yeah.
because they are 3-0 with a 105-point differential
Wow.
through their first 3 games.
That's going to be a fun one, and we talked about Slippery Rock off air, just joking around.
Not a university I had heard of, but they are making a name for themselves today. And Indiana trying to respond. Here's Parker Wall, gives it off to his left. Good recovery by the ICCC defense.
And it's good to see Wall be involved. He was very active last time out, both on and off the pitch, and not slowing down in this one.
Parker Wall hat trick, if you remember. That's a forward pass, I believe was called, yes. Some good contingent of Indiana fans below us not aware that that was called a forward pass, but they will soon unfortunately learn. So a good rush. Possession for the Hoosiers goes by the wayside. So they look to get back into this one, only trailing by 7.
Yeah, a very tough pill to swallow right there. They did everything they needed to in the build-up. They progressed past the 22-meter line. They win the ball. They move it very well. They circulate it around the pitch. And in the end, to no prevail just because of a small but very significant error in the grand scheme of things.
We had a question about Marian. Marian has played a couple games today. They were victorious in their first one, fell to Wheeling in their second, and they're playing right now over on stream number 2. So if you're interested in watching Marian go at it, they're playing against, they just finished their game, falling 24-14 to Walsh. So not sure when we'll see them again. They probably get one more, somewhere either 3:40 or 4 o'clock. Right now, though, we're focused on the Hoosiers and the Tritons and what is shaping up to be a very good semifinal match. And get it in the hands of this guy, Musingwini. You might have to give him the Zach Banton treatment if you're a defense. Harder to do on a guy in the center of the pitch, but
Yeah, it is, and
tackle him like that, that also works. Minute and a half, give or take, to go here in the first half. Indiana forces a steal. They turn it away, turn it back quickly.
this ball has been in this half of the field for a long time now, so Indiana doing well to possess it, but again, just got to get something out of it. It means nothing if you don't, especially heading into halftime would just be such a big morale booster for this Hoosiers team.
Still plenty of time. There's a kick ahead. What a creative play. Takes a tough bounce, but great work by the Hoosier player to hang on to possession. Does that look like it could have bounced and gone awry? That one does go awry. And the referee's going to have to call the knock on. So a missed opportunity for Indiana, still searching for their first points of the game.
We'll have a Triton scrum.
Iowa Central is going to opt for the scrum. As time ticks down below 30 in the half.
A lot of teams on the side watching, especially as this day comes to a close for many different rugby clubs from all around the country camping out here at Stinson Rugby Field, and also the weather. No rain in this one, which is a nice change of pace from the rest of the day.
Certainly is. It's been off and on, but on more throughout the early stages of action today. We finally get a little bit of reprieve. Still cloudy, of course. It's technically spring, but doesn't really feel like it most days here in South Bend. It was
That will take us to halftime.
very warm fall semester, very cold spring semester, but the action is super hot on the field. 7-0 ICCC with 7 minutes to go. Back underway for half number 2 here at Stinson Rugby Field. Charlie Morris alongside my partner Chris Daly. And Chris, we've had some great action today. I want you to pick one moment from the day that stands out to you the most.
I got to say Purdue winning in that
choice.
final minute. Yeah, they were down all game. They were really down a man as well. So down both on the scoreboard and on the pitch in terms of the guys they had out there. And then winning in the final minute, Brendan Ryan, that was just an awesome moment. How about yourself, Charlie? Any moments sticking out?
I can't pick the same one because that would be boring.
Yeah.
Although I agree with it for sure.
I'm sorry if I stole yours. So.
That was definitely my favorite, but a biased Notre Dame fan. I was a fan of their comeback win over Western Michigan, but I have to say the Wheeling versus Marian game stands out to me as an excellent game. Wheeling coming away with the victory, 21-17, but that was tight all the way to the end. It doesn't get much better than that between two very good teams. Now the Cardinals on their way to the finals.
I think elite rugby is always easy to appreciate. When you see
Very
it, you
easy
just
to appreciate.
love it, and that's exactly what that game embodied. Just great rugby all around from both of those teams.
And if you're just joining us, you've missed a lot good rugby today, but it continues to improve as we head down towards the final games of each bracket. There are 4 divisions playing today. 3 of them started with round-robin format. This one features 2 teams in the Premier Division who just started with 16 of them in a traditional single elimination bracket style. And this guy has been electric for the Tritons. Takudzwa Musingwini scores again. His second of the game. It's got to be like his 7th or 8th try of the day.
He's been the MVP of the tournament so far, and that says a lot considering some of the guys on the Wheeling team and some of the other performances that we've seen so far. And from Zimbabwe, he's going up against a lot of other guys from his home country, including Mandaza, who's just been electric for Wheeling. So great play by Musingwini, and yet another try. He's just so hard to stop because he's so big, yet so strong and so fast. Just a perfect sevens player. And he's shown why he's one of the best in the land.
Certainly is. And 2 tries, both tries for his team right now in this game as they look to be a moderate surprise finalist. They certainly have shown today that they are one of the top teams in this division. Don't know how many people thought they'd be competing for the finals, but that's the way it's shaken out.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because they've played 11 games so far this year. So coming into this tournament, they have played the most amount of sevens rugby. They played against Clemson, Iowa, Nebraska, Adrien. They played against some very good schools, also University of Health, Sciences, and Pharmacy as well.
Who were supposed to be here,
yeah, they were supposed to be here. We were chuckling about the idea of UHSP having a rugby team, but they have a good one. And
they do.
Iowa Central beat them. So, again, just a very seasoned team so far, ranked currently 11th on Rugby Hawk, and they'll definitely sneak into the top 10 after today.
And a broken tackle up the middle. Oh, the offload just out of the hands of one of the Tritons trying to pass it off for Musingwini. David Cameron almost set up a hat trick, but it ends up being a knock-on. It's amazing when you think about rugby, Chris. Maybe it's just me who thinks this, but I feel like the schools that are good at rugby are you just don't know. Like if you look at the name of a school, say, I don't know, pick any university, Alabama. Do they have a good rugby? Who knows? Like,
yeah,
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, Alabama's okay. I know down south they were actually in the Peach Cup with a couple of the teams today that we had mentioned, but again, the teams that are here are the one they're beating Alabama, right?
So these are the best teams in rugby. Are not the schools you think of when you think of universities right away. Like if you were to name 20 universities in the United States, you probably wouldn't name Wheeling. You probably wouldn't name ICCC unless you go there, right? And it's just ones like that are so good. And there are marquee names that are good too. Here's Indiana in the semifinals. battling hard.
Yeah, and a big reason, too, is, of course, donations. So a school like Indiana, we talked in their first game about Mark Cuban donating $6 million to the Indiana rugby program, and they've had some great success before that, but that financial donation goes a long way because none of these teams are NCAA affiliated, so they're technically not involved with the athletic department. So the schools that do even offer scholarships to their athletes, a lot of times are some Division II, Division III schools, typically in the NCAA, that you just don't see. And in ICCC's case, it's a JUCO school.
And they're using their youth to advantages. Indiana trying everything to get on the board. So that kick went out of bounds off the foot of Matthew Chevalier. And he looks like he's going to head out on a substitution. Triton's also making personnel changes. Anthony Valentine entering for the Hoosiers with the final 50 seconds to go, and they trail 12 in what has been a very impressive low-scoring game. Here's Musing Weenie, who's going to give it off before he gets hit. Fake offload to isolate a defender on the outside, and it works perfectly. Look at that set play, and Vince Jacoby has a lot of room. Jacoby centers it, runs all the way to the back before downing it. And he's on the board with just 17 seconds to play. And for all intents and purposes, pretty much decided at this point, it's going to be the Iowa Central Community College youngsters, the Tritons, versus the vets, the Zimbabwe Heavy Wheeling Cardinals, who are I'm excited for that matchup.
I am very excited. And just real quickly, Iowa Central, very happy. You can tell they're celebrating, ecstatic to be here. But Vince Jacoby, that might have been the play of the day on an individual level. The fake offload, everything that went into it, splicing through the defense. Very impressed with Jacoby's try right there, and that's a great way to end a fun game between Iowa Central and Indiana. As you said, Charlie, that has got all the makings to be an awesome match, probably the match of the day.
Just 4 more matches in the Premier Division on our channel, and only 2 of them of real importance, a 3rd place game and then a championship at 550. There's some other placement games in there as well, and we're going to stay here as the next 2 teams take the field. A lot more time in between halftime as opposed to in between games, as I'm sure you've noticed, Chris, but trying to keep it moving.
I've been very impressed, actually. Back home, I organize a soccer fundraiser every year with a lot of guys. It's grown to about 50 to 60 kids in the local area. And it never ends on time. I always say we're going to keep a structure. It never ends up happening. It's so hard to do so. And shout out to Justin Hickey and everybody involved with the Fighting Irish Sevens. He's got a lot of his JV players helping out, some players from the women's teams, and it's just super smooth operating. It's been a great day of rugby so far.
It has, and it will continue with our first game on this channel in Division III in a while. It's Xavier against University of Wisconsin Eau Claire. Xavier in the navy blue, UW in the whites that almost remind me of White Castle uniforms, and they're going to score first. They're 3-0, and they're looking to make it 4-0 in advance, and they do get on the board just half a minute in.
I've noticed that a lot today, a lot of fast starts. That has been the one common denominator in each game, whether it's a blowout, a tightly contested game. It seems like there's always one team who, when they get the ball, they just explode right off the jump.
Since we haven't really shown much of either of these 2 teams, it would be appropriate now to go through their results. So UW Eau Claire, 3 wins, 85 points for, 24 against. For Xavier, 2 wins and a loss, and a point differential of positive 13. So certainly UW the favorite
And
but anything
we
can happen.
have seen this Xavier team a little earlier in the day. It was actually our first 9 a.m., so bright and early.
Yes, it was.
And it felt like many moons ago now.
Crazy to think that's the same day.
Yeah, my whole life has changed since then.
I don't know about
Announcing
that.
all these sevens games. I'm a different man after. No, but I mean, truthfully, just feels like a while ago, and it was. And it is for these players as well. They've gone through a lot today. They've had to deal with a couple of losses. They've dealt with the win, and just an emotional roller coaster at times and a physical toll as well that it takes on all of their bodies. So expect a fun game just because they're playing on the main field, and there's a lot to play for.
That creative offense by Xavier trying to isolate a defender, and then a pass when it looked like the ball carrier had a lane in towards the try zone, but he gives it off. That was Alex Reimer. It looked like he was free.
Confused with that decision right there. Alex Reimer had nothing but green turf in front of him. And that's just the inexperience. So we're now at the Division III level. A lot of these guys haven't played rugby their whole life. Xavier
dodge.
Put up on Instagram a flyer asking guys to try out, no experience necessary.
And the Blue Gold strike again, a run up the middle. Luke Wilson with the try, and quickly a 2-score lead for UW Eau Claire. I mentioned their jerseys kind of remind me of White Castle. They are called the Blue Golds. Pretty self-explanatory why their colors would then be blue and gold. They're wearing white this weekend, though. We've got a lot of talent for a D3 team, as we're seeing. Already up 14-0, looking to win their 4th out of 4 here in Notre Dame.
Yeah, this is a dream start right now for the Blue Gold, and Xavier needs to look for something. Have yet to see them truly attack in this one, and their motto is eat some donuts. So now they got to eat some donuts and barge ahead here because there's nothing to lose in this game.
Yeah, make sure you eat some donuts to not score a donut. I want to get shut out in this playoff matchup. Great offload. A tackle from behind as nearly breaking free was Benja Neeson. Over on the far side, Ben Beckman stays with it. Beckman has it again. He'll leave it behind him. Blue Gold's inside the 5 and now into the try zone for their 3rd score in this first half. They are off to a great start.
This is an onslaught, and they're just outmatching Xavier physically with their speed and with their speed of play especially. Xavier's defense right now just has no answers.
And the conversion goes 21 now for the Blue Golds, who have looked the part of a 3-0 team. Winner of this game plays at 5-10 in the D3 final versus the winner of our next game between Slippery Rock and Christendom. Slippery Rock will be the heavy favorites in that one.
Yeah, and Slippery Rock, one of the better teams in 15s as well.
And another lane towards the try zone, and another try scored, this one by Isaac Moritz.
Eau Claire takes it in for the try.
Now a 4th try in the first 6 minutes of this half.
And just got word that on another field, Notre Dame beat Aquinas. So
that's a good win for the Irish.
Yeah, big result for the Irish. Aquinas, one of the better teams we have seen today. And Notre Dame getting a big W against them.
Conversion misses. First missed kick of the afternoon for the Blue Golds, who certainly won't rue on that too much. Up 26 and still time to operate in this first half. We've seen them, Chris, very effectively in this game use their own kickoffs to give Xavier some fits over here on the near side and really not let the Musketeers get anything going.
Yeah, they have a great ability to win the ball back as soon as they let it up. And again, Xavier just needs to hold on to the ball. They need to swing it around, but they have not been able to really string together many complete passes right now. So we'll see if that can change as this game moves along.
Get a possession here, just trying to take what they can get. Starts with one if they were to try to get back in this game. And a bulldoze type run by Telly Mitchell. Now it's Kalahiki, Mitchell again, and they swing it back the other direction. Spinning down to the ground with the ball is Davis. Davis tries to leave it behind him, but they battle for it.
Penalty awarded.
And a penalty called. Long pass. Davis trying to get it to the far side. Seems like a good idea. Here's a little bit of room, and a great juke move again. Amidst a sea of white sweaters, look at this run. Reimer still going, still has it, finally wrapped up.
That is a great run and exactly what they needed. Finally, with no time on the clock, the Musketeers
are gonna score. Great offensive possession. Mitchell off a great pass from Vince Davis, and Mitchell is going to get as close as he can to the center before downing it. And Xavier is on the board. And easily their best offensive possession. The first time they've really even had the ball, they finally control a Blue Gold kick, and they turn it into a try.
That's exactly what they needed to end the half. Just a little bit of hope, right? And this game is definitely far gone. It comes to a point where there's only so much you can do, but at least go out trying, go out swinging, and that's exactly what Xavier does, showing no signs of quit, and it's great to see just the enthusiasm of them, even if they're down by 26.
Android cell phone with a blue marble case. Android cell phone with a blue marble case.
We're going to step aside for halftime with the Blue Golds up comfortably. Back for the second half, and once again, UW Eau Claire taking advantage of their own kickoff, but they can't turn it into anything after the knock-on. So we'll see what Xavier can do after scoring at the end of the first half, see if they can get themselves back in this game.
Blue Gold to knock it on.
Yeah, just some historical context about these two sides. UW Eau Claire was number 10 in the NCR rankings to conclude the season. We're 8-1 in Division III play. Xavier was 6-1, so ranked 16th in the country, and right in between them at 13 was Christendom, who we might see later, maybe not, as Slippery Rock was number 7. So a lot of the top teams, but there's also a big gap, even just between a couple of spots in Division III rugby.
Well, we will get to see Christendom at least once, as they're in the semifinals, but it's a question of whether they can beat the daunted 3-0, 112-point scoring Slippery Rock squad. Ref slows Xavier down off the knock-on.
Knock-on.
Yeah, so that game will be next, and Slippery Rock, usually in the Pennsylvania Athletic Conference, also known as the PSAC.
What's the S in there?
Yes, I want to say sports, Pennsylvania Sports Athletic, or Pennsylvania State,
Probably what it
Athletic
is.
Conference.
That's probably
excuse
what
me.
it is.
Yes.
That's good. I was going to say sports athletics
No,
seems
no,
kind
no.
of redundant.
Yeah,
I
it
didn't mean
does.
to quiz you on the spot
No,
there.
all
but
good.
I was curious. I didn't know
a
if you
couple
knew.
of athletes competing within the PSAC, so I have a little bit of knowledge on them, but great rugby program.
See what Xavier can do from their own tri-zone, basically. Now they finally exit it. Passes bobble, dangerous. We got a stoppage here.
Penalty awarded.
Five minutes to go in half number 2. Long kick, and a good one at that, from the Musketeers, setting themselves up.
One thing to note, this Musketeers bench, well, should I say lack thereof, not many guys that they have. You see a lot of times a full bench today, and Musketeers only have about 4 or 5 guys out there compared to some teams who we've seen where it's a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how coaches use that bench, whatever size it is. You get 5 substitutions per game. Substitute anyone in or out at any time. And here's a break for the Musketeers. Offload is low, but it's kicked around. Kalahiki trying to get on it. And we get a stoppage for the knock-on.
Xavier knocks it on.
Xavier just lacking that burst of speed.
We'll have a Blue Gold.
Yeah, it looked like they were in the clear a bit there, but good backtrack from the Blue Golds, as you mentioned. There'll be a scrum right in the middle of the field. UW Eau Claire coming off a shutout over Wabash in their last game. Xavier falling to Slippery Rock, 29-7. Here come the Blue Golds, pass off. Spinning down with it is Moritz, and now it's played over to the far left wing. Little space to operate way out there for Conan. Conan tackle from behind, keeps it in play. They're gonna get the penalty for that. This will be a tap and go for Eau Claire.
Really smart play from Conan just to recognize and see the open space out to the left and just totally exploit it. Goes around 15 to 20 meters up the pitch.
Under 2 to play in half number 2. Trip to the Division III championship on the line. Loser plays at 4:50. Winner plays at 5:30 in the championship game. And that's a great pass. And another good one. And it's going to be a try scored. First one of the second half, and it comes courtesy of Will Conan, wearing those flashy bright blue cleats, and he downs it for the score.
Yeah, the flashy cleats complemented by a very classy jersey. I like the number plates for Eau Claire. Nice font to them.
Well executed play for sure by a good-looking team. A lot of good jerseys, I have to say. It's amazing how creative you can get with rugby kits, from shirts, shorts, socks, even some shoes. So we're seeing conversion is good from Cal Schmitz, wearing double zeros. Are you, Chris, a believer or a non-believer that 00 and 0 are different numbers?
I am a believer. I believe 00 and 0 are distinctly different numbers, although if you have them both on the field at the same time, it should not be allowed.
Interesting.
I think if it's in the stat book, though, and there's a 0, it should say 0, and if there's a 00, it should say 00.
20 seconds. So I would have to say, I think 00. I don't know. I feel like 00 just like wear 10. I don't know. You don't wear, like, if you're number 2, you don't wear 02. If you're number 12, you wear 12.
You think it's more like a 99 case, right, when you're wearing double digits? Although one of my favorite stories in all of sports, at least for numbers, is D'Angelo Russell. Got to get back to this game here.
Yeah, we got a good offensive possession by Xavier, and it's going to be taken in for the try by Xavier Buterbaugh.
Yeah, he's had a
Xavier
nice day.
gets a try for Xavier.
And he had one last time out to open up the day as well, so good work from Xavier for Xavier. But back to D'Angelo Russell. He wears a number 0 because 0 people can guard him. At least that's what he says. That's what he said coming out of Ohio State back in the day, many moons ago. Remember seeing that and liking the confidence, but I think he's been since proven wrong, with all due respect to D'Angelo Russell. Great player, but there's definitely some guys in the big leagues that can guard him.
That'll wrap it up here. Final score, 33 for UW Eau Claire, 14 for Xavier. The Blue Golds will play for the championship, and Xavier will play for third here at the Fighting Irish Invitational, as we get our next two teams already stepping out onto the pitch. Not much time in between games here as we try to stay on schedule. Slippery Rock, Christendom.
Wow, you want to talk about a jersey match here? We're just talking about the aesthetics and the looks. These are two very unique jerseys. You got Slippery Rock and Christendom, and I believe it's, Christendom with the blue, and those are some Aztec-looking jerseys. I like it.
This is a perfect prime example of how creative you can get with your jerseys. It's like a plaid pattern, like almost like the Maryland flag for the Slippery Rock team, where you've got like the X-wing of designs.
Yeah, you have quarter action going on. So it splits it up into quarters. You have 2 black quarters, and then the other quarters are the green and black diamonds, which creates an interesting look. I also like the white number plate as well, just to make it nice and clear.
Should be a good one, a trip to the championship on the line. We just saw who they're going to play, the winner of this game. That being UW Eau Claire, and Slippery Rock enters this one with just 7 points allowed in 3 games. They've scored 119.
They've also entered the Fighting Irish Sevens with 0 games. This is their first tournament, and meanwhile, Christendom 1-2-1 on the year prior to today.
Actually, 112 points forward, but still impressive no matter how you cut it. For the Slippery Rock team, who are on defense right now, and there's a good tackle over on the far side.
Christendom tied Harvard, who we saw as one of the better teams of the day, and that was out in the premier bracket, so goes to show that they are an elite team.
Yeah, even our referee's getting creative with his uniform out here with the gradient shade.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I like that as a ref. You got to stand out, so you can always go for those bright colors.
Certainly standing out here in a game featuring green and black, white and blue, and he's in a little bit of a pink and purple sunset shade. And he's going to blow his whistle right here and start the Slippery Rock offense. They move quickly. Zach Harrington is going to get taken down. Number 15 in green and black. Now it's Gage Barnes.
Slippery Rock last year, 2024 NCR Sevens champion, so they won their division last year at the national level. Very good Sevens program, and trying to repeat. They won in what they call the men's small college bracket for NCR.
It's a good nugget there, as they've shown today, at least kind of talent they have with the 105-point differential through just 3 games. Doing it both on offense and defense, and doing it there is Harrington. Down the middle he goes, and the home plate slide in for the score.
You could say he slipped into the try zone there, Charlie.
That's good.
With the rock in his hand.
That he did. So it's a early score for Slippery Rock. And the conversion is good to make it 7-0. .4:30 to go in the half, and the first score of the game. To Slippery Rock, who, if you search them up on the internet, we had this discussion this morning, you get a nice creek on Google Images. Along with this university, which is one of the premier ones in rugby in the United States. Bobbling the ball around here. It's picked up and spinning away is Jude Burkett.
Like the attempt from Christendom, Joe, just to start running and see if they can test the speed of this Slippery Rock team. They're going to need to get creative today, and they match up very similarly if you're looking at their physical attributes.
So I have to say, Jude Burkett made me think of the show. Have you ever seen Fool Me Once on Netflix limited series?
Charlie, I hate to say it, I have not ever seen Fool Me Once.
It's a great show, and it's the Burketts is the last name of the main family. There's a Judith Burkett, not a Jude Burkett. But just made me think of that. He's wearing number 6 in blue.
Sloppy offload there from Christendom. They're going to need to be better than that if they want to get by the Slippery Rock team, who so far have been so good. Only have seen the ball in their attacking half.
Yeah, it's been a great start for them. Got Christendom on their heels right now. Right down the middle. Overhand offload. A little bit of space and a nice juke. Even better tackle. .2:30 to go in a 7-0 game. Referee will stop play. I'm trying to go quick. He's Harrington, but he's going to be told it's not even his ball. Trying to catch him sleeping. Doesn't quite go.
It's 2:47. No one's sleeping anymore. Everybody's well awake. It's playoff rugby now. Knockout rugby, should I say. Here at Stinson Rugby Field. And
round robins are over. Round robins didn't even start for the Premier Division, but for these two teams, this is their first elimination game. They're playing some round robins. Right now, it's the Slippery Rock team with a 7-0 lead. Very closely contested game on the scoreboard. Certainly has felt like Christendom hasn't had much of a chance to score.
Yeah, and Slippery Rock only has 3 guys who are new to this program, only 3 freshmen on the roster today. So everybody else was on that national championship winning roster last year. A lot of experience on this team, and as we've seen today many times, experience typically does prevail here in college rugby.
Here's Burkett trying to get through. He's taken down by a combination of a couple green and black jerseys. Quick offload right into traffic. We got another whistle. Second straight penalty against Slippery Rock. Quick moving is Will Colasar. He gives it back to Jimmy Coffey. Throws it up. It's taken away. Alec Harbison will go down with it. Best chance so far for Christendom goes by the wayside. It's slyly kicked ahead. Aiden O'Shea trying to catch up to it. He will not get there first.
Great idea from Aiden O'Shea, though. We've seen that a couple times today. It really depends on how the bounce looks. With the no rain, now it's a bit more favorable to the offensive team. Yeah,
and here's Charlie Akla, and Akla makes his man miss. And he's going to score the first try of the game for Christendom. A huge play with just 8 seconds in the half. The sophomore getting it done.
Well, if they have a superstar, you could tell right there. Charlie Akla has just got that pop. Just his first step, so explosive, and makes Slippery Rock pay. A couple of self-inflicted mistakes. Could have possessed the ball and just saw out the half. Decided to go for a few more points, and in the end, finishes all even.
That's 7-7 as we go to halftime with a trip to the championship game on the line.
Once again, we are still looking for the owner of an Android smartphone with a blue marble.
Seven minutes separating both Christendom and Slippery Rock from a chance to play in the Division III championship game. They are going up against UW Eau Claire, who looked very good in their win against Xavier. Had a great day of rugby all day on the channel.
Yeah, and last year, just found out over the halftime break, we saw Charlie Akla just explode to end the half for Christendom. And Christendom actually took 4th last year at the Collegiate Rugby Championships. Meanwhile, of course, Slippery Rock winning it all. And Charlie Akla in that tournament scored 4 tries. Was one of the best players all tournament long. So just continuing his success here in his sophomore season.
And he had that big score at the end of the half to kind of give some life to this Christendom team that didn't have much going for them early, but found a way. And now they're looking to pull off the upset against Slippery Rock, who's 3-0, finished first place in their pool, which was Pool A. Christendom 1-1-1, but a good points differential in Pool B. And here they go towards the near side. Picked up and moved to the left. Extra pass, Francis Woltering is going to give it away. She will go to the ground and lose it. Taken away by Slippery Rock. Chance to go. Gage Barnes will leave it behind him, get some help.
And Gage Barnes, he had a bit of an opening there. Maybe could have taken it, but decides to possess the ball. And hopefully for Slippery Rock, they can just go meter by meter here.
Tie game, 4.5 minutes to go. Unlike the last time we had a late tie game in the half, this one would go to overtime.
See a lot of space out on the far side of the pitch right now. I think Slippery Rock tries to find that pocket of space eventually.
Tough to do against this very stingy Christendom defense, which is shown out against an offense that is very impressive. Now a one-on-one matchup, great tackle, what a play. But then an even better offload, and it's in the hands of Aiden O'Shea, and O'Shea is gonna go the distance. Great setup. I believe that was Harrington on the setup after nearly breaking free himself.
Yeah, and Will Colasar with the tackle for Christendom. That was a fantastic effort, but just outmatched by Slippery Rock. They had the overload. There was more green and black jerseys than blue, and if the math usually is correct, Slippery Rock prevails, and they get a huge try right there. And it's well-deserved. Slippery Rock has been the better team thus far, and you can tell Christendom is a little gassed. 3 players with their hands on their knees.
Yeah, fatigue on both sides as we get this territory of all these teams playing multiple games today. You know, and they only get tougher as the day goes along and the stakes increase. And so this Slippery Rock will kick it away. Still can't get over these uniforms, by the way. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
You don't see this kind of stuff in any other sport.
No, the only one I can think of is lower league soccer towards the top. They usually try to go more generic just to play it safe, but really soccer is the only one I have ever seen this much creativity with, and perhaps it's a little easier in these types of sports where it's almost like a t-shirt that you're wearing, but I like it. I really like Christendom's a lot too. I think it's just so unique and it just stands out.
I have to say I like it as well. It's like you got the cross there in the background. And the blue stands out compared to the white, that's for sure.
Yeah, Christendom is a Catholic school founded by the Catholic scholars, and you can see that cross, as you mentioned, Charlie.
Here's a little bit of space, dodging an ankle tackle and spinning off another hit. What a play, and a try score for Slippery Rock, and what a bulldog run for a little bit of insurance here in that second half.
Hey, you call him a bulldog, and I'll tell you what, Charlie, if you bark at the dogs, you're going to end up getting bit, and right there, Christendom gets bit.
We have some Bulldogs in the press box up here, apparently.
Huge run from Slippery Rock. And just that grit and tenacity. Love to see it.
Conversion up and good.
Conversion goes to extend the lead to 14. Last gasp for Christendom.
Slippery Rock leads 21-7 with just over a minute left to play.
Time continues to tick away.
Also, would like to mention something. I just found out here about this Slippery Rock team. We talked earlier about international recruiting, especially at that Premier Division. Slippery Rock, only one guy who is rostered outside, who comes from outside the state of Pennsylvania. And that's Gage Barnes, number 12, who comes from Ohio, so not too far.
We got Malachi Williams down there in Maryland as well. Decided instead of in the city and state columns, he's just put his state in the city.
Now, could it be Maryland, Pennsylvania? Who knows?
Oh,
if it
that would be.
exists.
That would be.
Unfortunately, it does not. However, I do know Indiana, Pennsylvania does exist, as we've seen with Indiana University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's a good call. 20 seconds to go now.
Yeah, both teams look pretty fatigued. We talked about it after Slippery Rock's last try, but it just comes to a point at this time in the day. They played a lot of rugby. Coach Justin Hickey of Notre Dame talked to us about it. Towards the end of the tournament, the guys just get tanked. They get gassed. And this is like a high-intensity interval workout. It's just all sprinting, and there's not many sports like it while you're also simultaneously beating each other up. So you could tell both teams just worn down at this point.
But still giving it their all, and next dead ball will end it. Not going to be here. Ref's going to call it back. Coming up at the conclusion of this one, we have semifinals in the Division I club bracket. Purdue and Louisville. We've seen Purdue on this field before. Bowling Green State and Illinois. We've also seen the Falcons before. And then we get some more games after that, as Slippery Rock's going to end the day with one more try score. Chase Nething.
Try for the Rock with zeros on the clock.
That will conclude it. And handshakes from some of the players. Slippery Rock is going to the finals. They win 26-7. Their defense continues to shine. Now only 14 points against in 4 games.
Yeah, both teams just totally depleted mentally and physically after that one. All exchanging some handshakes right now, but it was a fun game. We talked a lot about the Jersey matchup, but there were some great moments in that game. I especially liked Charlie Ackla's try at the end of the first half. Of course, Christendom, it was their only try of the game, but just thought it was a great individual effort from him, and everybody from Slippery Rock combining for a collective team effort today. We see a lot of individuals starring on other teams, but for Slippery Rock, it very much seems as if they are for the team and all the guys spreading the love.
That certainly felt that way, and so we'll get set now for a couple games in the Division I club bracket. Louisville is about to take on Purdue. And then we got Bowling Green State and Illinois to follow.
Yeah, so we talked about Purdue earlier as a team that's trying to really make their rugby program dominant, and they've struggled in the past couple years, but head coach Steve Nicholson has done well, slowly but surely, to make sure that Purdue is taking the necessary steps to become a force within collegiate rugby. And back in the day, 1987 to 1989, they three-peated as champions, actually, nationally. So would love to get back to that point, but it's going to take a couple of years for them.
Boilermakers taking on the Louisville Cardinals.
And we're underway in this semifinal game. Louisville winners of Pool A with 2 wins. They allowed just 1 try in those 2 games. Scored 72 points. They dominated against Indiana Tech and Loyola. Purdue, 2 wins in Pool D with 32 points for and 14 against, only 18 plus 18 point differential. But again, they play everybody close regardless of level of competition. That's something that they are known for, is slowing the game down, making it very technical, and they showed it off in their last game, which was on this field, where they snuck away with a victory over Minnesota by a very close score of 12-7, that walk-off try. And Chris, your favorite moment, and probably mine as well, Brendan Ryan delivering the heroics for the Boilermakers. A lot of great moments today, though, a lot of good rugby and still more to come on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Thanks so much for joining us on this Saturday, just past 3 p.m. As there's a run along the right touchline, and Purdue's going to strike first. It's O'Donnell. Sean O'Donnell downs it, and he's on the board first. A quick start for the Boilermakers.
I love that. They go out wide, and they just see a lane and attack. No second guessing. That is just all instincts, and who survives in the wild and who's the king of the jungle? It's the lion, because they are so instinctual. And yeah, great play there from Purdue.
So a quick strike for them.
Oh.
That's an adventurous kick, but it goes. Conversation between one of the Louisville players and the referee as well.
Some geometry on that one as it hits the post.
It goes through anyway, so it is 7-0. Oh, that had the uprights moving. Oh, man. Neither team really moving urgently here as the Purdue kick went out. So Louisville takes it from midfield. There's a good tackle made by O'Donnell. And now a call. I don't know if I agree with that one, but the line judge said that one of the Louisville players was in touch with the ball, Marian McLaurin. He doesn't agree. Looked like he may have gotten it off before. Certainly close, but either way, Purdue will take it on the line out. It'll be thrown in by Ethan Miller.
Yeah, they're going to try to extend their lead. 7-0 right now, Purdue. Got 3:20 on the clock, and Sean O'Donnell with the ball. He has just been great all day long for Purdue, and even in the 15th season.
Look at this speed. Keenan Brunetti tracks it down, and then he loses it, but it's knocked on, so it'll be great field position. Oh, they called a knock-on against Brunetti. I thought that was a knock-on against Louisville. They call it against Brunetti.
Starts with O'Donnell's kick, though.
A creative play for the speed, that's for sure. Matt Kramer barely stayed in touch. Now a little bit of room on the far side. Pitched all the way out to the edge. And a good tackle, as nearly breaking free was Liam Johnson. Now we have a Purdue player down. 2:30 on the clock in the half. 7-0 Boilermakers lead.
Yeah, that's not a good sight out on the far side of the field. Whenever a rugby player is down, we've always said that it's a very serious matter. So hope he can be tended to. And meanwhile, for Louisville, just moving the ball there, thought their passing was pristine. Perfect offloads and very fluid rugby.
And gets what's back, Chris? The rain has returned. Some umbrellas being put up by some of the spectators in attendance. I don't know if I should be impressed or surprised, but the bleachers are full of people sitting. I imagine the bleachers still have to be wet. But I guess people are just willing to suck it up to enjoy the experience, and it's going to get a little bit less enjoyable now.
Yeah, braver than me. I was being a chicken about walking out in the rain, but good for all these fans in attendance today. What an event by Notre Dame.
Hosting, again, 35 teams across the 4 brackets. We haven't talked much about the reserve bracket, which only has 5 teams. They've been playing exclusively on Field 4. We'll get you some results there. Louisville 3-0 in that bracket. Michigan 2-1. Notre Dame 1-1. Western Michigan and Purdue both 0-2. So there's still some games to be played among those teams over on Field 4. You can find all results by scanning the QR code that will appear on the screen at halftime.
Back to the penalty. Cardinals go quick.
And Louisville here looking to tie the game. And they will have a tough conversion to do, but they will get in for the try. It's Marian McLaurin over on the far side. So we saw him on the near side arguing a call. He goes all the way over to the far side and downs it for the try.
It's been a tale of 2 halves in this first half, because the first half, it was all Purdue, and now it's all Louisville. Louisville possessing the ball very nicely, and they are very patient in their attack. They moved it to both ends of the field several times throughout, and it's paid off in the end.
Winner of this game moves on to play in the D1 Club Final at 5:30 on this field. The loser will play in the 3rd place game at 4:50. Those 2 games sandwich the D3 final between UW Eau Claire and Slippery Rock, and those 3 events are sandwiched by the Premier Division 3rd place game and the Premier Division final. We'll get all of that in a bit. For now, we're at halftime with a 2-point game in this semifinal match. Second half underway between Louisville and Purdue. It's Purdue 7, Louisville 5, as we've just got set.
Boilers drive will restart from the center line.
Clock hasn't technically even started yet in this second half. Clock. Boog. Clock. Gotcha. Purdue with a 2-point lead, a low-scoring, close game, as they're accustomed to playing. And this is all the action on Field 1. If you're looking for Field 2, the link was sent a while ago up in one of the chats up above. You can also click on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel logo and go to live. You'll be able to find the stream of Field 2, which has some great games as well. Going on right now, a matchup between Indiana and Loyola. That second half just underway. Very tight schedule here in South Bend as we try to fit 35 teams of 4 different brackets into a full day's event, all while battling the rain. And that battle has become most apparent right now as the rain ticks down, and here come the Cardinals. Try to score on the far side, and they're going to do just that with Jack Eberle, who centers it and downs it, and a big strike early for the Cardinals in the second half.
Good move from Eberle to separate himself from the rest of the pack and dances his way to a try.
So 10-7 temporarily. Louisville takes the lead on the try. And they'll look to make it a full try minus conversion lead. Again, not really in a rush. I have noticed in this game, and in the sport of rugby in general, a running time sport, which is unlike soccer in that there's that added time at the end. There's no added time in rugby. They really go at their own pace out here. There's not much urgency between plays.
No, there's not. It's good for me, definitely being a soccer guy, to see. And with sevens as a whole, it's such a unique and fascinating sport. We've talked about it before, but there is a reason why it's in the Olympics now. It's a reason why the World Rugby Committee is actually trying to promote sevens, even perhaps more so than 15s, is because it's such an entertaining and fast sport.
Certainly a lot of fun to commentate. Love doing it with you, Chris. Thanks
You as
for
well, Charlie.
being my partner today and all of last season and hopefully all of next season. Both in the 15-on-15 and the 7-on-7s, but boy, it doesn't get much more exciting than this, as there's a high tackle against the Cardinals. Didn't quite tell if that was against McLaurin or the other player who was there, but either way, it'll be Purdue ball trying to get back into this game. They struck first, have since allowed 12 unanswered points. Got to think for them, need the next score if they want a chance in this game. Louisville trying to prevent that. In and out of the hands, but now gathered in by Ethan Ross. Dangerous pass. Not much Keenan Brunetti can do with it. Finds a way to get it off.
Just outnumbered by white and red jerseys right now is Purdue. Louisville looking like they have an extra man out there, even though they don't. Very good defensively.
Going to try to use their speed here. A kick. It's going to cause problems with the way it's bouncing. One of the Purdue players slips down. That's Kustra going for it, and Louisville will just kick it right back. A little bit more controlled recovery coming from Miller. Light pressure applied by Eberle. Miller will gather it in. We'll move it to the middle. Kustra, one more pass before he gets taken down. Fake out to the wing, a very high tackle. That's got to be carded. And it will. So Marian McLaurin heading off, and a golden opportunity for Purdue now playing up a man for the rest of this regulation time.
Well, this is perfect. I felt like a minute ago that it looked like Louisville was a man up, even though they weren't, and now Purdue is. So little Uno reverse card here, and it's, as you said, Charlie, great chance for Purdue, but now they got to do something with it. It doesn't matter if you're not able to capitalize, and so far Purdue, since early on in this game, haven't been able to do much offensively, haven't been able to spark any creativity.
Yeah, they have the lone try from Sean O'Donnell early. Since then, they've been stifled, and they turn it over here on the penalty. So you get a look at what the crowd is like. A lot of umbrellas, but a lot of people. Pretty good showing here between two pretty big schools. None particularly close. Purdue definitely closer, but both within long driving distance. Actually been to Louisville. Commentate the Notre Dame women's basketball game against the Cardinals earlier this season at KFC Yum Center. That was a fun one. Women's team just lost to TCU, so they're out. Louisville's team lost a little bit earlier, falling to the number 2 seed in their region. I'm forgetting who. Maybe it was TCU. I think they both lost to TCU. Would have been fun to see that matchup if it had happened, but obviously the Horned Frogs weren't allowing that to happen. Good for them. Their first time ever in the Sweet 16, and now they're in the Elite 8.
Yeah, I was able to commentate.
Oh, wait, there goes a 10. Whoa. Over the fence onto the road. And I'm happy to report it's not the Xavier 10.
Yeah, look at this Xavier 10. That's good for them. Their stakes are nice and firm right now into the ground, but it seems as if some other programs need to work on their tent setup.
Under a minute to play in the half. Purdue still up a man, going for the tie. Sorry, I completely lost my train of thought when I saw a big blue tent hop a fence.
And there's a little family across the street right now running out to flip it.
I think there's more
kids.
than just a little family. We got everyone coming to help.
Now it's a team as well, but.
And we'll see. This is a developing storyline as the camera zooms out and you get a look at the 10 in the top of your screen. It's the blue one that's kind of above the fence.
And it is causing traffic in the road now. There is a Suburban stopped.
Oh, minivan. God, this day is taking turns left and right. 10 seconds in the game. Wheeling. They look like Wheeling. They're also the Cardinals, but they're Louisville. Louisville has the ball at the scrum. They're buying time to try to get it and kick it out. They're also playing with 7 men once again, so Purdue really missed opportunity for them. Scrum gets turned around before the ball is fed through. Looks like the tent is under control, being brought towards the gate. Now the question is, does that gate open? And it does open. God, there's so much going on right now, and it's kicked out towards the 10. And it's out of bounds, and Louisville wins and advances. They move on to the championship game. They beat Purdue in a closely contested 12-7 match. And Chris, just what we expected, close and low scoring, and it was Louisville came out on top.
Exactly, but I would not let this scoreboard deceive you. I thought Louisville was definitely the better team in that one. They deserved to win, and that they did. So it's good for the Cardinals. They'll be moving on. And as for Purdue, they did fight. And you talk about them being a team who's always close. And Steve Nicholson now has a lot of questions to answer. How can he shift this program from being a program that just competes to a program that can win?
Certainly do a good job competing, but the best they can do now is third place at the Fighting Irish Invitational. So we are going to stay here as we get set for the next game, the other semifinal in the Division I club bracket, Bowling Green State versus Illinois. The Falcons 2-0, only 14 points against in their 2 games. They were spectacular. They won Pool C, and the winner of Pool B is Illinois. They really only had to win 1 game, which they did against Grand Valley State. St. Louis University did not show up. So a forfeit victory for Illinois, as well as a closer one over Grand Valley State. 12-10 was the final of that game. So just 2 points separating one semifinalist from a consolation bracket. We're just about ready to get going. If you're interested, it looks like the tent situation has been settled after it flipped over the fence and onto the road. Thanks to those who are able to respond to it quickly and get it under control. Yes. Certainly caught me off guard in the midst of a very good and close game. That would have become very unfortunate distraction if Purdue had managed to tie that game and send it at least to a photo finish.
And this should be yet another even game. It's kind of been the theme of the day, or the theme of the second half of the day. Lots of evenly contested matchups, especially the one we just saw, as you mentioned, Charlie. But Bowling Green ranked 68th in the Rugby Hawk rankings, had a very good 15 season as well, in which they finished in the top 40. Meanwhile, Illinois not too far behind at 76.
The Illini against the Falcons. Now, last year when Illinois was here for the 7-on-7s, they started out poorly. They lost, I believe, 3 of their first 4. And then after that, they won 5 games in a row. This was during the Big Ten championship, I should mention. the last time they played 7-on-7 here at Stinson Rugby Field. And then they went on some, like, I'm not remembering exactly, but about over the next 4 games, about 120-7 run. So there's a lot of talent on this Illinois team. They are here via the 12-10 win over Grand Valley State. They also picked up the forfeit win over St. Louis University. So we don't know much about them, but we know that in the Big Ten, it's a good conference. They play against good competition, and you mentioned their ranking right there with Bowling Green. So interested to see how this one plays out. In space along the right side right away, Pat Devereaux. And he's going to make a nice move to get it to the middle. Very crafty, headsy play, and Devereaux strikes first.
Yeah, crafty and physical. That's what I love to see right there. And just a nice little stiff arm to create that space for himself. And if the space isn't open, if it's not there for free, why not buy some? That's exactly what Illinois is able to do. And have
Where'd you hear that one?
chance to make it 5-0.
Space is not there for free, buy it, or whatever?
Yeah.
Where'd you hear that?
I just thought of it.
That was good.
Yeah, thank you.
No way you haven't heard that before. You made that up on the spot?
I swear on, yeah.
I don't know if I believe you.
Well, my mom, I think, is watching right now. I can say I swear on my mom's life, but perhaps someone else said it. Maybe I'll use it again in the future.
I'll credit it to you. I believe
thanks.
you.
Throw it in the
I
catalog.
do believe you and I don't, because, like, that was good.
Thank you.
And that's exactly what Pat Devereaux did, the senior out of Glen Ellen, Illinois. The stiff arm, couple jukes, and then showed off his intelligence as well, getting it to the middle. And there's a good tackle from behind. Presley Sayavong may have saved something there. Now he has the ball. Sayavong trying to go 1-on-4, stumbles. Keeps it moving. Couple nice moves, but well defended on Jacob Razzo, who's one of the best players on this Illinois team. Sayavong will give it off. One broken tackle, then a nice pass. Razzo, one more. Johnson, Antoine Johnson. Illinois well inside the 22. They got a lot of space out wide. If they can catch it, they do. Juggling pass out wide, and another score for Devereaux. Off the setup by Pedro Madero. And Illinois is off and running early.
Great work from Madero there on the setup because he bobbles it. It almost looked like he was about to be tackled, but is able to get the offload just in time to Devereaux, and Illinois extends their lead.
Guys, someone saying that stream 2 is not working? Under 3 to play in the first half, 12-0 Illinois. The clock ticks to about 2:50 exactly. Conversion is no good. So again, Illinois 12, Bowling Green 0. Winner moves on to face the winner of the game we just saw. That being Louisville, 12-7 victory over Purdue. Loser would play Purdue. And third place game at 4:50, championship at 5:30. After this, we've got some consolation games between Adrien and Michigan, and then Walsh versus Notre Dame. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting game, and both teams are just going to want to attack, especially with it being the plate game, meaning it's the third place game. Of course, third place is nice, and you bring home the plate, but not
Certainly.
much to lose at the end of the day.
Certainly hoping for more.
Look at this. Left side of the pitch yet again.
Yeah, it's open again, and Devereaux is going for the natural hat trick. But he goes into touch with it. Good defense from the Falcons, getting the stop.
Bowling Green is going to need to work on defending that far side of the pitch because Devereaux, for the second time in a row, is wide open right out there on the left, kind of by the infamous blue tent.
I can see why it flipped. We're getting a little bit of what looks like sideways rain right now. Just winds are blowing, rain is still coming down. Not exactly beautiful weather here, but a beautiful field and some highly competitive teams making it work. Ball is dangerously close to the try line and goalposts.
It was Devereaux with that tackle, too, to knock the ball out, and I believe he's the one with the knee, just gets up. He's going to shake it off. Tough guy, but...
Unsurprisingly tough.
Yeah, unsurprisingly tough. I think that is almost synonymous with every single rugby player, but great work from Devereaux and showing he's going to support this Illinois team on both sides of the ball. Good to see.
We got a clock stoppage with 31 seconds to go. Actually now officially at 29. Still 12-0 Illinois leads. Not sure what the stoppage is for.
Appears to be an injury for
I was thinking the same thing, but I don't see any players down.
It was Fitz Metzger who just jogged off.
Getting off under his own power, that's a good sign, but you don't like to see that either way. See, and the player's dangerously near that goal post over there. Much different from American football nowadays. More like Canadian football and old days American football. You got the goal post right in play here at Stinson Rugby Field. And of course, pretty wide goal posts. You got 2 support beams holding them up. So 5 seconds to go in the half, and a prime opportunity now for Illinois to score again. Razzo, nice move, and a score. Jacob Razzo, beautiful play, and a key point at the end of the first half. Illinois with a comfortable lead after 7 minutes. We got a chance to make it 19-0. Bowling Green, who looked so good in their last game at this stadium, playing very well against University of Chicago, just not finding the same success. Yes, this is a credit to Grand Valley for hanging so tough with this Illinois team, only allowing them to score 12 on 2 tries. Illini already up to 3 in the game.
Illinois. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Charlie.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, Illinois just physically imposing right now, and Bowling Green has no answer. They probably have not played against a team of this size so far and this strength, and again, they're going to need to figure something out in the second half because it is not looking good for them. Illinois is just so dominant and showing no signs of slowing down as well. We haven't even seen any bit of life from Bowling Green.
See if that changes in the second half. It's 19-0 Illinois at the break. Second half about to get underway, and we might finally get to see Bowling Green get the ball, depending on if they can receive this kickoff from Illinois, and very few do it better than Jacob Razzo. That's perfectly placed way up in the air, but it is gathered in by the Falcons, where it quickly spun down. And we have an early whistle.
Charlie, at the very start of the day, we said it would be great to see some drop goals, which are worth 3 points, and it's very much a dying skill in today's age of rugby, but I would love to see that in the next couple games, maybe here. I know it's going to be hard with this weather, and no team really loves to kick, but why not? Maybe get a drop kick involved in one of these games.
Now, we've seen a couple good conversion kicks, and with Razzo for Illinois, that would be a guy I would pick to go knock one through the uprights.
Yeah, you just talk about him as one of the best kickers. It kind of inspired me to almost think of that idea yet again, because
although you'd have to imagine
the
with
chance.
the way their offense is humming, I don't think you give up any opportunity to go for 7.
No, I mean, if he's got the wide open opportunity, but
here we go. At least 5 on the try scored by the Illini. Brian Winstead downs it in the try zone, and then even bigger lead now for Illinois, who are running away with it. Two more games before our next break. Adrien versus Michigan, Walsh versus Notre Dame. Sounds like a court case, doesn't it?
Walsh versus Notre Dame. It does, a little bit.
I feel like that gives...
Just Walsh is like a famous last name.
Yeah, Notre Dame is an institution. I guess Walsh is also an institution. But, like, I don't know, Adrien versus Michigan doesn't really sound like a court case to me.
Yeah.
Just has those vibes. You know, a couple teams just playing for some placement. Notre Dame beating Aquinas, as we mentioned earlier. Walsh beating Marian. So that game, I believe, is for 5th. And that means that Adrien versus Michigan is a battle for 7th. Or perhaps even worse, perhaps that one's a battle. I'm not sure. Maybe, I think 7th would make sense there. Michigan and Adrien both picked up victories over Thomas More and Harvard, respectively. Those were on Field 3 off camera.
Yeah, we'll have to give this a look over break and talk to some of the Notre Dame folks here, see what the whole rundown is. But if you want to check, as Charlie has mentioned time and time again here, you can check the Google Sheet on the Notre Dame Rugby website. Super helpful to us, and if you're curious,
helpful.
Yeah, that's even an understatement perhaps, but helpful if you're just a fan of all these teams in college rugby as the sport continues to grow. It's always great to just have as much information as possible.
Yeah, big shout out to Notre Dame's head coach, Justin Nickey, who put this together, did the seeding, did the scheduling. He does so much more than just the X's and O's for a very good Notre Dame team, by the way. So big thanks to him for keeping it updated throughout the day. It's the spreadsheet is the best point of news, as we had a player leave for Bowling Green. That was Logan Van Hoos, the freshman, who exited, looked like injured, number 12 for the Falcons. So make a substitution. But that spreadsheet is what we've been using. You can find it, as Chris said, on the website. It'll also be reachable via a QR code, which will be able to be scanned at the next break. We're 3 minutes until the end of this one. Illinois 22, Bowling Green 0, with a chance to play for the D1 Club Championship on the line.
Bowling Green just hasn't had even a glimmer of hope so far in this game. It's just all Illinois, and this might be the most dominant performance I have seen in an individual game today. And we have seen a couple, but it's just been defensively and offensively, Illinois has been perfect so far.
It's pretty similar, I'd say, to like a football team that just runs the ball for 4 yards on every play. It doesn't look flashy at all. They do have definitely some skill. Jacob Razzo showed that on his try. They had a couple other nice tries from Pat Devereaux, but they just don't give Bowling Green any hope. And I have to say, the Falcons have had a much better half than the first half, and here they go. Just as we're speaking of it, a little bit of crease down the middle. Phil Tracy's going to take it all the way on a great passing play, and so Bowling Green gets on the board. They do trail by 4 possessions, though. even if they make all their conversions. It's now 22-5 and 22-7. With 1:40 to go in the half, and so a good score for them to kind of get their feet under them, but really feel like that's the only blemish in Illinois' game so far.
Yeah, it is, and I love from Bowling Green the urgency right there. A lot of times today we have seen teams kind of just nonchalantly walk into the try zone when they know they're down, they know they're losing, but Bowling Green's got a bit of a pep in their step, which as a competitor is exactly what they need to have, and I'm sure their coach will hold his head high after this one. In that aspect, at least.
Yeah, it's been a much more even second half for sure after Indiana was clearly, or keep saying Indiana, Illinois, all these I places, man, in the Midwest.
Yeah.
They're just getting me.
We need Istanbul to come and play with their rugby
No, we don't.
team.
We don't. How about like Queensland or like?
It's just out of Iceland, by the way. Iceland's a good one. We might have said that though.
Yeah, we're agreeing no countries.
Okay.
There are plenty of I countries, but it's more. If you think of other places that start with I, cities, towns, states, it's all in the Midwest. So it's Illinois, who's played much more even with Bowling Green, but they can afford to do that after the great first half they had. And there is some creative running by Winstead, who has the only try for the Illini in this half. He's going to pass it off to Sirota. One more to the wing for Schultz. Schultz drops it, kicked ahead, though, by Sirota. We get a whistle and a stoppage. Time has officially expired in the half. It's 22-7, Illinois leading. And could be nearing the end of this semifinal matchup. It's going to be the Illini taking on the Cardinals. That's going to be in the championship game at 5:30. And then the losers of the last two games, Purdue and now Bowling Green. Be interested to see how that game goes. Of course, we know what Purdue does, but I think Bowling Green has a lot more to show offensively than what they were in this game, and they could give Purdue some real fits with the way they are able to make plays like this. Good offload over to the left wing.
Yeah, it's nice to see them swing the ball around and switch the ball, which we have rarely seen them do so far, and perhaps the weather also playing some factors for them. But
I'm going to go on record saying I think the second half is more indicative of Bowling Green as a team than that first half, but it doesn't matter. They lose 22-7. Illinois advances to the D1 Club Championship game, which will be on this field at 5:30, our penultimate game. It'll be Purdue against Bowling Green just a couple minutes before at 4:50. We have two more games before our next little break. Adrien and Michigan battling for 7th place when we return. Same thing. Adrien and Michigan in the Premier bracket, battling it out after both winning their last games. be the Wolverines, technically the road team. Adrien, by technicality, home. Adrien, been a good team. They battled quite tough today. Coming here in a very talented field, and Michigan getting the victory in their last game against Thomas More. And it's the Wolverines striking right away. Just 50 seconds in, Michigan is on the board, a try run to get them started.
That's a dream start for Michigan, 3-2-1 prior to today, and number 56 on Rugby Hawk. But they're a team who has a lot of experience, and they have a coach, Christian Menser, who was the 2023 to 2024 Big Ten Coach of the Year. So they're definitely a well-established program, and they've had their ups and downs so far. Their ups was a 46-0 win against Michigan State just last week, and some downs included their 24-0 loss against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. But so far have had a good day and off to a hot start in this one.
And it was Shea Loughnane who not only scored the try, but then buried the conversion to make it 7-0 Michigan.
Meanwhile, Adrien come in to today, 7-4-1. Actually includes some results from today, but lost to Wheeling 26-17. So they're a good team.
Yeah,
they're a good team, yeah. And it's as simple as that. They also beat Harvard, who were a really good team that we had right here on air. Beat them 28-0 and battled against Thomas More last week, beat them 32-0. So this should be a fun one. They also battled last one, Charlie, Iowa Central, who will be in the final, 17-14 last week. So they've played a lot of good teams. They're used to great competition.
We have a question. Any way to see the club bracket? The best way I've found to see the club bracket is if you go to your Google search bar and you search up Fighting Irish 7th Invitational. You're looking for a hyperlink that starts with rugby.exposureevents.com and then a long slug after that. From there, you can cycle between the 4 divisions and see that bracket. You can also use the website to piece it together manually. What I can tell you is that it's Bowling Green versus Purdue in the 3rd place game, Louisville versus Illinois for the championship, and a couple other games as well in the other field. Not sure. Looks like Indiana versus Minnesota for the 9 and 10, and we're going to have a quick response on the field, and a try scored now officially downed by Adrien. And they've tied the game, or are a conversion away from tying the game. And they should have an easier attempt from right in the middle, although this wind and rain continues to be a pain. But that one goes through. 7-7, 3 minutes in the half.
Well done from Adrien. The big man plowing through, full steam ahead, and conversion is no good. So
no, conversion was good there. It's, oh, I guess that missed. I can't believe it. I thought it bent to the left, but I didn't realize it bent to the left that much. So it's actually going to be 7-5. So not a tie game. And look at that cutback. Great move by the Bulldogs trying to get it. They're inside the 5. Strong work by the Wolverines defense to counteract it just a bit. One more out to the wing, and another try is scored. We've seen the wings be used very effectively, and no different there as Adrien gets on the board again.
It's almost like deja vu for us. It's always that far corner. There's always people wide open right there, and that's what happens. Adrien was attacking the middle of the field. All of a sudden, the yellow shirts all clenched in, and There was space out wide to be exploited. Good job from Adrien. Heads up. They found their man out wide, and they take a lead.
10-7 their advantage. Excuse me, it's actually 12-5. So it was Michigan's conversion, which was no good, which is a little surprising. I'd thought that Loughnane drilled it through. In fact, if you watch it back, which I'm doing now, after Loughnane kicked it up, it definitely missed. But one of the officials put their flag in the air as if to indicate that it was good, instead of the usual kind of swipe motion see a baseball umpire do for safe. So that's why there was some confusion up here, and that's going to be high tackle. Adrien player lucky there's no card there. So it's 12-5. Michigan trails. Adrien leads. So we're happy to have the score and time correct. Under a minute to play in the half, 30 seconds to be exact. Michigan 5, Adrien 12. The Bulldogs with 2 tries in give or take a minute 20 seconds, which is pretty impressive considering how much time goes by in between a try on a running clock game where you have to also do a conversion and then a kickoff.
For Michigan, they really need to get the ball back into the hands of number 9, Shea Loughnane. Already has a try on the day. It was first team all Big Ten, and he's going to be their main man for today, but need to find him again. They had success when they did originally, so just got to get back to their winning ways.
Whistle's going to stop play on the knock-on. Referee thought about letting advantage go, but didn't see clear Michigan possession. Actually, they're going to call a penalty against Michigan. Looked like it was a knock-on for sure, but instead, I guess, a dangerous kick. So Adrian's going to, instead of kicking it out, ending the half, they're going to try to score again. Out to the left side, fake offload. Look at that one-handed pass, beautiful. But then an even better defense by the Wolverines, forcing it into touch, and that's going to do it for the half. A pretty tightly contested half. It's Adrien 12 on the back of their 2 quick scores and Michigan 5. We're going to take a break. We have 7 minutes to go in a battle for 7th place. Just about 4 o'clock here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. It's been a full day of 7-on-7 rugby at Stinson Rugby Field. So happy to have you with us, whether you're just tuning in or have been with us all day. Charlie Morris alongside my partner, Chris Daly, with a wonderful crew behind the scenes as well. Chris, what does Michigan have to do to complete this second half comeback?
We'd like them to find their wings. I thought Shea Loughnane was great in the first half, and of course he got the try, but then also Thomas Hammond, number 7 on this Michigan team. He's on the most near side of your screen. He's got some blistering speed, and if you want to watch some fun rugby, look up Thomas Hammond highlights. The guy is like a cheetah, and he is a fun player to watch. However, barely saw him. The only time he really made a true impact was defensively to stop an Adrien attack at the very tail end of the first half. So to get him involved on the offensive side of things is going to be very important for Christian Menser's team.
Christian Menser, the head coach, and he's going to watch as his opponent, Adrien, slides in for the early second half score. 17 unanswered points for the Bulldogs. We're making it look easy right now. Michigan, it's tough to use your wings when you don't get the ball. That certainly makes it a little bit more difficult.
Makes it very difficult, and they need to find a stop. It's so hard with this Adrien team because they're so well balanced. They have a nice blend of a lot of guys who are sort of enforcers and then also the speedy guys out wide. So they're a very challenging and tricky team to defend against.
Happy to report, Chris, all the tents seem to be in place and fine. It's still a little windy, but not nearly as bad.
I like the Adrien tent, actually. It's got the paw print on it. Nice.
That is nice.
Setup. Yeah.
That's very nice. That's over on the far left. I didn't even realize that was Adrien, but they got the name across the tent. They're playing right now against Michigan and maybe having a chance to score off the kick. Saved by Thomas Hammond. You mentioned him needing to be key on offense in the second half, being relegated to making defensive plays right now.
Yeah, he is, and I'm sure he's fine with that. He's very much a team-oriented guy, but he's got to figure it out, and they got to figure out Michigan to feed him the ball. But like you said, Charlie, they need to stop.
Be a scrum upcoming from the 5-meter line for the Bulldogs, who look to add on and kind of put this game out of reach. Michigan struck first very early in this game, but ever since then, Adrien has been all over it, and a nice diving try to add to the lead. Great effort through contact for another score. In what's Adrien's and Michigan's, for that matter, final game of the day. Busy day it has been for both of these teams. Simultaneously going on right now, Harvard and Thomas More, Wyoming and Notre Dame's second team, battling it for placement points. If I knew what placement it would be for, I would tell you, but let's say it's not for first, second, or third. Coming up after this is the battle for fifth, I can tell you that, but the plate game in this Premier Division, Notre Dame and Walsh, both coming off of winning the first round, losing in the quarters, and then winning in the consolation round. That's how they're playing for fifth. Rio Grande, Western Michigan, Marian, Aquinas over on the other fields, as well as some games in the reserve division. Louisville against Notre Dame's third team, Western Michigan against Purdue. Again, the reserves just kind of playing to get reps, get action. Obviously, you're trying to go for wins, but no tournament there. They're kind of just playing to be here, support their guys. We have a fight away from the play. I shouldn't say a fight, but we got one of the Adrien players very unhappy with the side judge. One of the Michigan players in there as well. He's still going at it with the line judge.
Hey, he's got to be careful because the main ref will come over to talk to him in a minute, as well as the line judge.
I don't know what he's saying, but it's obviously not thank you, I agree with your call.
No, it doesn't seem to be sunshine and rainbows over here.
I agree with you, though. I feel like he's said enough at this point. Should watch himself. And we're going to have a meeting of the captains, it looks like.
And that's one thing about rugby. Shea Loughnane, the captain, he was also first team All-Big Ten, the senior for Michigan, and some of his final events as a Wolverine. But
and what a career he's had. I remember doing games my very first spring freshman year. He was on the Michigan roster, and he was an impact player, one of those guys whose names I knew right away. He sticks out on the roster sheet as a guy like, oh, I remember him. He's pretty good.
Yeah, I remember him from the fall. He was really good
Also
against
great
Notre
in the
Dame.
fall. He's just a good rugby player, and he will be missed. That was a loud hit, much to the approval of the Adrien bench. And they're going to turn it into a try. Home sweet home for the Bulldogs, adding to their lead. It's been a dominant second half for Adrien after a pretty close first half.
Yeah, very close first half, and that's why we were talking about what can Michigan do, because it felt like they had a chance to turn this game around, but they haven't had a chance because, well, it's just been all Adrien, and they're showing their class. They played against the best, they've competed, and they've even beat some of the best in the country, and this is a big statement win for Adrien.
Looks like it'll go down as a 29-5 final as the final 20 seconds tick off.
And it's interesting, Charlie, because Iowa Central, we see them, they're a team who is going to be in the championship game very shortly, but they beat Michigan 14-10. Meanwhile, Adrien beaten Michigan 29-5. And of course, I'm not saying Iowa Central and Adrien's better than Iowa Central, but goes to show how good of a team.
How clutch the wins for Iowa Central have been in this tournament, I would go so far as to say. They haven't at any point looked like the best team here, the most dominant team here, and yet they have a chance to be the champions of it all. And credit to them for the way they play and win games. We'll get to see them at 5:50 for the final against Wheeling. That'll be definitely their toughest test yet. Probably Wheeling's too, although they were pushed near the brink by Marian.
Yeah,
only beating them by 4.
It's Musingwini who will just be the guy they have to defend against. Iowa Central has the best player on the pitch right now, at least in the best form. And
so crazy how often just having the best individual player leads to team success, just because so much attention he takes from the defense. He's so quick with it. But I've been most impressed with his intelligence. He's doesn't overexert himself. He finds the right lanes. Like, the difference between Zach Banton and Musingwini is that Banton, once he gets the ball, it's always full steam ahead, whereas Musingwini, way more reserved, uses his intelligence to pick the right spots. And that's nothing against Banton, who's a younger player, freshman looking to, obviously being told kind of just use your speed, do your thing. There's a very hard tackle. That hurt. Loughnane is going to stay down for a bit after taking that hit. Finally gets to his feet. Adrien retakes possession. Again, one more dead ball will end it. As time has expired.
And Musingwini also kicks the ball, I have to mention as well. So
yes,
just all around.
Good call. So we got a stoppage, and this game is going to continue on. We've officially hit 4 o'clock, which means we have only one more game left in this chunk of 8 before we go for a quick break before the biggest games of the day commence. We got just 6 more, including that next one coming up between Walsh and Notre Dame in a battle for 5th, a rather respectable placement considering the level of competition today. That one's kicked into touch, and that's going to do it. Adrien, a confident win. They pick up 7th place. Michigan still finishes in the top half. They get 8th in a field of 16 teams, and both these teams have to be at least decently happy with how the weekend finished. Couple handshakes, and they'll exit the pitch, and coming right on without a break, Walsh and the Irish in a battle for 5th, the Plate Cup. Plate Cup?
Yeah, I believe.
Just plate?
I just think for the plate.
For the plate.
Because there is no cup. It is a plate, rather. Hopefully they get some forks and knives.
Is it like a trophy with like a plate on it? Or?
It is just a big plate. They have some in soccer as well. You hold up the plate. It's almost like some good china cabinet material plate.
Nice.
So it's nice, and I'm looking forward to this game. This is one that Notre Dame should be very eager to. We talked earlier, and if you weren't with us, Patrick McKenzie, the star man for Notre Dame, their captain, has a fracture in his foot, so he cannot play. And he has, with Patrick McKenzie, you have to think Notre Dame is at least in the third place game, maybe in the championship game, but rather they have to settle for this fifth place game. And Justin Hickey has his guys prepared. Meanwhile, for Walsh, they're a very talented team themselves, top 10 in the Rugby Hawk rankings, and they're looking for a huge win over Notre Dame, build up a lot of power points within the Rugby Hawk rankings.
Yeah, those rankings so important. We thank Rugby Hawk for all that they do to make that happen. And Chris, I know you're a big Rugby Hawk guy. We're going to get a line out. Walsh going to work on offense. They're going to use space to the right, and that's going to result in a quick early try. Look at that run from Elliot McKinney. That took just 41 seconds.
Explosive play right off the bat for McKinney, the man from Scotland, and the 2023 national champions in 15s. Strike first.
Conversion goes as well. Nice kick to make it 7-0. Walsh early.
This is exactly what Notre Dame was hoping wouldn't happen. They wanted to hang within this game and even strike first. It just builds such great momentum, but now backs against the wall yet again. Look for Tom Bowman, number 3 on this Notre Dame team. He's going to be an impact player, as well as the man near the ball, Jackson Graham, who had a great game last time out on this turf field. And the junior from Malaysia has just been a menace all year long for Notre Dame. So good and so explosive with the ball.
And we'll see the Irish get their first offensive chance from the center monogram as after Walsh got possession and a line out off opening kick and turned it quickly into points. Let's see what Notre Dame can do off a little bit of a, what looks like a set play. Bowman out wide, going to try to bulldoze his way forward. He's met effectively by Marcus Jansen Van Vuren, number 8 in the stripes. Christian Bardsley in there for Notre Dame right in the middle. First time he started today. Graham on the outside. Has to keep it in bounds. Throws it in the direction of his teammate. Recovered. And a good play by Bardsley, who gets up. This is a very aggressive Walsh defense right now.
It is, but I'm also impressed with how Notre Dame's moving it. They've switched the ball a couple times already, and this guy, Tom Bowman, he's just like a bowling ball. And he just always drags defenders a couple meters with him.
Crazy how effective he is in the sevens. His play style is really leaning towards a 15-on-15 game, but he's made himself effective in this format, although right now struggling to find room against a solid, sound Walsh Cavaliers defense. And this is a battle for the plate, which, as Chris so adequately described, is similar to a China plate. Don't think either of these teams will be holding it up after the day, even though it is a pretty solid performance. Getting 5th place in a field of 16 is not bad, especially when you consider the competition. Look at this run out to the wing by Xavier Allen, who's finally met. Not before he's close to the 5.
And Xavier Allen's been one of their better performers all day long.
Certainly has been. Now room out wide. This looks good for the Cavaliers. One more offload. Nice running catch. I think it was Colton Weber that brought that in, and he's going to score. Over on the far side. Great-looking offensive play right now. And a 12-0 Cavaliers lead.
Talked a lot about fatigue, and a lot of guys especially at this point in the tournament being banged up. Walsh showing no signs of it. They move the ball so quickly right there, and it's their speed of play. That's the reason they're up 12-0 early on.
It'll stay that way after the conversion from basically no angle is well short. Just over 2 minutes to play in the half, and it's been a Walsh-dominated game so far. Both these teams coming off some pretty big wins to get to this 5th place game. Walsh defeating Marian, who's always a tough opponent, played tough with Wheeling. Walsh gets the better of them 24-14. In the game following, Notre Dame beat Aquinas 14-10. Aquinas has been a good team also today. Big win over Thomas More for them.
And Charlie, we were talked also on the broadcast about Walsh and how they used to be Notre Dame College. So perhaps we could say a little Notre Dame on Notre Dame matchup. Not quite, but at heart,
I like what you're going for.
Yeah, it's just a little interesting right there. And
Notre Dame College, for those who are just joining us, is not us messing up. It was a real institution up until the spring of 2024 when they ceased operations due to declining enrollment and rising debt. And this Walsh team is full of players who were on that Notre Dame College team that up until their quote-unquote foreclosure were one of the best in college rugby.
Yeah, they were national champions just the year before, back in 2023, and in 2017 they were D1 AA champions, so
that's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good, I think.
Hard to be better than that, to be honest.
Yeah, it is hard. Just one of the greatest programs we have seen in the recent era, and now all at Walsh. So very cool of how Walsh University has also welcomed them in with open arms and made them feel at home.
Walsh University, North Canton, Ohio. And their mascot, the Cavaliers, including Sir Walter the Cavalier, who's not in attendance today. Unfortunately, that would be fun to see. Out wide, Graham's going to have to be careful not to go into touch, and he does play it back towards the middle. And a penalty against Walsh. It's one of those things, Chris. I feel like every game you're thinking about how can Team A or Team B use the wings to be successful. And what I'm seeing right now out of this Walsh team is they are guarding the wings. They're giving Graham and Bowman, whoever's out on the wings for Notre Dame, no chance to gain space. And because of that, you have to try to attack the middle.
Yeah, and they know Patrick McKenzie is not in town right now. Well, he is in town. He is actually here helping out set up the tournament, but he is not on the pitch. So
it's a big loss inside.
Yeah, he is the guy who goes through the middle for this Notre Dame team, and I love that kick for Matt Williams.
Bowman's going to pick it up. It's not going to matter. As
offsides is called.
I think it was a knock-on before. Maybe it was offside. Either way, Walsh was playing with advantage, and they're going to get another chance to score in the half. Tap and go quickly on the far side, catching Notre Dame sleeping. Big hit delivered. I think that was Connor Mulligan getting in there. It looks like that's going to do it for the half. So a late stand by the Irish, keeping them in touch with the game, but they still trail 12 in a battle for the plate. 7 minutes to go. We'll see you on the other side. Second half set to begin with the Irish kicking it away to the Cavaliers. And Chris, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to ask you the same question I did just about 15 minutes ago. What does Notre Dame have to do to make a comeback in this game?
Possess the ball and possess effectively. Also, now that Zach Banton is in, we could also see some individual magic. But right now, it's almost at time of possession without a purpose. So Notre Dame needs to find something. They need to exploit this Walsh defense, and they do that by you crowd the middle of the field. Walsh naturally attracts in, and that will open up the wings for them that have not been open so far.
Now we'll see if they can do that. The back of this ref's shirt, is that a banana boat logo?
I was actually thinking that earlier. It definitely is. So
isn't it?
Perhaps this
not the sponsorship I was expecting to see.
No, neither was I. But
certainly on a rainy day in South Bend, not encouraging me.
Well, they do say to apply sunscreen all the time.
I don't think you need it
today.
today.
Say. The UV isn't very high out today.
I think the UV might be negative today. Cloudy day. As Walsh, what a pass. Oh my goodness, Buckton found Sherman. What a play between Oliver Buckton and Harley Sherman. And a quick score for Walsh, and what a play that was. Hard to get over that one.
Wow, SportsCenter top 10 maybe. I mean, that was electric right there. And how about the slide into the tri-zone, although definitely got some turf burn. I think it was worth it. It looked cool.
It's not as bad when it's wet. You'd be surprised. I remember my baseball playing days on whenever it was a wet turf field, I'd always find an excuse to do a head-first slide. If I ever got on base, that was.
In slide or soccer, I'd always try to slide tackle as well when it was wet out, which is always fun. But the one thing is the turf pellets. They
do stick to
you a lot
they
more
do.
in the rain, which
100%
is frustrating. Forgot about that, but
it's less the burn is when it's dry and hot.
Yeah.
And the stick is when it's like today, the wet.
Although I do see his leg, Harley Sherman's leg, looks pretty red and cut up, but
it's not like the turf burn completely disappears.
No.
It's just a little bit lesser.
Yeah. He's also rocking the low sock, though. Oh, the one high sock and the one low sock.
Definitely a fit.
It is one of the fits of all time.
I think you got to stick. If you're going to go with one high sock, I feel like you got to go two high socks.
I don't know. It makes him stand out. Maybe for his parents watching at home, can easily point him out, but
fair enough.
It's my only guess.
Maybe that's what he likes to do. Reminds me of, remember, if you watch Angel Reese last year, she would wear that big leg sleeve on one leg and not the other. And I know she's not the only one to do that. But, of course, whatever works. If you're going to score beautiful tries like that, I guess you can wear whatever you'd like.
Yeah, well, not much energy from Notre Dame right now. A lot more from this Walsh team. And
although Banton can change that. I mean, he is so fast around the edges. That is unbelievable. There was nothing there, and now Zach Banton has the ball, and the only question now is how close to the middle he can get before downing it, and the answer is very close. That was from end-to-end action from Zach Banton.
From his own tri-zone all the way to Walsh's. That is seriously impressive from Zach Banton.
He really did not slow down either.
And
100-meter run, let's call it. Probably even more. It looked like he started his own tries. So let's go like a 103-meter run, which is almost rivaling the pick six we saw earlier, the pretty much full-distance pick six.
Yeah, I think it's even more.
Indiana player, right? That was, forgetting the name, but I know Indiana had that big pick six in a game they were losing. Maybe it was Owen Welburn. That's who it was. So Banton gives Notre Dame hope. Still down 2 scorers with under 3 minutes, but if you can win a kickoff here, I suppose you're not out of it. If you're defending a guy like Zach Banton one-on-one, do you have to like go counterintuitive? Do you have to take away the outside and give him the middle and hope your teammates are there? Like, how do you do it?
I think that's exactly what you have to do. You somehow have to limit him even getting the ball in the first place, though. That's when that's when he's been quiet. He gets the ball right there, and that's already a negative for this Walsh team. Even if you have defenders right in front of him, he's still got the ball in his hand, so you got to play tight to him. And also, just to note, Zion Brown, freshman, local kid from Indiana, has checked into the game, actually have philosophy class with him, so good to see Zion Brown on the field.
And Tom Bowman still in the game, chugging down the left side and in for the score. And all of a sudden, we got a game.
Notre Dame better move quickly here, too, with the conversion kick, because they do have a shot at this, as you mentioned, Charlie, and this is a tough one for Zion Brown.
They needed that one, and they got it. So basically impossible conversion coming. So it'll say 7 points, but Notre Dame within a score, 90 seconds to go, and what would be the biggest comeback we've seen today, which would be breaking their own record from when they came back from down 12 in their first game of the day against Western Michigan. They had a lot of it in the fall, too. They're a good comeback team, this Notre Dame group. Going to be tough to do those. Walsh can really, they can control their own kick and avoid an offensive penalty. Put yourself in a position, just run the clock out. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, Walsh is well prepared for this moment. Played 5 games coming into today, and their only loss to Belmont Abbey. So Belmont
Great
Abbey's
program.
not here, but yeah, great program.
Great program. And 40 seconds on the clock now. Walsh can choose to kill it, or they can try to score and end it that way. Also do both simultaneously, as it's Buckton giving it off. Herbst also gives it off. They go all the way to the outside. Now it's all the way to the outside, I should say. Good tackle dodge. Nice cutback move and a little bit of space. A shirt tackle, great offload. Another one with no look. Oh, what a pass. McKinney set it up. Couldn't tell who scored, but a beautiful feed from Elliot McKinney, who's been a playmaker today, Chris.
Yeah, Connor Mulligan for Notre Dame, defensively so close to the tackle there, but just no cigar, and the Irish outmatched physically, perhaps. Walsh just able to power through and use their size to clinch a W in this one and clinch 5th place overall.
Wow, that was a beautiful pass. And it clinches the game. Walsh wins the plate. They get 5th place at the event. The host Fighting Irish fall to 6th. We're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back at 4:30, it's Kutztown versus Indiana in a battle for 3rd here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Welcome back to South Bend, Indiana. It's been a marathon of a day for rugby, a 7-on-7 format at Stinson Field in South Bend. And we're just about at the final 5. We're not just about, we are at the final 5 games on this field today for the stream. It's been a great day, long day alongside my partner, Chris Daly. Chris, 8, 6, 5, 19 games, 5 to go.
Wow, it's been a long time of announcing. I remember waking up early in the morning, 6:20, so 20 minutes after your wake-up call, and then I stared at the ceiling for about 20 minutes as well. Got myself out of bed, but I am glad I did. What a day of rugby this has been. I knew it was going to be fun, but not this much fun. Sevens is such a thrilling game, and watched a lot of professional rugby and some preparation as well, some Olympic games, some World Sevens games, but nothing like college rugby at the end of the day. Watching these guys
representing
come out
your
here.
school hardly compares, and good to know we had similar experiences this morning. It is your first 7-on-7 rugby game. I didn't even think about that, so congratulations. You made
Thank
it
you.
through the whole 15 season. The 7th season, a lot less going on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, but when it goes on, it's for big stretches like this because we get a lot of teams here in South Bend. We get a lot of great action. We go full days. and
Yeah.
we're going a full day today.
I was wondering, in total, do you think it's the 15th season, if you add all the games and the hours we worked in that, compared to...
I think it's more than this,
I
but
think it's more than this.
we have
Okay.
another event coming up,
Yeah.
April 12th and 13th. I was about to say like 10-second or 22nd. April 12th and 13th is the Big Ten tournament, which Notre Dame will be hosting here at Stinson Field. And one of the competitors in that and one of the favorites to do well in that will be the Indiana Hoosiers, who right now are playing against Kutztown in a battle for 3rd place in the Premier Division.
Yeah, Justin Hickey talked about Indiana actually in our call with him just a couple days ago. He talked about how, Wheeling's a clear number 1, but Indiana, they're also great. And then he said Kutztown, they actually won this event last year. I don't believe Wheeling was a part of it last year. Could be mistaken on that. And then there's a bunch of other teams crowded from there. But these are 2 teams who are at the top of the food chain.
100%. And this will be a great game. Indiana always underrated. They're not always flashy, but they get the job done. And Kutztown has been very effective so far today. Of course, both teams to get to this point have to have been effective, but we know a little bit about the standings behind these teams. And when I say a little bit, I do mean that. This is a battle for 3rd. Loser gets 4th. We just saw Walsh get 5th, Notre Dame 6th. Adrien, comfortable win over Michigan, gets 7th. The Wolverines drop to 8th. And then somewhere behind them, you've got Rio Grande, Western Michigan, Harvard, and Thomas More, kind of in that 9 to 12 range. And then the 13 to 16 range features Wyoming, Notre Dame's 2nd team, Marian, and Aquinas. It looks like Notre Dame's 2nd team, I guess not really surprisingly, considering their best guys are all on the team we just saw play. They get 16th place. Wyoming picks up their first win over that Notre Dame team, getting 15th. I'm not sure about in between, but I think in general most people will be caring about what's going on the field here, and it's Kutztown with the early score, and they take a 5-0 lead in this championship game. The conversion misses, but good start for them.
Yeah, great start. They actually lost to Indiana, and these teams have played each other so far this season. So in a prior tournament, Indiana had beaten Kutztown, but it was a close game, and you could expect another one. Kutztown, they've been on it today. I've been very impressed with the way they play, the speed at which they play with. Indiana, maybe a slower team. They like to possess the ball a lot. Kutztown has some more flashiness to them, so 2 styles clashing in this one.
And you got to look at the flashiness that Kutztown can play with on that opening try. It was John Cunahan who brought it in for the score, and now we're seeing Indiana use a little bit of their speed, but good recovery on the backtrack. Now we get a whistle. Penalty against the Golden Bears.
It was a good job from Cunahan, just going back to that try real quick. Right off the scrum. Immediately just peels into the try zone.
Yeah, almost like he was unaccounted for because he was the one feeding it through the scrum, but it gets kicked back to him and he instantly takes advantage and gives the Golden Bears the early start. Now Indiana, seeing that they don't have Kutztown out of system, is going to go for the scrum, one of their strengths, over on the near side, looking to tie this game up. Been a fast-moving first half, Chris. We're already at 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and I feel like I blanked in. I know it's very cliche, but all of a sudden we have 2:18 left. So, yeah, what a first half.
Yeah,
it's been nice to see both teams attack. And Indiana's got a great chance. Got some space out wide, but both teams have had some chances.
And a couple knock-ons have been costing the Hoosiers early. One setting up the opening try, and that one a golden opportunity to get some, at worst, some field position gained, but instead a drop and a turnover on the knock-on. Under 2 to play, and Kutztown in the lead and with the ball.
Talked earlier in the broadcast about Dr. Greg A. Jones, head coach of this Kutztown team today. 36 years now.
Still impressed by it.
Yeah, 36 years. I am 19, so pretty much my life plus another one of my lives.
Yeah, we call that double usually.
Double.
That would be a good term.
That is a
and
good term.
Speaking of double, Kutztown is going to double their score. Look at that.
Here we go. It's meant to be.
Sometimes it just works out. And it's another one off a scrum, and it's another one by number 14, who we are so sorry is not identified on the roster because he has been Kutztown's best player all day. They don't have a 14 on the roster they gave us, and it really is a shame because he's been the best, and I think it was actually him who scored the first try as well. It wasn't Cunahan. It was 14, not 16. He's been great.
Yeah, he has been. I do wish we had his number or name as well. We have his number, but
if there are any Kutztown fans in the comment section who know who this is.
Could be Aiden Smith is my only guess because that is who number 15 is. He's considered one of their best players, MVP in several tournaments, but
I believe it. Listed as number 15, which I don't know if Kutztown has a 15 on the field.
Don't believe it's the same body type. I digress. I can't with this, you know.
It's unfortunate because he has been one of the best players at the entire event, let alone just for the Golden Bears.
Yeah.
Seems like every time they're making plays on offense, it's through number 14 in black. And Indiana's going backwards right now. Picked up and spun away briefly by Welburn, but he's got nowhere to go. And now a knock-on in the try zone, bad to worse for the Hoosiers, who are just getting way too many unforced errors early for a team that's usually very clean.
Yeah, they've had chances to move the ball around, and they have, but something is missing with them. They just can't crack through, and then defensively, Kutztown is just so difficult to stop.
So it looked like a knock-on, but
okay, so they're going to call it a try because
well, I think technically once the Indiana player dropped it, the Kutztown player downed it in the try zone for a try.
It became live,
playing with advantage.
So really interesting play there. It was Jake Staludi, the sophomore on Kutztown, who just picked it up. Or
he just it was like a birthday present.
Yeah,
just appeared to him.
Put his finger on the ball.
And he scored, and they got the conversion. So 19-0 Kutztown at the halftime break. Boy, has this been a surprise, but the Golden Bears doing great. Welcome you back to second half action. Indiana trailing by 19. We thank some commenters between the break for helping us out. It is, in fact, Aiden Smith wearing 14 in dark. He's been absolutely amazing today, and we're apologizing for him and his family for not being able to identify him before now. We also have had a couple people say that it's Kutztown and not Kutztown, Chris, which we've seen conflicting results on compared to I know you have some personal experience here, so speak to it.
So my cousin always said Kutztown growing up, but could it be Kutztown, like, correctly,
How
perhaps?
smart is your cousin?
You know, she goes to she went there. She's a graduate of the 2022 class. So, I mean, I'd say she's pretty smart. She's got a college degree and is doing well now in the biology field.
Well, that's a tough field.
Yeah, it is a tough field. She's always
So
in the lab testing certain things. I don't exactly know what. It's very complicated, but she is a very smart individual. So shout out to Blake Daly back home.
So we're gonna keep with Kutztown just because that's what we've been going with all day, but we are aware that there are probably multiple pronunciations. If you look on the internet, I saw Kutztown once, and then kind of like a combination, like I don't even know, like a Kutztown.
Kutztown.
But like not, I don't know. That kind of sounds more like Kutztown. But they score again, by the way. They are continuing to be a dominant force in this game, whatever you want to call them. For sure, they are the Golden Bears, and they're now up 24-0 off the try. Great setup there. And it was Aiden Smith with the hat trick.
Good for Aiden Smith. He's a USA U23 Eagle, from what we hear in the comments. Also a certified dog, and that we can confirm because that he is today. He's been having himself spectacular showing here in South Bend.
Thank you, Travis, for that comment, and for Julie for supporting it as well. We thank you guys for tuning in today and watching Kutztown. The Golden Bears have a very exceptional day. Just one semifinal loss away from a championship berth. In fact, I think depending on what happens in the championship game, it could be fair to say that Kutztown was the second best team here today. Depends on how it goes. Of course, ICCC has earned their place in the final. That is for sure. But if they get smoked by Wheeling, which is always a possibility when you're talking about the Cardinals, then you'd have to look at Kutztown and say they were probably team number 2 at Stinson Rugby Field today.
Yeah, sometimes it's just the way the bracket, kind of how it's set up, and you can definitely make that case, especially with this showing. They're finishing off really strong, and it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Kutztown is doing a great job in this game, just moving the ball. They're so clean, they're so crisp. It's just awesome to watch them play in. You can tell they're going to have a lot of success.
Oh my
going forward.
goodness, what a pass. Another try scored. That one off the setup by Rowan Sierra. What a play that was. He's the one in the American flag guardian cap, so he scored the last try, and now he gets a beautiful assist. Boy, it doesn't get much better than that.
It doesn't. We've heard Rowan Sierra's name before as well, one of the other top members of this Golden Bears team. Great tournament for him.
Now it's 29. And the conversion is through, so 31 spot with still 3 minutes and change to go. And you don't see teams embarrass Indiana, but now you're seeing Kutztown doing what they do best, as they are up huge in this third place game. There's no fancy name for this one, Chris, unfortunately. We had the plate for 5th place. We had the bowl for 7th place, but we don't have a fancy name for 3rd or 1st.
No.
We just have championship game and I guess bronze medal game would be an appropriate substitution.
Yeah, it would be, and this is really interesting considering on March 8th, 2025, so just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, Indiana beat Kutztown 19-12 in a game of 7s. This is the total opposite of that, just Kutztown running riot so far.
Yeah, it's been probably their best game. What a way to end it for the Golden Bears. Not only has their offense been great, and defense hasn't been tested, but Indiana has had the ball at least enough to score. They just have had nothing going.
Well, I feel like oftentimes when we've seen teams be blown out today, they haven't even had or possessed the ball in their own attacking half, but that's not the case for Indiana. We've seen them several times move down the field. It's just they really can't finish it off. They can make the ice cream, they can make the sundae, but there's no cherry on top.
All right, that was a pretty sick play, though. Look at that kick pass, and the try is scored, and Indiana's on the board. Great setup, and Parker Wall's going to score the points.
Glad to see Walsh still going at it. He's had a long day.
That's a really, really great pass. And a good finish for the Hoosiers to get themselves on the board. What rugby we're seeing. Both these offenses today have been unbelievable, Chris. And obviously Kutztown doing it more, but Indiana has earlier today shown off their offensive flair. And that was one of the best passes we've seen.
Yeah, to pass that while being hit is just a whole new type of athleticism. Tommy Hannon, the captain, just showing all heart on that one. And it's almost like a quarterback in football when he steps up into the pocket and he knows he's about to be absolutely demolished, but is still able to deliver the throw.
But imagine the quarterback, instead of throwing it, had to punt it to his wide receiver in stride.
Make it accurate, everything. Just
that was basically
awesome
what just
play from
happened.
Tommy Hannon.
Obviously, it was a short punt, but still, Hannon with a beautiful play, and Wall the beneficiary. There's a strong hit by the Golden Bears on the far side. So this one, all but academic. Indiana playing their hearts out, though, as they tend to do. Trying to make it look a little bit better, get on the board. You mentioned they beat this Kutztown team, and Wall's free again after breaking a hit. Trying to be chased from behind, and who else but Smith trying to catch him, but Wall is able to get to the try line and deposit it for another score. Good backtrack from Aiden Smith, but just came up shy.
Great play from Parker Wall yet again. He is just a constant in this team, and it's Tommy Hannon. We saw him against Notre Dame out in the fall. He had some great kicks then, and again, some other great kicks today, but that should wrap up the game. And just a quick note on Tommy Hannon. He's a guy, he's the president of the rugby club. He's done a lot for Indiana rugby. He's played in Kenya for the US U20. He's just such a great young man and a great rugby player.
And he's only a junior. He's coming back next year.
31-12. I'm impressed with Indiana, how they did not quit, but as for Kutztown, that is just such a
even
dominant
more impressed with
performance.
them. Wow, what a game it was for them. Dominance and understatement as they take third place in the top division. What a show for the Golden Bears in Indiana. We didn't know how they were going to be after getting that win via forfeit early, but clearly they belonged in this spot with the way they battled at the end and made it respectable with a couple tries. And now we're going to transition from the Premier Division into the third place game between Purdue and Bowling Green State, as that's the last time we'll see those two teams play. There's only 4 games left on the docket, if you can believe that. Falcons and Boilermakers coming up when we come back. Playoff rugby continues. Third place battle, and a very solid third place this would be for either Bowling Green State or Purdue University. Interesting jersey matchup here, Chris, as we've got black on black. Both teams only bringing one kit, apparently. Hopefully the orange trim of the Bowling Green. I guess it's brown on black, technically.
It's brown, but it's
pretty
still
similar shade.
Dark v dark, which is never a fun matchup, especially for those of you at home. So we'll try to keep you best up to date with who is who out here. But just know that those orange trims, as Charlie just mentioned, is for Bowling Green. And
I think the white shorts for the Falcons as well will play a big factor, as it's really just black all the way down for Purdue other than their number and their small logo. But Bowling Green, a little bit more colors going on in the uniform. It's a classic Purdue look. I don't think I've ever seen them wear anything. Maybe once or twice I've seen them in their whites, but generally when they visit here, they're always in those blacks.
Yeah, not many teams wear black as well, so if that's your main color, it's usually a good go-to. But last time out, played against Louisville just at 3 o'clock, so about a little less than 2 hours ago, and was a good performance from them. They didn't come out with the win as they would have hoped, but saw some good signs.
Yeah, they were in it. They were trailing by 5 and had an extra man on the field and just were not able to score. And at the end of the day, that was the difference for them. And look at this speed. 2-on-1, that's a great keep. What a move. And the Boilermakers are going to strike first. What a rush by Mike Murphy. And Murphy's going to down it for the try. And what a play that was. And Purdue is on the board first, and a big score for a team that sometimes can struggle to get on the board.
Yeah, especially last time out, and now Bowling Green has even more questions to answer. Last time we both said, Charlie, this is not indicative of who they are as a team, but again, back to the wall. They got some questions they need to answer here, and their heads are down. The body language needs to be fixed, especially if you're the Bowling Green coach right now. You need to be saying to your team, head up, you still have a lot of rugby left to play.
Oh, a ton. Especially, yeah, it was a tale of two halves for them in their semifinal loss. They were strongly outplayed in the first half, made it even in the second half, showing a little bit of heart, kind of like we saw in the last game with Indiana. And Purdue off to the quick start, and their kick is not going to go far enough, so a quick opportunity to go for the Falcons, and they're going to do just that off the tap and go. Gathered in by Weiler, John-Luke Weiler. I don't think I've ever seen John-Luke spelled that way. Usually you see it like Gianluc. Usually it's Gianluca.
Yeah.
It's literally John Luke, like the gospel writers. He got 50% of the gospels.
There we go. Yeah, he had a great game last time out.
Certainly
he was the only really bright spot for me from that Bowling Green performance. I thought just his efforts were rewarded at the end with a try, and he just plays with pizzazz that you really can't teach.
Are you a Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John guy?
I mean, I always like John. John is very much a different book, so
100% agree.
Always appreciate John, but Luke was the first one I read, so personal.
I'd say John and Luke
affinity.
were my top two as well, and clearly the top two of Mr. and Mrs. Weiler.
That's good.
Nothing against Matthew or Mark.
Well, maybe their other son is Matthew Mark.
Who knows? But either way,
Or
the
Mark
game is
Matthews.
tied. Who knows what order it's in? Great try over on the far side for the Falcons. And they've tied the game. Taking advantage of some space that they had over there, and it was Ethan Childers, or excuse me, it was Owen Slimmer, who's had a couple tries today, who brought it in for the score.
I don't think your speakers are working here.
We're just for the stream, actually. So.
Oh, the screen, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
gotcha.
you guys were announcing earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, conversion attempt is from a tough angle, never had a chance. So 5-5 it stays. Just over 3 minutes to go, and so one score for each team in the early goings, and the ball is kicked around a bunch.
Well, now their heads are up for Bowling Green a lot more.
Yeah, it's amazing what a try will do for you.
Yeah. They should keep trying to do that.
I like what you did there.
Thanks.
Reminds me of in the fall when you said, or I said, Race Bates races ahead.
Yeah, I said that as well when
I think you said it first.
for wheeling or Race Bates racing down the field, but it's just way
low
too
hanging fruit.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't get much lower than that.
Way too easy.
I think the only way it would be lower is if his last name was Race. Though it's more fun when his first name is Race.
Reminds me of Usain Bolt, track.
That's such a fitting name. Isn't it funny how it works out like that sometimes?
It is just meant to be. I might name my kid Lightning, so he'll be like the best track runner of all time and almost like Purdue right now.
Great tackle, but an even better pass. Now it's McAllister who's going to give it off, and Purdue going backwards with Ryan. Looked like they might have had a space there, all the way out to the wing. Cut back inside, ball's dropped. It's going to be a knock-on, I believe. And that is the call. .135 to go in a tie score in the first half. These two teams playing for third place in the Division I club pool. Coming up next, UWEC, University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, against Slippery Rock in a battle for the D3 championship. And then the D1 club championship, Louisville, Illinois. That's to follow before we cap off our coverage with the premier final between Wheeling and ICCC, who haven't played since noon. Well, that's a lie. They played at 2, beating Indiana 19-0, but it certainly feels like it's been a long time.
Yeah, we haven't seen them out on this field. Or was the Indiana? Yeah, so we saw them at 2. We did see them at 2, but it does feel like it's been a long time, and perhaps it's because that little break that we had.
Oh, what a crazy sequence there. Is a great arm tackle by the Boilermakers on the Falcons' try scorer today, Slimmer. And he commits the knock-on. He tried to pass it, and his pass hit his own legs. I don't know if you caught that, but he basically caught his own pass between his own feet, not what he was intending. That was a discussion between the referee. Not the Banana Boat logo this time. He's got like a Rhinos logo back there. Always interesting to see what the refs got on the back of their jerseys.
Almost appears to be like a men's league bowling jersey, and
Oh
I
my
don't know
goodness.
if you know what I'm picking up on.
I totally know what
yeah,
you're
I
putting.
think exactly. It's a spitting image of one, but no, it's a rugby referee jersey, so close enough.
You know, you got to stand out against any sort of jersey matchup. It won't always be brown on black. You got to do what you got to do. And the side judges both wearing same colors as well. Kustra is going to feed it through the scrum. Struggles to pick it up, and they're going to get him for the knock-on. Just tried to pick it up off the ground too quickly.
I like the tackle there at the end from Phil Tracy. Just getting dirty right now and just showing some grit. The senior from Dayton, Ohio, so a local kid to Bowling Green.
And we'll see what he can do when we return for second half action. What a game it's been. Tight battles, low scoring, 5-5 with 7 minutes to play. 7 minutes remaining in the weekend. I shouldn't say the weekend. I should just say the day. It technically is the weekend, but action only occurs today between all 35 teams that are here. Hopefully you're able at halftime to view the schedule, live results, brackets, all the above by scanning the QR code. If not, it will be back on screen for you after this game, as it's Purdue and Bowling Green right now in a 5-5 deadlock after 7 minutes in a battle for third place in the D1 club division. There were supposed to be 12 teams split up into 4 divisions or pools of 3. It's going to be a knock-on. Almost like a fumble forced as it went in and out of the hands of Weiler. But, of course, St. Louis University did not show up, so only 11 teams in D1 clubs. So third place, quite a solid performance. Fourth place, not too bad as well, but you'd like to be in the top third.
And on a high note as well, these are two very even teams, of course, who also need all the confidence that they can get for the rest of the way. And Purdue actually hosts their next event called the Boilermaker Classic, which is just south of Notre Dame. So that should be a good event with lots of teams coming from all around the country, similar to the Fighting Irish Sevens.
Certainly going to look forward to following that one, as there'll be a lot of good teams there, as Chris mentioned. And Boilermaker Classic. Do you know what a Boilermaker is?
I want to say a train maker, because I know it's an engineering school, so someone who makes trains.
At that. And a good school at breaking tackles, too. Look at that break from Brunetti. Gives it off. Miller is going to roll, and he's going to score. A little bit of stop, drop, roll, score from the Boilermakers. Take the lead, courtesy of Ethan Miller, with 5 minutes to play.
Well, even though they stopped, dropped, and rolled, I think they're on fire right now. That was an electric play, and Purdue, it's been coming for a while now. It's a long-awaited success for them. I feel like all these games have been very slow, very meticulous, and drawn out at times, but it's good to see Purdue just have some flashes and some burst of energy.
Now they score their second try of the game. Conversion almost went backwards. But again, you can't really fault the kickers. It's still a windy day. It's from no angle. You got to drop kick it. So many factors go into why kicking is so tough in sevens as compared to in 15s when you get to line it up and you get the tee. And this fall especially, it was pretty temperate weather in South Bend. So games we saw here, kicking a lot easier than it's been today. So Purdue takes advantage of winning their own kickoff. Try to do it again. At the very worst, they're going to get Falcons going backwards in the person of Colton Crabiel.
We got a Purdue player down.
Run with a Purdue player down and Phil Tracy going the other way. Tracy makes a cut, trying to get to the edge. What a chase down by Brunetti. But they stayed on his feet. What action here, and it's given out to the wing. Near the touchline, it stays in for now. It's bobbled, and that's going to be a knock-on after a head-on-head collision. Wow, chaos in the third with 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes to go.
Well, Phil Tracy doesn't have the breakaway speed of Zach Benton on Notre Dame, but he's got some wheels. I was not expecting that. Great run from Phil Tracy.
And it's Kustra who limps out, so Purdue makes the sub. As you mentioned, he went down way out of the play, so briefly Purdue playing with only 6 back. Under 3 to play now in a 10-5 game. Boilermakers drop it. They get lucky it's not a knock-on. They get tackled in their own try zone, however. So it'll be a turnover there. And great pursuit. Now Purdue will get a 7th back onto the field. Oh, no, they'll just make a sub. With 2:20 to play. I'd imagine some of our Purdue fans watching, if there are games that are not at this field, are even close to as close as the ones that are at this field in every single circumstance, against seemingly every single opponent. A lot of white hairs in that fan base. And there's a nice pass and a nice try. Ruben Kenora, it's Joey Apel who scores off a nice setup, I believe from Andrew Collins, but no matter what, tie game with 1:50 to go. A huge score off the turnover.
A huge score. And to answer your question, Charlie, in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Purdue games, the farthest they've had between the 2 points was when they lost to Northwestern 19-5. That was a 14-point game, but everything else is very close. Unless Oregon State, 13 points, but the other ones are all 5 points, which is just surreal. I mean, they always keep it tight. And again, no matter who they play against, doesn't matter if they're really good, really bad, Purdue keeps them in the game.
That's amazing. Just pays into their structure. They're very well coached. We got to look at a gentleman in a Purdue sweatshirt just a couple seconds ago. They do travel well as a fan base, especially here to South Bend, where it's not too far. Brunetti's going to run it out. I don't know why he wouldn't just down that, but Purdue's going to try to go the long way, and it's dropped.
And they had a man out wide. It was Ethan Ross wide open. If they were just able to swing it to him, they would at least be able to progress past the 22-meter line, you have to imagine. That's heartbreaking for Purdue, especially as there's only 19 seconds on the clock in this game. 10-10.
They're going to need a big stand. Scrum upcoming for Bowling Green. 10 seconds.
Oh.
Pass into the middle. Offload, and it's dropped. And that's going to be a knock-on, and Purdue does get the big stop as a connection between Slimmer and his intended target does not work, and we're going overtime. I think we're going overtime. This is a playoff game.
It is, yes. It's a knockout game, but Bowling Green.
Slippery Rock is getting on the field, thinking about their game. I think there's going to be a discussion between the captains and the referees. I was under the impression that we were going to OT, but not so fast.
Yeah, Bowling Green just had such a prime opportunity. They were right there. You have to think Bowling Green just needs to power through. Just not clean enough, sloppy rugby, and it comes back to hurt them. And it is misting out, or perhaps a little more drizzle.
So OT rules, it is sudden death. First try scorer ends it, and Purdue's going to kick it off first. Teams switch sides. We got to see our first overtime of the day, Chris. Already seen one walk-off try today. We might see a second one. And we're going to get a yellow card. Oh, what a crucial decision that is. Purdue will be down a man.
And it's Ethan Ross, the guy who was wide open just a few minutes ago.
I think it's his second card of the day as well, Chris.
Yeah, he'll be sent to the sin bin, and that is a huge blow. And Bowling Green, ball is now in their hands, literally and figuratively.
Over out to the left wing. That offload was a forward pass. Looked like it went off a Purdue defender. But they're going to call it a forward pass, which is a huge call. Now the ball is literally no longer in Bowling Green's hands. Can't believe that one, to be honest. No help from the side judge either. So we have no clock running now. It's an untimed overtime. I'm interested to see how long that Purdue player is going to be in the sin bin for, and whether he'll even get a chance to come back into this game before it ends. We won't have the clock to use as reference. We're just going to have to go off vibes.
This is just about who has the greater mental capacity right now. Who's got the heart? Who's got the will? Who wants it? Knockout rugby. That's what we live for. And this is what Justin Hickey was talking about just a few days ago.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets. And you look at the 5 games that are wrapping up our slate. This was the one I would say I was least excited for, the Division I third place. But boy, have I been wrong.
Yeah.
10-10, it's tight, it's close. Both these teams so evenly matched. And another scrum coming for Purdue.
I would agree, Charlie.
Coming
Both
up after
teams,
this one, 3 championship games.
Yeah,
But this one is stealing the show.
both teams slow games on the day so far. And in sevens, which is so high tempo and fast paced, we didn't want to see the slow rugby, but it's
We're
been.
getting it anyway. Here it comes for the Falcons. A lot of space. Cutback move. And the whistle blows for interference or blocking or something.
Yeah, they call obstruction.
Obstruction. That's the word I was looking for. Kind of a synonym of all the other ones that I've said. And Purdue gets their player back. Here comes Ross back onto the field. A Purdue defense, a monumental stand.
Let's make something happen. Let's go.
We got a Purdue fan yelling out here
Can't
in
blame
the
him.
stands, and I
Cannot
can't blame
blame
him
him.
either. I'm standing up now, Charlie.
Scrambly play. Craybill has it. Out wide, Slimmer. Thinking about a pass, tries a stiff arm instead. He's going to go down before he goes into touch. Keeps possession.
And
No, he doesn't.
Sin bin kill 2 for Purdue, just to note. They got all 7 guys now back on the pitch.
So knock on against Owen Slimmer. Bowling Green just kind of getting in their own way right now. Prime opportunity to win. Purdue's a team that relies on their defense. Their defense playing down a man. Barely even have the ball. Now that Purdue's back, still making too many mistakes. And now a Purdue mistake. Tap and go for the Falcons off the error. Couple swerving moves by Craybill.
And John Luke Weiler's off the field. I don't know if he's injured or what's
Fatigued, maybe.
going on. Yeah. He's been their best player all tournament. You got to have him in.
Pass to the wing. Appel trying to get the edge. Great spinning pass. Game over. Bowling Green takes the bronze, and Rodkey is the try scorer to win it in overtime.
And how about that pass to set it up? While falling down, Bowling Green able to deliver the final blow. Wow. Just immense focus right there. And so often in this game, it was just way too sloppy. Both teams had chance to win it. And when they finally do, it's nice and clean rugby. And what a game. Both teams can hold their head up high. But for Purdue, it's a stinger because you've come so close time and time and time again this whole season. And usually ending up at the wrong side of the result.
They do it again there as they lose 15-10 overtime. Bowling Green gets third place, and what a response for them after a not so favorable result in the semifinals. The Falcons get third, and the teams shake hands. Purdue will take fourth back to their university. Bowling Green doing well and getting that third. Coming up, we got Slippery Rock with the coolest uniforms here, playing for first place in the D3 division final against UW Eau Claire.
Now, I don't know, Charlie. I think UW Eau Claire's got some pretty crisp uniforms. Maybe Slippery
Correct.
Rock's the coolest, but in terms of ones I would like to wear on the street and not be made fun of, I think Eau Claire would take the cake.
You can wear any of these and not be made fun of, truthfully.
Yeah, my friends are mean. But
I feel ya. I don't own any rugby jerseys either.
I actually do. I own one. I own a
No way.
Rugby United New York. They have since folded, but they were in the MLR, and I have their jersey, and it was sent to me when I was about 5'2", and they sent me an adult medium, so I could not fit into it until probably junior year of high school, but worn it ever since. Nice orange and blue colors.
That's nice as the Blue Golds get right to work down the right touchline, and a quick score against a tough defense. This UWEC team just finds ways to score on everybody, Chris.
They do. Really impressive, and It feels good to see some high-tempo rugby again. I love that last game, but
I'm going to agree with you
yeah,
there.
very much a slow pace, and these are two teams who love to attack, so strap in.
If you think Slippery Rock is going to go down easy, you are fooling yourself. They were the most dominant team versus their competition in the opening stages. They went 3-0 in pool play, 112 points for, 7 against. And it wasn't always easy for them in their win against Christendom, but they did get it done to get to this spot in this championship game. And UWEC defeating Xavier to get to this spot. Xavier and Christendom played for third place at 4:30 on field 3, and Christendom picked up the win to get the bronze, so Xavier gets 4th in D3. It's a good kick. And it's gathered in near the left side, and the near side spinning away, somehow staying on his feet, is Luke Pugh.
Slippery Rock, they are tenacious defensively. After the let-up, they look like they are hungry. Just a pack of wolves right now, hunting in packs.
This is probably the fastest team we're seeing relative to their competition today is EWUC, the Blue Golds. They are noticeably just more spry than their opponents, and they have been all weekend.
Yeah, a lot. Every guy on this team is fast, so that is just the name of the game for them. But Slippery Rock, let's not forget, national champions last year for the small school division in NCR. No joke, and there's a reason why they're in this game as well. This is going to be one that goes to the final minute, I'm sure.
Both these teams undefeated on the day right now, coming in, both of them at 4-0. 3 wins in pool play and a semifinal victory. Has them here battling for who is the best, and there's no question that these are the best two that were here at this event. Look at Slippery Rock move the ball. And we'll go back towards the right. Trying to find anything against this surprisingly stingy defense. For all the talent they have on offense, they take care of their defensive responsibilities as well, do the Blue Golds.
In context of the soccer field on this pitch, they're all within the 18-yard box right now. Slippery Rock needs to open up their offensive attack. They're trying to go up the gut, right down Main Street. Go out wide. Go out to the wing. Find a corner.
It's one of those plays where it feels like they need kind of a set play or something where you catch the defense off guard, somebody with forward momentum. We're going to have a high tackling penalty, and ref is going to let Rocks move quick. Aiden O'Shea is taken down hard.
That was an ugly and scary-looking play, but glad he's up and fine.
Oh, we got another
Aiden
stoppage.
O'Shea.
Nothing going for this high-powered Slippery Rock offense right now.
Yeah, with 2:27 left, we have really yet to see them advance into the other half of the pitch.
There's nothing going. They scrum for the Blue Golds. They get it out wide. Fake pass. Nice play. Good read. And Ben Beckman is going to down it for the try using his eyes as his deceiver. And with under 2 to play in the half, the Blue Golds in full control.
Yeah, just a quick little dummy as well. Was able to fake out a couple guys on that Slippery Rock defense. Alec Harberson, one of them, number 5 for the team in black and green. And clever heads-up play, just showing off his skill.
Beckman, the latest of a couple of players that we've seen today who are using their opponent's blind spots to their advantage, and that was a clear and obvious example there.
We've also seen a lot of tries right off the scrum, especially within that area. Once you're about 15 meters in, it's been so effective in sevens because a lot of guys are in one space. It just totally opens up the field, makes it way easier to get into the try zone.
Certainly fans have filtered out here at Stinson Rugby Field. There have been a lot at different moments, and some games have been quieter than others. Look at the Rock go. It's 14-0 for UWEC. And trying to change that and succeeding. Go the Rock down the side, into the middle, and down there for the try, and a quick strike, just what the doctor ordered. That was needed for Slippery Rock.
It was rough defensively for Eau Claire. They had 2 chances for a clear tackle. Weren't able to get the job done, and Slippery Rock takes full advantage.
Did they make their first conversion? UWEC? Yeah, it was Zach Harrington, who's had a great day in the black and green, who made that one happen. Another example of that dummy fake pass move that's been very effective today when you can get defenders to bite. Time has expired in the half. Next dead ball will end it. And that's going to be a knock-on. What a change of momentum this would be. And that's going to do it for the half. We go to break with Eau Claire out of University of Wisconsin in the lead and 7 minutes away from a Division III championship. We're back for second half action in the first of 3 consecutive championship games here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. This first one is between UWEC, University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire, and Slippery Rock, the Rock. And it's been a good one so far. 5-point lead for Eau Claire at the break, scoring the first 12 points of the game for a late response from the Rock. After this, the D1 club final between Louisville and Illinois. And following that, the final event of the long day, Wheeling and Iowa Central Community College in a battle for the Premier Division top spot. And look at that defense. Doesn't get much better than that for Riley Hamill.
Oh, maybe
and now
it does.
It's taken away. It does get better. Pick 6 for the Blue Golds. And a big start for the half for them. They get the force into touch, they get the pick six, they get the score.
I was just about to rave about how I love Slippery Rock's communication being right above the field. This press box, I mean, it's so close to the field. You can hear all the action. These guys are talking and communicating at such a high level, and then right away gets flipped on its head. What a play, and that is a huge shift for the rest of this half because now Slippery Rock is just playing catch-up.
So I guess that one's going to go off the upright and out, so it'll stay 17-7. I guess pick six wouldn't exactly be correct, as that was more of a pick five. You got any creative solutions for that? Give me five, maybe?
Give me five.
Give me five.
Give me five.
Well, give me.
Give me five, like you're high-fiving someone. I like it.
All right. So you made up a cool saying on the spot a couple games ago with the, if there's no space for free, buy it. I've got the gimme five.
Give me five by Charlie Morris. Trademark it. Copyright
Don't know
it.
about that one, but it'll do the job on these broadcasts, that's for sure.
It does do the job, and we'll be back in a few weeks as well, so excited for that.
12th and 13th, the Big Ten Championship featuring 9 of the best teams in the country. See,
including a team we are going to announce next game, Illinois.
Yeah, they're going to be right in the middle of the pack there most likely with a big upset potential. And Chris, one thing, you have not seen Penn State play rugby, have you?
I can't say I have.
Well, you're going to be, they are back-to-back sevens champions in the Big Ten, and you're going to get to see why. But first, you're going to get to see a long run and an even better back pursuit. But a nice offload. What a pass. Slippery Rock. Slippery with the rock. And they score a huge response. Big play for them. What an offload from his back, and Harrington's got another try.
Yeah, it's great from Harrington just to follow up and not give up on the play at all, right? He comes to support his teammate, but what a pass. Just it's a definition of a heads-up play because his head was literally up as he was on the ground and picked out the correct pass.
Yeah, it doesn't get a lot better than that. I know I've said that a couple times today, but I'm just so impressed with the level of skill on the field each and every game, especially as the day has gone on. And it's the best teams at each level against the best teams at that level. And there we got to see one of those passes that you don't even dare to make when you're laying down. Like,
no.
I don't know if you've ever tried laying on your back and shooting a basketball. I'm not good at shooting a basketball anyway, but you do not want to see me try when I'm laying on my back. And that was a beautiful pass. Obviously, you don't have to get it up to the hoop, but you still had to get it into the arms of Harrington, and that's exactly what happened to set up the try and put Slippery Rock right back in the game.
Timing is perfect, too. 17-12. Eau Claire in the lead, of course, but more than enough time for the Rock to find their way back into this game, and a try would tie it. Of course, a conversion alongside it would make them take the lead. So Eau Claire now needs something. They need points. They want to make this a two-possession game.
Oh, what a play. Jumping the gun is Lucas Dorsch. He's going to force the knock-on as well. What a play by Dorsch, the junior out of Indiana, Pennsylvania. Didn't you bring that up earlier?
Yes, Indiana University of Pennsylvania, one of the more iconic and also strange naming teams in all of college athletics. Right up there with Slippery Rock.
Slippery, so their mascot is technically the Rock, so it's the Slippery Rock, which gives me Philadelphia Phillies vibes.
Philadelphia Phillies, yeah. I think the Rock is even crazier.
But they're very well in this game now, trying to forge a huge comeback win, and they give it to Harrington, who's going to spin and go down. Now it's Aiden O'Shea giving it off. O'Shea fighting to help get it back. It's picked up by Dorsch. Pass bounces, picked up off the ground by Chase Nething. He'll give it away. Juggling grab there. Secured by Alec Harbison. Harbison! Tie game with under a minute to play.
Right in the middle, too.
of the uprights. Perfect position to take a lead, and Eau Claire just deflated right now. This second half has been all Slippery Rock. Credit to them, playing with so much energy. And
now the lead on the successful conversion. And so Eau Claire on the ropes now after it looked like they were in control of this game. Alec Harbison, the go-ahead try after the successful conversion was knocked through by Chase Nething. Harbison, the sophomore out of Findlay Township. And you mentioned most of this team from Pennsylvania. They have Gage Barnes from Akron and Malachi Williams, or Malachi, from Maryland. Slippery Rock kicks it away. No time on the clock. It's now or never for the Blue Golds.
this is what it's all about, the pressure. You
Nearly
live for moments like
space.
this.
And they're going to whistle that for a forward pass. It looked forward for sure. Not sure if it was going to be called, but that does it. And look at the emotions on the field. A huge comeback. Slippery Rock wins. They are the champions of the Fighting Irish Sevens in the Division III level. They go 5-0. They do it with their offense. They do it with their defense. They found a way, Chris.
They found a way, and I'm loving the energy from the Rock after this win. These guys are fired up, and deservingly so. They are going to nationals, and they want to repeat. A lot of these guys have been there before. Only 3 freshmen on their roster, so most of them lifted national glory last year, and there's no reason why they can't do it again. Huge performance from them, and what a game.
So glad.
Harbison, just what a run at the end there, Charlie.
What a run. High stepped his way into the game-winning try and the conversion by Nething to make it stand up. And that will do it for our coverage of the Division III. Slippery Rock wins. Eau Claire, UW Eau Claire, second place. And you have to expect you'll see both of those teams at nationals and putting on a little bit of runs themselves. What talent we saw, especially for a technical Division III level.
Yeah.
Boy, was that fun to watch.
Yeah, perhaps the athleticism maybe is a little lesser than the Division I level. That's the main difference. But in terms of the technical aspects of rugby, I thought those two teams in particular are very close to some of the more elite teams that we've seen today. And they could hang with some of the teams who are in some of the better divisions. But very impressed by both Slippery Rock and Eau Claire. And yeah, Slippery Rock definitely cement themselves as the front runner now to repeat.
That was quite a performance comeback effort for them. And now we'll get treated to the Division I Club Championship between Louisville and Illinois. And we are underway. It'll be the Illini kicking it off to the Cardinals as we get set for the second of 3 championships, the first of 2 in a row featuring a team called the Cardinals. This one's Louisville, hoping to triumph over Illinois, who had a easier path to the finals, but really dominated in their semifinal matchup. That passes right into the hands of one of the Illini players, a giveaway early by Matt Kramer, and it's the Illini going to work. Razzo goes one more to Devereaux. Devereaux cuts it back a couple times. Now thinks again before dumping it off to Johnson.
Was very impressed with Devereaux last time out. Thought he was the superstar of this Illinois team. Scored a couple tries, and he will be the guy that they look for in this matchup. So keep an eye out for him, left side of the field in orange.
Quick moving tap and go, and full steam ahead for Zach Meyer. Leaves it behind him for Johnson. Now it's Razzo, taken down by a couple Cardinals, including Colton Lenz. Lenz still involved. Now gets back to his feet and gets in position. We get a whistle, and the defensive stand, a successful one for the Cardinals, and they get the ball back on the quick tap and go. Dodged hit by Liam Johnson. Johnson's pass low, bounces, gathered in. Over on the far side, it's Jack Eberle. He will go down. Scoreless start to this championship game. Overhanded offload. Wow, what a pass and what a collection. Louisville scores first. Jack Eberle.
Jack Eberle has been a very successful player for this program, was honored to compete at the Collegiate Rugby All-Star Tournament down in Atlanta, representing the University of Louisville, and off to a blistering start. And as for Louisville, just turned from 0 to 60 so quickly. They don't have the ball. As soon as they do, bam. That's a quick try.
And no better example of offense to defense than that, and they get the conversion to go as well, making it 7-0. They score first in hopes of a championship. We saw Louisville earlier this season in 15s, and they were underwhelming to say the least. Notre Dame blew them out when we saw them last time in a game in the Parsegian Cup game, which was supposed to be a close one, and Louisville really just didn't show up to play. So good to see them having a much better showing this weekend and trying to cap it off with a championship. So Razzo's going to be tackled from behind. Look at Kramer backtrack. Any thoughts on Louisville?
I think defensively, fantastic. You just mentioned Kramer. That was a great tackle, super physical team, and not really showing any signs of being worn out. I love this Illinois team and the way they play, but they are just outmatching them with their physicality right now.
Oh, nearly a gimme 5. Gonna have to start getting that one to the vocabulary, but it was stays with the Illini. Antoine Johnson just chucks it backwards. Razzo does the same. Devereaux running out of options behind them. Salyavong is gonna switch fields over to the far side. There's some room for Winstead. Breaks a tackle. Winstead is gonna get taken down from behind. Gives it off. Hard to imagine Illinois, or yeah, not playing with advantage right now. There's a spin, as that was a high tackle, but no indication of such. What a play by the Cardinals, and now they commit the not rolling away. So we'll give it to Razzo to kind of set the offense. Liam Johnson for Louisville with that amazing tackle to save a try. Tap and go for the Illini, and Johnson up the middle. Couple quick passes, and Winstead has it. Keeps his pants on, keeps the ball moving. Devereaux on the wing. Devereaux thinking about cutting back. He's going to heave it over his head. Looked like he had room to the outside, tried to get greedy.
I'm not sure what Devereaux's thinking there, Charlie.
Thinking about 7 points instead of 5, I would imagine. Sometimes you don't just get on the board.
Perhaps, but yeah, you got to put points on the board. He could have hit to a new gear there, and he just opted not to.
It's going to come back to cost them. Not releasing. And Louisville ball deep in their own territory with 1:30 to go.
We do have an injury on the field.
So we're going to stop the clock at about 1:23. And our time, not the official time, but pretty good estimate.
Yeah, it's Ryan Camerata for Louisville who's down. So he's going to be tended to. But, yeah, I mean, Devereaux, raving about him before this game. He's been great all tournament long. He had such a clear lane right there, and he can run faster than that. He can run faster than that, so you got to kick to the new gear.
Aaron Stevenson, Louisville defense unreal per usual. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that assessment. And we talked briefly about the last time we saw Louisville here where Notre Dame kind of ripped them apart, which is why it was so surprising to see them do that against a defense like the Cardinals have. And getting a look at it today, especially in this particular game, why it's so good. So I'm looking at some recent results of their team over Chris's shoulder. Points allowed in recent games, 7-0-5-0-5. 14. 14 is apparently a lot of points for this team to give up.
Yeah, that's so much, and they should be so disappointed in themselves, but what a defense.
And before the 14, it was 3 straight shutouts, and then 5 and 5.
Yeah, this is dating back to last year now. We're now in April 2024, then 0, 14 again, so again.
Tradition of excellence, and that was before this weekend. Look at this run down the right side. J.B. Meyer just into the game. He's going to now kick it ahead before he gets blasted from behind.
Well, they are the reigning national defending champions in this division, Louisville. Winning in 2024.
A lot of reigning champions, defending champions.
Yeah, because
today.
it's all the divisions essentially, and so
Gotcha.
a lot of the top teams are coming out across all levels of rugby.
Makes sense, and this is an elite event for sure. Only featuring some of the best teams in the country, is Louisville and Illinois included in that discussion. It's kicked ahead with just 28 seconds and counting in the half. Kick is gathered in by Kramer. Kramer ahead, somehow stays on his feet. Offload in and out of the hands of the intended target. Picked up, though, by McLaurin. And Marian McLaurin leaves it behind him. He's a freshman for this Louisville team. Now it's kicked back into Illinois territory, and they'll have to go a long way if they choose.
That was a high IQ play with the kick.
Great pass, though. Meyer finding a teammate over on the far side. And the pass just misfires from Winstead, intending for Johnson. That's going to do it for the half. Louisville defense dominant. They're up 7-0. Looking for the championship here this weekend. Seven minutes remaining in the Division I Club Bracket Championship game. It was a low-scoring first half, and it's Louisville searching for answers on offense, getting shut out through 7 as the Louisville Cardinals defense continues to impress. At the end of the day, though, Chris, it's only a one-possession game, and a run like this could mean the difference. Illinois that close to breaking it open on the possession.
I love that from Illinois right off the jump. And yeah, only 7-0. It's weird because it feels like Louisville have very much dominated this game, but it's just their defense. They have not allowed Illinois to do much. And when Illinois has had success, it's definitely been contained and limited to very small amounts. So great job so far from Louisville all around.
Now they'll try to add to their lead. Passes dropped. Just in and out of the hands of Camerata. Good to see him back healthy.
Yeah, very good. Camerata, big piece to this Cardinals team. And also one guy to keep an eye out for on the opposing side for Illinois and Orange. Presley Sayavong, he's been great all day. Just had a nice little run to start the half, but also some great offloads in the first half. Was really impressed with his vision out there on the pitch.
I'm going to agree. I think if Louisville's going to get the offense going, he's going to have to be involved. Look at that tackle. Wow, what a tackle. Here's Antoine Johnson trying to weave his way through. He's taken down by a combination. Nice offload, but an even better hit. Wow, this Louisville defense showing off. Give credit to the Illinois offense for sticking with it for now. Pass, though, is high. Johnson's going to gather it in right by the touchline, trying to stay in, and he does. He's met by a couple red and white jerseys. J.B. Meyer in there alongside Ryan Camerata.
We're now seeing Devereaux more in the middle of the park rather than out wide, as per usual.
Turnover forced, and look at that speed right up the middle. Myers had good legs all game, and he bunny hops his way for the try, showing off a little flair in the act.
I didn't know what to call it, but I think bunny hops is the perfect term, Charlie. Good work. Celebrating Easter a little early.
Almost like a dolphin dive, but instead of into a pool, it's into a try.
Yeah, you wonder, though, did he get banged up or is he just gassed right now? Because he looks to be one of those two. I'm going to go with gassed, however, he says thumbs up to his bench.
It certainly wasn't, if I was rating him in a diving contest, I don't think I'd give him a very good score. But I will give him 7 points. Well, I'll give him 5. I guess I'll give him 7. He kicked it, too. So he gets a 7 out of 10.
So, yeah, he looks to be both limping and exhausted simultaneously. I don't think the dolphin dive was the wisest move in the grand scheme of things for J.B. Meyer, but
the bunny hop dolphin dive.
It'll be good for his Instagram page and putting it up on Reels for this Louisville Cardinals
Hopefully he
program.
likes the call of it.
Oh, I'm sure he will. That was electric right there. J.B. Meyer with a huge 7 points, and that's a gut punch to Illinois.
Here's Liam Johnson, who has a fan in the comments section. You might get an assist out of this. Now it's taken forward by Colton Lenz. Lenz still with it. Offload is blocked. He gets it back. He's tackled by his legs. He's rolling towards the try zone. Scramble possession right now. Ballestieri will go out wide. A lot of space for Camerata to operate. He's going to take it in, and he's going to down it. And Illinois is beginning to wear down this, or beginning to be worn down by this Louisville team who's up 19-0.
Yeah, you could tell the stamina of this Louisville team is coming in handy, which is kind of ironic because last time Illinois was out on the field, it was Illinois who were going for the entirety of the game, but that's just what Louisville does to teams, and that is the reason they won the national championship last year.
So we'll see. Cameron Donlin can nail this far kick. Wow, it was on line, just not enough gas. A good effort nonetheless by the senior. Maybe visiting South Bend for the last time. Sure, he's not too sentimental about that. The lights have officially come on. in Stinson Rugby Field. And Louisville's kicking game has also been very impressive. But they are going to get called for the knock-on. Continue to make life tough on the Fighting Illini. Still have a couple of fans with umbrellas up. A little shocking. It's been no rain for quite some time now. Can't say that about the whole day, but at least now it's still cloudy and gloomy, but at least dry.
Yeah, maybe they just forgot to almost shut off their umbrellas, or perhaps some placebo effect. I don't know if that's the right terminology.
Don't think shut off your umbrella or placebo effect is quite what you were going for, but I understand what you were trying to say.
Close their umbrella, shut off their umbrella. Devereaux scores. Illinois got some points. Everyone's happy. They got 5 points.
Louisville loses the shutout. I would say
for
they're
the
not
Illinois.
happy.
They're going to win. They're going to win. And they got J.B. Meyer playing some great rugby right now. Was an All-American this past fall. I remember him out in South Bend. Talked about him a lot in that game. Although the Cardinals didn't play up to their standard, he was one of the best players on the pitch and showing off again today. But Devereaux, good to see him get involved. He was the guy we highlighted before, Charlie, as the key to this Illinois team.
We're getting a look, too, just a couple seconds ago at the two teams in our final event of the day warming up. ICCC in the white, which means that Wheeling will probably rock those red jerseys with the white stripe and nameplate on the chest. My favorite uniforms of any competitors here today. In fact, I can see them from here, and that's exactly what they're wearing. That's a big-time collision. Winstead stood in there and ate that as he got flown at by one of the Louisville players trying to corral the ball.
And we got a flyover, too. Live flyover at Stinson Rugby Field. It seems to be a...
Can't even see it.
Charter jet. It just came over from South Bend International Airport, so good to see. Don't know if it was intentional or not, but...
I'm going to go with no, but I like the way you're thinking.
Thanks. Trying my best. Time is expired here, so this is pretty much game, and what a performance from Louisville, really showing their class and showing why they won the national championship last year.
They kick it out, and that will do it. Louisville victorious in South Bend. They come, they win it all. They do it in dominant fashion. Their defense shines, and Louisville has championed the Division I club pool. They are the best of the 12 teams that were here today, Chris.
They were by far the best. J.B. Meyer with a great performance. Camarada getting involved despite the injury, had a great day. And just all around, their defense only letting up 5 points against a very potent Illinois attack. Just goes to show the levels for this Illinois team. And you start to wonder in a year or two, do they switch up to that Premier Division?
Certainly could see it coming.
They got the talent, 100%.
Liked what I saw from them today. We'll step aside briefly, and when we return, the marquee event, we've been waiting for this since first kick at 9 a.m. this morning. It's Wheeling. It's ICCC. It's the Premier Division Championship on the line. We are underway in the championship game. Charlie Morris alongside my partner, Chris Daly. Thanks for tuning in, and whether you're tuning in just for this game or whether you've been with us for the whole 9 hours. We've been at it since 9 a.m. this morning, all building to this event. And it's the ICCC Tritons, the Iowa Central Community College Tritons with the best-looking team bus against the Wheeling Cardinals, the best-looking jerseys. Of course, opinions are subjective, but trust me, if you saw the bus like Chris and I did, you'd also think it was the best team bus. It'll be interesting to see who's going to win it all out here today, Chris.
It's got to be Wheeling for most people when they're looking at this game. On paper, Wheeling's just a more complete team, but Musingweenie has been the star of today, the MVP of this tournament. Even no matter what happens, as long as he scores a try, I think he'll be good for the MVP race, and he could really turn a game on its head by himself. So keep an eye out for him, number 10 on Iowa Central.
I could throw Aiden Smith in that discussion for Kutztown. In fact, I might, based on his performance today. But Kutztown Musingweenie certainly been the best player on the Triton team, competing for it all.
Yeah,
he has the ball now and moves it off.
Cool thing, too, with Rugby Huck, Charlie, everybody knows who watches, especially just today, that I'm a big fan of this Rugby Huck website. They're updating constantly. Iowa Central now number 3.
Wow, you're getting a look why. Look at this run from the Tritons, who score first. What a play. That was like 5 or 6 cutbacks before the opening score of the game.
That was great. I don't think anybody was expecting that. We all expected Wheeling to come in here and to show their class and show why they're the best team in the country, the reigning national champions. But no, the community college, the underdogs, to start the match.
And I think the best part, if you're a fan of the Tritons, is that you didn't even need Kutztown Musingweenie to be a part. That was such a great individual effort. I couldn't quite get a look at who it was. Maybe Rashawn Jennings, who's been so good for the Tritons as well. A great secondary performer. Musingweenie stealing the spotlight, but don't let Jennings go under the radar. He's number 4 in white. Musingweenie number 10. And it was, in fact, Jennings who scored the try. Now they're going to kick it his direction. 7-0 early lead, and Wheeling perfectly executes the lift-up to get the kick. I mean, that's why they're one of the best teams. What a save as well over on the near side by Shadrach Mondaza, and that's going to lead to an early response. What a run by Lawula Bata. And Bata's going to try to center it. He'll go down, and just like that, Wheeling responds. Great play over on the touchline here to keep it in, and after that, Bata doing it all.
Yeah, I love that from Bata. Just a dynamite. And it's hard to stop. It's like when you knock over the first domino and they just keep going on. There's nothing you can do about it. This is a tough conversion, though, for Wheeling, so Iowa Central has a good chance to maintain the lead. We'll see right here.
End over and just stays a bit wide right. And that could come back to be a big factor as Wheeling still trails, now 7-5, under 3 minutes to play in the first half. God, these games move really quick. This 14 minutes, and when you're doing it for 9 hours, they really do add up, and we're just in the final home stretch here, and it's the best one yet between probably the 2 best teams that have graced Stinson Rugby Field today.
Yeah, we'll definitely see by the end of it. We're going to look at all the results and see who the true number 2 is, but Wheeling storming ahead.
Yeah, going to go back-to-back are the Cardinals as it's downed by a very excited Cardinal in the try-zone. Off the kick, they take advantage perfectly and go right down and score. And just like that, they have the lead.
Yeah, it was Nyamunda with the try, and who else? He's just been such a constant in this team. He was an All-American this past fall, one of the best players in the country, and on this field in the fall. Had a great performance against Notre Dame.
Alex Nyamunda, the sophomore, as you mentioned, NCR All-American. Another conversion attempt misses, however. But this game has been turned on its head after a Triton's team that came out absolutely flying. They looked like they were ready to play. They came out. They deserved to score first. But since then, Wheeling has just used their skill, especially in the kickoff game, to kind of set it up. Both their tries have been off kickoffs, one by ICCC, one by themselves. And now a free ball. Picked up on the far side, and it's going to get a bit of a rolling ball. Great offload. Wheeling is really good, Chris, at once they get the ball, holding the ball, and they're going to kick it out wide. I'll go to you in a second because it's the second great play for Mandaza, and this time he's going to get a try. He's not. Referee's going to blow it back. Looked like he was home free, but whether it was forward pass, I think it was forward pass was the call.
Yeah, I believe so, and Mendoza is a guy they're going to try to look for. It's so hard with Wheeling to defend them because sometimes you're going to try to go on get a double team against star players, and that's what a lot of teams do to Musingwini here at Iowa Central. But every player is a star player on this Wheeling team. They're all some of the best in the country. It's such a well-balanced roster.
Rugby is really one of those sports where you can't just have one good guy. It's good to have one best guy, but you need to have good guys around him.
Yeah, and Nyamunda could very well be considered that best guy for Wheeling, but just some stars on this team.
Lots of good talent. It's good to have a star, but it's even better to have lots of depth. And they break up a pass there over on the near side as it was Isaac Fershing trying to move it along. And that's going to do it for the first half. Action-packed. 2 scores for Wheeling. They have 10. 1 score for ICCC. They have 7. We got a 3-point game going into halftime with the championship to be decided when we return. It's the final home stretch in the final game of a great day of rugby, and it all has been leading to this the whole day between Iowa Central Community College playing for a championship here at the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational. They're up against the Wheeling Cardinals, and it's Wheeling with a 3-point lead at half. Chris, and you have some thoughts about how the Tritons can forge a second half comeback.
Would just like to see a hard-hitting style from this Iowa Central team. They really need to give it to Wheeling. The only time we've seen Wheeling stumble was against Marian. Why? Because Marian was able to match their physicality. Have yet to see that from Iowa Central. We've seen flashes offensively from them, but they need to get it, and to do that, they got to hit hard.
They force a error off the line out. So we'll see what Tritons can do with the ball in good position. Trailing 3. Here's Musingwini. He's got like 6 Cardinals just not allowing him to get free. Musingwini again. God, the ref runs at him like a defender. I don't know if you're picking up on that. Musingwini again. This time he slips over himself, gets back up before falling.
Great defensive unit and line right now from Wheeling. No gaps in it at all for Iowa Central.
Certainly hard to find. Quentin Daly, give it out wide. Musingwini by the touchline, uses the stiff arm. There's the gap, and there's the lead. And the man you were talking about does it in the second half.
Well, that's the one thing they can also do. Just give it to Musingwini and just hope he can score a try. It's exactly what he does. The sophomore from Zimbabwe against a lot of fellow natives from Zimbabwe on this Wheeling team, and he's shown who's boss right now. What a performance.
It's something special to have 2 defenders who know you have to cut to the inside because you're so close to the touchline, you don't want to risk getting tackled out of bounds, and yet still be able to cut back and find a hole, and that's exactly what Musingwini just did.
And right before he had it, too, he slipped, right? He had times where he fell down, but mentally he's just unfazed and keeps going, and that's perhaps the most impressive part of it all.
He's been a joy to watch, that's for sure. Now he'll kick it away. Second half lead, first time we've seen Wheeling trail in the second half today, and the kick is gathered in by the back man. There's a deep kick, and now we get a penalty against the Tritons. 14-10, they lead. 4:10 to go in the championship game. 24th game on this field today, and look at this speed. Oh my goodness, what a run off of fake. And just like that, Wheeling's gonna retake the lead with under 4 to play. And I think that is Mandaza in for the go-ahead try.
These guys are going band for band right now, the superstars on this pitch. That is absurd. Just how quick he is right off the gate. And he's going to kick it in for the conversion too. About only 5'6". He's so hard to stop. When a guy like that with a low center of gravity gets going, it's just nearly impossible for this Iowa Central defense.
Shadrach Mandaza with right now the go-ahead try, and that was kind of a something out of nothing play. Just not sure, a little miscommunication perhaps on the Tritons defense, leaving too big a hole for too talented a player. Now they're outnumbering Louisville at the point of attack, but what a job by going up and getting it, Keegan Baker.
Yeah, hits off of Baker's head and he's able to reel it in.
And avoid the knock-on as well, perhaps most impressively. There's Musingwini, see what he can cook up, being brought to the ground. Over towards the near side. And being pulled into touch with the ball is Baker. Great defense from Wheeling, forcing that mistake. We're going to have a line out upcoming. 2:15 to play. Wheeling nursing a 3-point lead. Mandaza will throw it in on the line out. I mean, that's why they're such a good team. They execute things like kicking, line out, scrums. They just do it so perfect.
Yeah, and you have Mandaza, who's 5'6", throwing to Magoshi Mashigo, who's 6'5".
And being helped.
Yeah, it's quite a difference. Just some great acrobatics from Wheeling.
Under 2 to play in this championship game. Can Wheeling put the dagger in him now? Nice move by I, trying to spin his way. He's taken down, gets back up, taken down again, offloads it. Still not in is Mashigo. They are as close as you can get. I is denied at the try line. Still no signal from the official. And a big stand by the Tritons.
Goodness, and
what
this
a
place
defensive
is rocking.
play.
This place is rocking, Charlie. Getting loud. Everybody's watching. Even the Louisville team who just won.
We got the ICC second team in the stands cheering them on. Here's Musingwini. Or it's not, it's Rashawn Jennings, cuts it back. Space down the middle. He looks like he's out of gas, and he'll offload it.
Yeah, not as much in him.
A little bit of room there, perhaps, for Chitani. Kudakwashi Chitani. Get some motorcycles drive by. Not sure if the mic picked that up. 30 seconds to go in a three-point game. Musingwini taken down. He'll leave it behind him. This could be the last possession.
Just play clean if you're Iowa Central.
High tackle called. So the Iowa Central playing clean. Wheeling commits the penalty. Iowa Central will slow it down. This will be the last possession of the game. Here they go. Musingwini gives it off. Jennings! It's over! The Tritons win it on a walk-off!
It might have taken Musingwini to be hurt. He is on the ground, but what an assist, what an offload, and what a game, Charlie Morris. Iowa Central, the community college, the underdogs, sticking it to the man, and Wheeling goes down.
And that's it. Zero's on the clock. It's over. They're going to have to do a conversion for the formality of it, which goes through. So the official final score, Iowa Central Community College 21, Wheeling 17. What an upset. What a treat we were treated to today, Chris.
Charlie, this is surreal because, as you alluded to, they have a whole B team in the stand, so there is a great environment here at Stinson Rugby Field too, and what an upset. I don't think anybody was expecting that, and it's confirmed. Musingwini is the MVP of today.
I think I have to agree. He scores the big try to put them ahead, and then once they're trailing again, he gets the assist while taking a hit to make a play. What fun it was to do this with you today. For the entire crew behind the scenes, Walter, Nick, and everyone who helped out in this production, and for my partner, Chris Daly, sticking with me in this press box, I'm Charlie Morris. Thanks so much for watching. What a day of rugby. The Division III champions, Slippery Rock, the Division I champions, Louisville, and most impressively, the Premier Division champions, Iowa Central Community College on a walk-off. What a day. Thanks so much for joining us.